2. There we go.
It's more like it.
This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kent. We've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life, and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval. Day 2 of the County Championship clash between top of the table Surrey and Nottinghamshire. The home side batting yesterday and making their way to 8 for 339 with a century from Jordan Clark, his third in first-class cricket, making 107 down the list. Supporting acts all the way through, really. Abbott making 48, Vokes 46, Jacks 35, Latham 29, and Sibley 34. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me. It's been that sort of typified the way Surrey have gone about it this season, a sort of a spread-out team effort.
Yeah, it was, and they needed it as well because it was pretty spicy conditions to bat in early on. They lost their captain off the second ball, and then those flurry of 3 wickets just before lunch. They could have been bowled out for 150, 160, but just a word on Nottinghamshire. You got a feel for them yesterday. They lost 2 crucial components of their bowling attack. Jake Ball out for what could well be the match. Brett Hutton, I've spoken to Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, and he assures me it is just cramp. We saw him warming up earlier. They've worked on him overnight, and they think he's going to be fit to bowl, which could be key. I mean, it'll be key for the longer-term progress of the match, won't it?
I think what we'll do before we get to the first ball, which is about 5.5 minutes from now, we'll see the highlights from day 1.
4 slips and a gully first up, conventional field. And that's swung into the pads, and he's given him first up. Burns has to go. Shorter, that will run away to that short boundary down at deep third, down towards the groundsman's hut. Pretty odd in that first season. He looks like a different man now. That's on the pads. Dominic Sibley excels there, as we know. That'll be 4. Got on the top of that bounce. There's some power in those. Leg stumpish. That'll be 4. Keeps his shape so well on those shots, does Dom Sibley.
And Latham cuts that just in front of square in the offside before. He'll pick up his 3rd boundary of the innings and move on to 21. And he gets him. Brett Hutton picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings. And James strikes again. Jamie Smith falls 2nd ball coming just into him, and Smith inside edges it, and Tom Moores takes an excellent catch behind the stumps. Surrey 67 for 3. Big appeal. Given! Lyndon James strikes again. He picks up his 2nd wicket, and Tom Latham departs for 29.
Push this time, that will be 4. Longish half volley, not tried to overhit it. Will Jacks punches it past the wideish mid-off for his 1st boundary against Worcester. Runs, 4 of them, there to hit, cuffed away by Ben Folkes, short and wide.
Driven through the offside, that'll race away to the boundary. And Mead chases in vain. Oh, that's glorious from Will Jacks. Takes a couple of strides down the ground this time, but flicks Hutton through middle wicket for 4. Slashed away for 4. Hutton offering a bit of width. He's in from the pavilion end. And he strikes first ball. Or does he? Yes.
That was a very peculiar shot choice from Will Jacks.
Bit of width. And cut away for 4. Jordan Clark off the mark.
Fans of Indian cricket, and
Cut away for 4 again. Jordan Clark picks up his 2nd boundary. 4 more. Clark drives through the offside. Dab down towards deep 3rd. And Jordan Clark picks up his 4th boundary.
Then they shouldn't have to change their game accordingly. Cut behind square, that will run away for 4. It was, I think, the light bulb moment for Stokes. As Folkes cuts that one away behind square, that will almost beat them. In fact, it does beat the man. He gets to it. It's driven, that will beat the man. That backward point that runs away. He didn't get all of it. Wasn't quite where he was aiming.
when it comes to learning, developing their game.
4 more. 4, beautifully played by Ben Folkes, up on his toes, stays leg side, punches it through the vacant offside gap. Cut away, that might go all the way. One bounce 4. This time, though, he does find the gap. Beautifully played, punched.
Playing that slightly more patient innings.
We've gone up for it, and he's walked. Ben Folkes has gone. Hit hard. This might be a sign that Jordan Clark is not going to hang around. That was in the slot. Cut away fine. Walking in gingerly at mid-on. That'll be 4 more. Jordan Clark, what an innings this is.
It isn't as much.
Driven down the ground, and that'll be 4. Glorious shot from Sean Abbott. And that's edged towards the deep third boundary. It will trickle away for 4.
Comfortably for some singles.
That will be 4 though. That was a drag down outside leg stump. Make that 4 more. It's gone down the ground and he's found the gap. And there it is. A little jig for joy. Jordan Clark.
First ball of the day. Patterson has the ball. Box on wing. Resuming from last night, Jamie Overton back in the Surrey first team, playing last specialist bat. He's 14. Young Tom Latham before that. Added 16 before the close of play, Daniel.
Yep, and what they're going to be hoping for here, Surrey, is, I mean, in an ideal world, is to get up to 400 if they can. Now, ordinarily, with a county championship side, 8 down, you'd be thinking, against a newish ball, can they get to 350?
Couple of wickets for Patterson yesterday. ambitious. Jackson, folks, a couple of useful scalps for the South African international.
But you know, the way Surrey's batting order goes, Overton and Laws, I mean, they could be 7 and 7 in any other county championship team, couldn't they? So if they can get up to around 400 and then get bowling at Nottinghamshire, we're expecting the weather to get a little bit more cloudy, a bit more assistance for the seamers later on. So they'd love a good first hour here, Surrey.
Yeah, there was plenty there this time yesterday. Inside edge. Starting with a relatively conventional field, couple of slips, a backward point, 2 out for the short ball to the short side of the ground, all the way across the square towards the Archbishop Tennyson School this week.
It really is quite a short boundary. It's not as short as KP's famous, 355, which was about 4 more pitch widths along. But
they were batting in front of the Bedser stand that week, weren't they?
Yep, but the road is in danger of Jamie Overton if he gets one out the screws.
Plenty of chat around Jamie Overton when we were at Leeds last week. Of course, the scene of his one and only Test match, but made it count in terms of the 97 on Test debut at a time where England really needed him as well, batting with Johnny Bairstow.
It was perilous, wasn't it? I think he came in about 55 for 6, something around that mark. And actually, you know, if New Zealand had referred an LBW, he was stone cold.
Yeah, that's right.
When he was only on about 5 or 6, and then proceeded to have that massive partnership with Bairstow. Turn the game. There we go.
Using his feet for the first time, thick edge 4. First boundary of the day, first runs of the day.
Yeah, I did wonder how long Jamie Overton was going to defend, and we got our answer. It was 4 balls.
The point you made before, I mean, 400's got to be front and centre for Surrey to rack up all the batting points here.
Yeah, I mean, the full complement would be 450, but that is highly.
That's far-fetched.
It's far-fetched. It is. I mean, that said, the way Overton and Worrell in particular bat is hugely aggressive, but that won't be what they're targeting. I think they'll be targeting 400.
And Worrell, to be fair, coming off a half-century here at the Oval a couple of weeks ago. Takes it on, no contact. Into the first over, 343 for 8.
Now, what I'm going to be really intrigued by is Brett Hutton. Yesterday, he went off with cramp, we were told. We saw him warming up earlier. I'm just having a look to see if I can see him out there. Because if he's not there...
No, he's there.
Yep, there he is.
Bowling crease.
Yep. And
so he'll start.
It's going to be him from the pavilion end. And this is key here. Because this isn't just about this innings. Colo, if Nottinghamshire need to bowl again, which is highly likely, they're going to require a full complement of seamers. And yesterday, for long periods, they were down to just the 2. Now then, I don't think it's going to be Hutton who's going to bowl it. It's going to be Lyndon James.
Impressive yesterday, James. Picking up 4 for 74. Smith, Latham, Clark, and late in the day, Abbott, who fell about 20 minutes before the close.
As much as his actual wickets, you know, it was the stint he put in. So at the back end of the day, they took that new ball, didn't they, and picked up a couple of what could be key wickets in this match.
3 slips for Laws, his first ball of the day. Playing a miss as well.
And he did that quite a bit yesterday, did James. He was just hanging it outside the off stump, tempting Surrey's batters, and he picked up those 2 late wickets. When Surrey was 6 down and cruising, I think they might have been targeting, if not 450 in the 110, but they might have been targeting 475 and try to go big, just bat the once, because there is a little bit of weather around, as we say. Tomorrow there's expected to be a bit. We got lucky today, though. The forecast rain overnight. Did you get any of it in North London? We got
did.
Very little.
Yep, we did. When doing the nursery run this morning, the pavement was still wet.
We didn't have that. I think it might have just shifted north of the river.
So a couple of takes from Tom Moores early on. I got quite excited by looking through Tom Moores' performance yesterday. 2 excellent catches off the inside edge and 3 more conventional off the outside edge. So 5 catches out of 8 wickets, which is the most ever taken by a wicketkeeper against Surrey for Notts, ever.
Is that right?
Draws him level on 5 with 5 other players. Thanks to Andrew Sampson for this, by the way. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of those were before World War II. Umpires taking a look at the ball here, Daniel.
Now, it's not a very old ball, this one, you know.
Umpires this week, Nigel Long and Rob Bailey. Match referee, Peter Such. But yes, Moores, that is, has a chance to break some records today.
Well,
movement back off the seam. So the most recent wicketkeeper for Notts against Surrey to take 5 catches, well actually it was 4 catches and a stumping, was Chris Reed back in 2003, so 2 decades ago, and the other 4 were in 1890, 1894, 1908 and 1938. That's the kind of thing we like.
I love that. You could get 7 catches here.
Might take a look at the most catches in an innings. The most ever in an innings is 7. So that's in the frame as well. That's back in 1999.
This by a keeper?
That's by a wicketkeeper. That was by Noon against Kent at Trent Bridge.
Now, a man who will be very interested in that will be Mickey Stewart. Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, you can see, opposite us. In 1957, he took 77 catches in a season, including 7 in an innings against Northampton.
And that wasn't as a keeper, if I recall correctly.
Well, that was in the days when Surrey had Laker and Locke, and he might even have been leg slip. You remember those days? I remember talking to Doug Insole about this, of all people. And I asked him, why was it there were so many catches at leg slip and backward short leg in the 50s, off spin? And it was because batters invariably put their bat out in front of their pad. Nowadays the vogue is closer together, so you get like a bat pad. Silly point comes into play more. In those days they play with the bat outside, so a little bit of turn, thin edge. Mickey Stewart, thank you very much.
So a maiden to start for James. 3:43 for 8, Surrey.
So what's going to happen here is it looks to me like Laws is going to play a bit of an anchor role, get himself in. Overton will have a bit more licence here.
Well, Laws developed a bit of a reputation last year, didn't he, as a man who could score quick runs in the Royal London Cup, 4 half-centuries playing as an all-rounder. We've seen this year already with the ball how dynamic he can be. That performance here against Kent on the final day, what became the final day, it was the third morning, wasn't it, where he picked up 5 and was hooping it around corners. So we'll see him trying to replicate that later today.
The other side of it is, I suppose, Surrey are just going to have a little look to see what Northampton's resources are. We haven't seen Brett Hutton yet. He's out there, but we haven't seen him bowl. Shot.
Beautifully played. Overton's second boundary. The first one off the edge. This right out of the screws into the 20s.
Well, that was a shot of some class and authority, wasn't it? Take a look at this again. That's the sort of shot that gets you purring. It also takes out an ankle if you're not careful, if you're the bowler.
And that depth that Surrey enjoys. There's another little stat that I picked up overnight, which I think will have you pairing.
Oh.
Sort of thing that I know just gets you tingling.
Oh, yeah.
It relates to the evenness of Surrey's contributions this season.
Through the batting order and with the ball, just with the bat.
Well, with the ball, it's more of a factor last year with the ball, although it's continued to an extent this year. How's this? Surrey's leading run scorer this year is Jamie Smith. He's made 484 runs. Now that puts him at 13 in the country. Remembering that Division 1, so top of the table, not having a player inside the top 12. Second, Dom Sibley, 483 runs. Third, Ben Folkes, 482 runs.
Oh.
So they're 13th, 14th, 15th.
And Burns has got over 400,
well,
hasn't he?
You got to go first to Sean Abbott, 433 at 54 if you don't mind. 48 yesterday. Adding to that. Then Burns at 401, albeit at a lower average, and then Ollie Pope, he only played a few games, 379 at 54 as well.
He's played the 5, hasn't he?
5 games, yeah. So 484, 483, 482, then 433, 401, and 379.
That is purr-worthy.
I thought so. It was kind of that way last year with the ball, wasn't it, when they had, was it 7 bowlers taking 20 or more wickets?
That's right.
Feels about right. in that championship winning campaign.
It's what you need with international call-ups and the like.
And Surrey enjoy quite a few of those. Using his feet for the second time this morning, up and over the top. Gets plenty of that. All the way for 6.
That's a third bonus point as well. That's a mighty shot, isn't it? So I think we've got our answer. Overton's going to attack. Laws is going to play himself in. And I think they are. They're targeting that 400 inside 110. This will be fun.
Might even be the 450 if Overton gets going and they give him that licence. He's 28 from 32, but 3 boundaries this morning. If they can reach 400 in a timely enough fashion, they can have a little dart at 450.
Well, they've got 68 balls to get 97.
It'll take a lot, but I mentioned before, Laws can put the foot down, and let's not discount Dan Worrell either, who made 51 here against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago, and that was in a hurry. Batting with Sean Abbott primarily there. Short and given the treatment. Still a sweeper out there. Does well to his left. But great timing. Couple more.
Nottinghamshire really stuck at their task yesterday, I thought. It was pretty tough for them. They had to bowl spin at both ends. One, Matt Montgomery's very much an occasional spinner, barely bowled in first-class cricket before. Calvin Harrison put in a really good stretch. But they stuck to their task in the field, Notts.
It's a sub-fielder out there at deep square leg, so we've got to work out who's off. Maybe it is Hutt.
Ball.
Oh, for ball, of course it is. Of course it is. Completes the 99th over. 12 runs coming from it, 355 for 8 the home side.
And later today, we're hoping we're going to get to see Jamie Overton bowl.
For the first time in the whites for a long time, back from a stressy. One of a number of England players that have had that injury in the last couple of years.
He's the kind of player you think, if he can get fit, he feels like a McCullum Stokes pick to me.
Yeah, he's got baseball energy, doesn't he?
He really does. He's done a bit of it this morning already, advancing from 14 to 30.
Caught behind. Thick edge through to the gloves of Moore. Patterson. Make that James, I should say, to start his new over. Gets his 5th wicket, 5-wicket bag. Excellent performance. Under-resourced Nottinghamshire yesterday, and Laws having faced just a couple of balls today. Nicks off for 4. 355 for 9, sorry.
That's exactly how he picked up a couple of wickets late yesterday. The tempter outside the off stump, just a little bit of shape away, which will be pleasing to Surrey's bowlers. Just a little bit of movement, as we see here on the replay, just playing away from his body. No real foot movement. He's furious with himself, Tom Laws. Well, that's clever bowling from James. It's a short boundary away to the offside from the pavilion end to the right-hander.
And that's his first 5-wicket bag in first-class cricket for Lyndon James, well bowled, the 24-year-old. Had a big job to do yesterday. Gave himself a chance picking up the wickets of Smith, second ball, Latham, Clark, Abbott, and now Laws. So some pretty useful names there.
Yeah, he looks pretty stiff, doesn't he, as he walks back there. Put in a heck of a shift yesterday, 23 overs. But this is going to be fun, because there's going to be no anchor in this partnership. Overton and Worrell. If this lasts for 20 minutes, Surrey are going to get up to 400. It could quite easily be over in a flash. But you sort of sense, having watched the live stream yesterday a lot, we got back from Headingley a day early, rolled out of bed, turned on the live stream, lay in a zombified funk watching all day.
This does feel something like the tour game after the test match, doesn't it? Which was common practice in Ashes series of years gone by, where we've been very busy working on the Ashes and returning to the gentle surrounds of the Kia Oval. James to Worrell, his first ball, the number 11, swings straight away, hangs in the air, towards mid-on it goes, and he's gone first ball. It gives James a 6th. Hutton, the man who had the cramp yesterday, looks in some discomfort, but he'll recover from that in a hurry, because Surrey have been dismissed for 355. They were 339 for 8 overnight, but losing Laws and Worrell in consecutive deliveries. James will be on a hat-trick in the second innings, 6 for 74. Fantastic individual performance. They've done what they needed to do this morning, the visitors. They've gone bang, bang. Now they get the chance to bat.
Yep, Surrey have picked up that third bonus point, which was the minimum requirement, really. They'll be a bit disappointed they didn't add more than 16 to their overnight total, but it means they can get cracking with the ball. And you feel, having watched yesterday's play, that 355 is a decent first knock. And this is a really great catch, you know, from Brett Hutton. He was struggling with cramp yesterday. He's not moving very freely. He did very well to shuffle back. 6 or 7 paces, take that coming over his head. It's that brilliant Worrell, though, isn't it? First ball. that is what we like about Dan Worrell.
Clears the front leg, tried to pop him on the moon.
Uncomplicated style.
James here leading them off, and as he should. Career best figures of 6 for 74. As we say, he'll be on a hat-trick the next time that Surrey bat the home side all out for 355. So top score of Jordan Clark. 107 yesterday, his third first-class 100. No other half-centuries, but supporting performances from Abbott, 48, Folks, 46, Sibley, 34, Latham, 29, Jacks, 35. And after a start that saw, at one stage, Surrey at 70 for 4, they'll be pretty happy with that.
They will, and Tom Moore's be happy to get 6 catches in the innings. 6 catches for Moore, 6 wickets for James.
So the most ever for knots against Surrey for a wicketkeeper. There we go.
You were talking about those, you know, the sort of evenness of Surrey partnerships of 66, 60, 77, 97. Little wag down the bottom as well, 19 and 32 there for the 8th and 9th wickets. 355, that feels like a challenging total, especially for a side that's struggling slightly, and there are the bowling figures.
So James a standout, 6 for 74 from 24.4 overs. A couple for Hutton yesterday, picking up Burns and Sibley before lunch. 2 for Patterson in the middle session, Jackson, Folks. The 3 men to get their names in the book.
I do hate those bowling figures, though. It's the number of points. 16.5, 24.4, 19.5.
It could have been worse because Ball finished his 5th over before going off.
That's right, he could have been 4.5.
Well, after his 5th delivery of that over, it looks like he was shot, but he was feeling for his stomach. Bowled one last ball and left the field, so it could have been 4 bowlers with decimal points in there, but not to be. So play to resume in about 8 minutes from now with Surrey 355 all out. The not out man, Jamie Overton, on 30. Looking forward to seeing him bowl shortly. We'll take a brief breather on the live stream, gather our thoughts, and we'll be back with Nottinghamshire's reply to Surrey's 355 all out. So Surrey all out for 355. They took the score from 339 for 8 to all out 355 this morning, adding 16 runs. Jamie Overton not out man on 30. And Dan Worrell, who was dismissed for a first ball duck, is going to get us going from the JM Finn stand end. Ben Slater and the captain, Hasiba Mead, opening for Notts. 3 slips and a gully in position behind the wicket. So a conventional 6-3 field.
And Notts got off to a great start yesterday, picking up Rory Burns off just the second ball, LBW. There was a bit of shape. And having watched the game yesterday, this pitch is, well, it's competitive. You're always in it as a bowler here this season at the Oval.
Slater's high score came last week this season against Somerset, making 70 in the first dig.
There we see it already. Nice shape into the gloves of folks. Hasiba Mead at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, missed out, made a pair last week at Taunton. A couple of starts against Warwickshire in their previous fixture. High score in the season of 97 against Lancs, his former club. So just 3 half centuries for the England international. Outside part of the bat, away for 4, down towards the Bedser stand. Softish hands through about 4th slip.
That was well played by Slate, so I'm going to give him that one. It was edgy, yep, as you say, soft hands guided in that gap between 3rd slip and gully. I've heard an outlandish prediction today already, you know.
Okay.
Game to finish today.
Game to finish today?
Yeah.
Who's advancing that? I don't think our Notts fans listening will appreciate that kind of sentiment.
No. Well, Doyen of BBC Radio London, Mark Church, says what he's seen with this formidable Surrey bowling attack and the pitch. The fact that Surrey have got 5 fit seamers, I mean,
true.
Notts had Surrey in trouble at 70 for 4, and they were missing a bowler at that point, Jake Ball, and they subsequently lost the services of Ben Hutton.
It's worth noting that Notts have Will Young into the side, New Zealand international at 3, and Joe Clark at 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they've got a fine batting lineup.
Yeah, so it's bold.
It's called him Ben Hutton. Who's Ben Hutton?
For Surrey, you mentioned you know, the bowlers they have at their disposal. Worrell's got 31 wickets at 24 in the season, just under 24. Jordan Clark, he's been outstanding. Century yesterday, but 34 wickets with the ball in the top handful in Division 1 at 19. Then you go to Sean Abbott, 27 at 26. He's probably Surrey's player of the year so far when you add that to his runs, averaging 54 with the blade.
He and Jordan Clark have been massive, haven't they? 20 wickets in his last 4 matches, Clark.
So just a boundary off the outside part of the bat to start. Notts 4 without loss after Surrey were all out 355. And then Tom Law, 17 at 20, including the fifer against Kent here in the blazing sun. That would have been back in May, I suppose, before the international started here.
Felix White's in the house.
He's joining us soon.
He is.
He's
He's actually brought me a cup of tea.
Oh.
And he followed my instructions to the absolute letter.
Tea bag in.
Slightly stewy, no sugar.
Okay. Tea bag in's not a universally accepted way of going about things.
No, I mean, I don't know when he put the milk in. That's the key. We'll have to quiz him on that. Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm delighted by its performance so far. I think.
Abbott to start from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end. Haseeb's first ball down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it into the gloves of folks. There's that old story about Jack Russell using 1 tea bag for an entire test match. I always wondered how he did that. So he mustn't have had it in there for long.
Yeah, I think it was yeah. It was like a drive-by. It just went in and out.
Saw Jack Russell on the stream yesterday. He was one of our lunchtime guests.
Talking with Alex Stewart.
Yep.
Vied for the gloves a lot of time in the 90s.
So So the 4 slips for Hamid, and he places it out through about 5th or 6th to get off the mark with a single.
He's a really fascinating player to watch, Hamid. You see him in the field, constantly keeping himself going. Sometimes I saw him when he was playing for England, and he would do these little dances, standing at sort of short fine leg or mid-wicket, and just to keep his concentration going. And if you just keep your eye on him at the non-striker's end, he'll always be doing something. He's never entirely still. Currently shadow batting.
Had a really interesting career, hasn't he, Hasib Hamid? Bursting onto the scene the way he did with 4 Division 1 centuries in 2016. Got the winter tour, so impressive in India before breaking his finger. 4 slips as well with Slater on strike. Then those years in the wilderness. Was there a season, was it 2018 when he averaged 10 or something?
Yes,
like that
for Lancashire.
Before he had one more year with Lancs, made a sparkling century to begin the 2019 campaign against Middlesex. I was there that day. Freezing cold day. He was flawless, and everyone thought, well, he's back in business. But within a year, he'd been released and moved clubs, and had such a good time of it through 2020 and 2021 that he got back into the Test side. Went on an Ashes tour, open throughout. Lost his spot in the pecking order. Really struggled in Australia after a halfway decent start there. He just ran into the Australian quicks in their conditions.
Well, it's unforgiving there, isn't it? When things go a bit wrong in Australia, it's a little bit like bankruptcy. It happens gradually, and then all of a sudden.
Who did I hear? Someone said that to you the other week, didn't they? This came up on our Test coverage the other week, I reckon.
Four slips in place. I'm liking this.
Averaging only 21 through the campaign. The left-hander leaves alone here.
A Kookaburra ball, Colin.
Oh, yes, of course.
Kookaburra ball.
The Kookaburra ball.
And you are more the expert on the Kookaburra ball than I am.
It's
your neck of the woods.
It is. The majority of my life was bowling with the Kookaburra ball before coming over here.
What are its characteristics? It stays harder longer, does it?
No.
No, for the unforgiving Australian climate, you would imagine.
The seam gets suppressed very quickly.
Right.
You've got to work on it to keep one side shined up. They're not as dark as the Dukes either, are they? Abbott completing his first over.
Hints of orange.
Just a single from it, 5 without loss. So an even 350 behind Surrey's first innings tally of 355.
I'm going to get out of the way. I think it's time for
you're
Felix.
Done?
Yeah,
I didn't realise we were doing it so quickly.
Well, he was down for 11:30. I've already eaten 3 of his minutes, I think.
Okay, Daniel.
I've gorged on Felix time.
You can tell the story of the Bulawayo later today. The commentators just...
Yes, I will.
Until then. So if you're just joining our coverage and wondering why Surrey aren't batting, because they didn't last long. They were only out there for a couple of overs this morning, moving from 339 for 8 to all out 355. Laws and Worrell falling in consecutive deliveries, giving Lyndon James his best career figures of 6 for 74. 3 slips in a gully for Worrell. Good morning to Felix White.
Morning, Colo. Dan, I've left the tea bag in because he said well stewed, so I interpreted that as leaving it in. Is that what you meant? For the benefit of the record, he's kissing his fingers, chef's kiss, in the background, which fills me with satisfaction.
I was asked a question by my parents last night, who are out here in England at the moment. They were here for my wedding and they've stuck around for a holiday. I'm all excited about things that I miss about Australia. And one thing I do miss a little bit is the water in a cup of tea. For some reason, I don't know if you can take this as well, the water here in a cup of tea means that there are occasionally a few little, what would you call it? It feels like little bubbles at the top. I'm not sure if it's a London thing or all across.
What, like tap water?
Yeah, tap water here just doesn't have the same
clarity
as it does.
I've never heard that perspective.
It's a small one, but it is something that I notice. Worrell from Australia as well on the angled run-up.
Nice.
That's old school. I love it.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Adam, because you know why he's got an angled run-up, don't you?
I'm going to guess it's backyard related.
Yes, correct. I tell this story pretty much every single time on the comms, so it's good we get it out of the way early. He grew up with a tree in his back garden, so he literally had to run around it to bowl at his brothers, I think.
Right.
Which creates this sort of Dominic Cork angle.
But I mean, it was the standard run-up for such a long time. You think about it's driving away from me, it doesn't quite beat cover. You know, think about watching Test cricket in the 90s. The standard run-up was on something of an angle. And
Is that right?
Yeah, it's when the biomechanists got their hands on cricket teams, when they had them running in a straight line.
Okay.
That's why it feels like a throwback. I mean, if you Merv Hughes, for example, or Bob Willis, Dominic Corcuros already, Damien Fleming, who I've been working with on the Test coverage the last couple of weeks, they all ran in on a similar angle to this.
That's fascinating. Because you're right, there's something nostalgic about watching Dan Worrell bowl, and that's what it is, isn't it? It's that we grew up watching bowlers running at that angle.
And he loves playing over here. He put up this delightful LinkedIn post a couple of months ago when he received his county cap, because it's a big deal, right? So he left the Australian system. He did play for Australia 3 one-days back in 2016 in South Africa. So he did reach that level.
Sure.
And he made his mind up that he was going to try and become not only a county pro, but in theory at least qualify for England. Last ball left alone, maiden complete 5 without loss after 3 the visitors. So he had the option to do one of 2 things, well, 3 things really. Stay in Australia and remain a South Australian quick, where the pecking order is, as you know, very, very deep in Australian fast bowling, and the probability of an old-fashioned swing bowler getting picked is not high for Australia, just due to the way that the pitches are made down there and all the rest of it.
Sure.
He has access to an Irish passport as well, so that there was an option there at his disposal. I think Cricket Island explored that with him. Or coming and going full-time as an England pro, which precludes him from playing in Australia because he needs to be here for too much of the year. I'll explain why as Abbott begins a new over. Defended into the onside by Slater. So he needs to play, he needs to be in the UK for 3 years consecutively for 240 days.
Right.
So that means that he can't really go back and play for South Australia, not enough time.
Sure.
And because
he physically needs to be in there, not even cricket related, he just needs to be in the country.
That's the qualification process. You might remember Jofra Archer did exactly the same thing,
yeah.
Albeit he thought he was going to have to do it for 7 years, and then, funnily enough, the rules changed just before the 2019 World Cup, and the rest is history there.
If you can bowl 90 plus...
Change the rules.
Yes.
To be fair, the England qualification then was a bit extravagant. The 7 years was excessive, I think. But yeah, 3 years broadly in line with other countries around the world. So Worrell, who, you know, he's not an old man. He's check his age here, but he's still in his early 30s. In fact, he turned 32 yesterday, Dan Worrell.
Wait, so you're saying to me that technically Dan Worrell now, having played for Australia quite recently, should he bowl incredibly well this summer, he could play a 5th Ashes Test for England. Technically,
he hasn't made it through the 3 year process.
Okay, there we go.
I think he might be in. Hit on the pad, but not going anywhere. I think he might be nearing the end of his 2nd year of that restriction.
Okay.
That restricted time. So he
got you.
He played a year for Gloucestershire, then went back to Australia and played in the Sheffield Shield, then retired effectively from Australian cricket, and started with Surrey on a 3-year contract last year. And he's dominated, of course. They win the comp with him leading the attack with Chemo Roach last year and got them to the top of the list again this year. 31 wickets already in the campaign.
Being an Australian who spends a lot of his time in England, Adam, is that frowned upon in Shield cricket? Would you know?
It doesn't happen often. I think the difference, lovely bit of bowling there from Abbott, just drifting back towards that middle and leg stump line, is that he's got access to a British passport. The difference when you...
Sure.
There were bowlers who came over here. The most obvious one's Dwayne Olivier.
Yeah.
He came over as a Colpack player, played for Yorkshire, went out and did an interview in the press where he said he wished to play for England. The problem is he never had access to a British passport, so there was no route to actually starting the ball running. Whereas Worrell's got one. He's a dual citizen, so he's already over that first rather high hurdle. Nice soft hands from Slater into the turf, past the diving Overton. It'll run away for 4 as well. Just open the blade, Slater. His 2nd boundary, 9 without loss.
We got a good little battle here, haven't we? Because you do sense that having... I didn't watch a lot of yesterday, but it feels like it's that kind of wicket where Notts could find themselves down 5 down in a hurry. And at the Oval, Abbott, Worrell, Laws, Overton. There are so many... Jordan Clark, so many different seam options that it never relents here. The
toughest part is working out who gets the new ball in this lineup. Abbott finishes here. Well bowled again.
What?
9 without loss after 4.
This is the problem Surrey have got at the moment, Adam, is that they don't know who's got the new ball and they don't know who's batting 5 to 10. It could be in any order. That's the strength in depth. Because Jordan Clark got 100 from 7 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's batted 5 earlier this year. He could conceivably be batting 10 when you look at the batting lineup. Overton looked like he was stopped in his tracks just this morning, didn't he? He looked set.
And Abbott, who's got 433 runs at 54 this season.
I mean, he is. I know you're talking on the final word, which I'm enjoying a lot, by the way.
Thank you.
About Nessa. But Abbott's got a shout, hasn't he?
Short ball, wants to take it on, pulls out. Yeah, I think the fact that it was Abbott and Nisa brought into the squad before the World Test Championship final, but they stuck with Nisa, who I should say has been released to Glamorgan to play this week, which makes sense. They've got that opportunity to let him get a 4-day game in if they choose to turn to him for either Old Trafford or the Oval. Improbable as it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that Abbott was there with him shows where he's held.
Yeah.
In that pecking order, right towards the top. And that's the big three aren't getting any younger. Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark.
Oh.
Nice shape, really nice shape there from Worrell.
Have you, I know it's been frantic, so you probably won't have done, but have you thought about your Australian 11 for the 4th test yet?
A little bit. Well, I should say on the way through to that England have just released their squad, so I should reveal that rather boring news because, of course, the squad's exactly as you should anticipate.
No, let's do that.
Anticipate it to be. I'll read it out to you. Stokes, Owen Ali, Anderson, Bairstow, Broad, Brook, Crawley, Duckett, Lawrence, Robinson, Root, Tongue, Wokes and Wood, so the same 14. Unchanged from the players that were at Leeds. Tucked away for his second single there, Hamid.
Yep, so that's as we expect. So what do you imagine the Australians will do? Will there be some sort of reaction? There's some questions to be answered. Firstly, how does Green get back in when Marsh had such a good test?
I think I've worked it out.
Go on.
I think I've worked out how they play both of them. Took me a couple of days to get there, and via quite an extravagant diversion.
I can't wait to hear this.
I went on a fairly decent gallop yesterday on the podcast and elsewhere, and I've realised in doing so that it actually is the way that Green plays, acknowledging that Marsh making a ton last week will be hard to drop. Again, good carry through to the gloves of folks.
Cricket.
Good so far. Good battle, as you say, Felix. Yeah, I think that if Todd Murphy, if they get to Manchester and they don't believe spin's going to be a major part.
Yep.
And noting that they didn't turn to Todd Murphy too often through the test match last week. 2 overs out of the 50 that they sent down in the 4th innings on Saturday and Sunday. If they can get away with at Manchester playing just a part-time spinner, akin to what England did at Lords with Joe Root when Moeen wasn't available,
which would be head.
Which, well, my first thought was this. My first thought was this.
Oh, hello.
Last year,
here he comes.
And this is extravagant, and I know this is outside the box, but last year at Gaul, when they wanted to lengthen the batting lineup, they nearly picked Maxwell to bat at 8, and Maxwell's playing for Warwickshire. He's playing for Warwickshire.
He said it already. I can't believe I've been in commentary for 10 minutes. He's already putting Maxwell in the Australian 11.
I'm not putting him in there. I'm just saying this is how I get to Green.
Come on.
Right?
Okay, sorry. Go
so
on.
my thinking was that, well, if they're not going to need much of a spinner, if they need a spinner who can bowl a few overs but won't necessarily have to be a front liner, as Worrell finishes here. Slated defensively once more. 1 from the over, 10 for none after 5. Then they could theoretically have their 4 quicks still. Big 3, presumably Hazelwood replacing Boland. So Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood.
Yep.
Green into the side as 6, replacing Marsh under that configuration.
Sure.
And have enough fat to have someone batting beneath Carey at 8 to lengthen the batting lineup, thus Maxwell to play as the notional spinner. Now, this all started yesterday. This all happened yesterday when he was picked to play for Warwickshire unexpectedly. I've subsequently learnt that this isn't some sort of grand plan by the Aussie squad. They've not asked him to play for that reason necessarily. As Abbott starts a fresh set.
I'm just going to write this down as you're explaining it to me, Adam.
Yeah, so the way, that's one way it could theoretically work. But the more I thought about it, the probability of them selecting Maxwell, unless he, he's batting at 7, he's carded to bat 7 in that game against Kent, and they've already knocked him over for about 140. So he may not get a chance to bat.
Okay.
As long as otherwise might be the case. But if he were to make runs and take wickets, and that could be a smoky, that could be a bolter.
Oh, I would love that to happen.
However, as the 4 slips White Hamid drives with hard hands to extra cover, no run. The more realistic way they could use that little bit of flexibility is Travis Head to do the role that I'm describing there as the spinner who doesn't need to do an awful lot.
Yes.
And bat Carey at 8, Green at 7, Marsh at 6.
Lovely.
And that would be deep as well.
That feels like they bat very deep, especially if 9 and 10 would be Stark Cummins then.
Indeed. So either way, Australia have the chance to bat someone who's a legitimate batter at 8. And we've seen how important lower order runs have been in the Ashes series so far. For the most part, relatively low scoring as well. Certainly was last week. So there is some flexibility there. I think that they wouldn't have had if Lyon was playing. And of course, they'd rather have Lyon set and forget. But in the absence of him, the question becomes how much of an influence do they think that Murphy will have? How much of an influence do they think Murphy will need to have? We saw last year at Manchester, it was all about seam, wasn't it?
Well, there's a couple of interesting things to raise from that. Firstly, wonder whether they'll be looking at England and thinking, actually, with Wokes and everyone in that side, they were better balanced to chase a total, weren't they? So Wokes coming in at 8, rather than Broad coming in at 8 is a big difference.
Well, that was the difference between Lords and Leeds, absolutely. And they cited that before picking Wokes, didn't they? They saw Moeen and Wokes being a more balanced lineup rather than having to use Broad at 8 and Robinson at 9. And we saw how quickly... I know Broad did a job at Lords in the second innings, but across the last 5 or 6 years, there's been diminishing returns from Broad. So he's a spot too high or even too high at 8. So Wokes helped with that and batted so well for 32 not out on Sunday.
Right, so Australia might be thinking, let's ape that to a degree.
Yeah, that's right, with the idea that lower order runs could end up being decisive. And in a series where all 3 test matches have been what do they call the Association of Cricket Historians and Statisticians describe as a close finish, which is 3 with a margin of 50 or fewer runs or 3 or fewer wickets. All 3 have been resolved as close tests so far. That's the first time in Ashes history the first 3 have gone that way.
That's great, isn't it? Because of course in 2005 the first test wasn't close particularly.
Right. Then it got hot. Down the leg side again. Hamid doesn't quite catch up with it. Maiden bowled, 10 for none. How about you? I mean, we've all been drawn into this, drawn into the 2005 comparisons, not least me, but I mean, you have a nice... the way you interpret the game, you're quite emotionally invested in the way things play out from week to week.
Yeah.
Are you feeling that 2005 energy at the moment?
Do you know what? Obviously, there is that similarity, and we all want it to be that. What I've picked up on actually is that this summer, and you'll know this, Adam, it almost has its own laws now, where you feel like the teams have unlearnt getting too far ahead of each other. So the little things that just sort of develop inside the summer, where you were saying you can't drop 19 catches and win a test match.
Round the wicket, change of angle for Worrell.
Love that. Well, this summer maybe you can. It's got its own sort of defined characteristics, and that, like, the tipping point of that for me was Smith's shot, right bang in the middle of the series, almost exactly in the middle of the series, where it was that moment in the arm wrestle where you felt Australia taking it away now, you can't paper over the cracks anymore, and he plays that shot, and as he walks off you just had that feeling in the ground that no individual player is going to be able to wrestle out of, do you know what I mean, just the rhythm of this series now. It's just set in stone.
It's like any time one side gets too far ahead, there's an automatic check on that.
Exactly.
Which has been great. As you say, the momentum shifts have been unbelievable. I mean, you know, you think of a really good test match where you don't know which side's ahead from day to day, and overnight plays a role in that. This is session to session, hour to hour.
Love it.
Where
I love
it's difficult to determine who's ahead. I mean, WinViz is a controversial measure, right? I get that. Backward looking, and I know that it's not without its challenges as an algorithm and all the rest of it. However, just plays the wrong line there. Extra movement, extravagant movement from Worrell. Comes back towards the off stump, and again, really good take from Ben Foakes, as you'd anticipate, behind the stumps.
I love this angle that he creates, Worrell, when he comes around.
That's not far away at all. They could have easily run into the off stump. Flush or via the inside edge of Slater. Get the reverse angle. That must have been close. Oh yeah, would have hit the fourth stump out the ground.
That's smart coming that far around the wicket, isn't it? Because if you look at his release point, it's far right hand side, isn't it? Creating that angle.
Nice sidearm action. That's a better leave. But yeah, the rhythm that you're describing there, the momentum, WinViz is measuring that pretty well, because you see sides, the who's winning, if you like, on that.
Yeah.
I know it's always very hard to determine in cricket, as it should be. It's a frustrating question to answer when someone asks you who's winning the test match. Well, who's ahead in the test match? If you simply use WinViz, it's been all over the place, and yeah, that's what's contributing to the fun.
Let me ask you a question. You'll know this. Bit high. What is WinViz? Is it a machine? Is it a calculator? Where does it come? Because in my head, when I'm talking about it, it's like someone's like manually like do you know what I mean? Like reeling a thing that looks like a sort of boiler in the background of a commentary box.
I'd love it to be that. I'm pretty sure that's how the ICC rankings work. The ICC player
feeding paper in.
Oh, that's just what's the best storyline, I reckon. The ICC player rankings. I don't have a lot of faith in them. It's Worrell finishes here.
Oh,
chasing a slightly wider one, but placing it to point. 10 for none. Another maiden. Building pressure here. Surrey just 10 runs from the first 7 overs for Notts. Yeah, the best way I can explain WinViz is that it's backward looking, so it takes in all of the variables that have happened before with those players at that ground. In that series, form lines and all the rest of it, and it builds it in and it spits out a number.
Yes.
So it's not trying to say that this will happen. It's saying that from here, 65% of the time, the probability is X or Y.
Sure.
So it does cop a whack, I think, because it gets a little bit misunderstood. It's not meant to be a projection. It's meant to be a reflection of what's happened before, to the extent that's possible. Abbott started well. Playing a miss here. Hamid throwing his hands at one he shouldn't have. 2 from 18, pressure building, 3 maidens in a row.
It's fascinating to watch him, because he's looked until that shot in pretty good order, but his feet tend to go nowhere sometimes, which the problem he got himself into in Test cricket, wasn't it? So sometimes he can be a bit flat-footed, and it just feels like it creeps in occasionally there, where he just stands and wafts.
He's got to get through this tough passage of play. Notts need Hamid. Acting captain this week.
Of course, yeah. Mullaney pulled out, didn't he?
Yep. Just again, forcing off the back foot. Hamid this season, he's averaging 28. He's got 3 half centuries, a best of 97. That was far earlier in the season. He made that against Lancashire, his old county, at home at Trent Bridge, a pair last week against Somerset.
I wonder how it all psychologically plays out, firstly, watching what's unfolding on TV and then coming back to county cricket.
So knowing that he was, the last time they played, he was the incumbent opener. Yeah. There are a couple of players like that who have now found themselves outside of the main frame. For example, at Surrey, of course, there was Rory Burns opening with Hasib and Dom Sibley until just before that was the incumbent opener. And I love the way that Sibley played against Kent in that gigantic chase of 500 plus a couple of weeks ago. He's not going to surrender his natural advantage.
Beautiful.
Which is crease occupation in favour of keeping up with the Joneses, so to speak.
Loved it. What stubbornness, what beautiful stubbornness to be like, no, if anything, I'm going the other way.
410 balls for his 140 knot, batting all the way through. Edge and over the top, a second slip for 4. You could feel that building. Abbott getting a lot right for the 3rd time in the over. Hasib's tried to play off the back foot through the offside. Bit of extra bounce there from the Australian. Over the top of the cordon for 4. 14 for none.
That's your shot. That's what you feel Surrey is searching for. His feet just stuck in mud a little bit and just having to go outside the off stump. It's 4 slips in for a reason, and they're very close actually. 4 slips incredibly close.
Probably over the shortest of the 4 as well in Tom Latham, the New Zealand international.
Do you know what I mean? His feet just seem to get a bit stuck sometimes when he's out of rhythm.
Sibley at first. Jacks at 3rd and Overton at 4th, with Latham in there at 2nd. The Surrey cordon. That's more like it defensively down the pitch.
Interestingly, Overton's come a little bit deeper, but initially in the innings he was fielding incredibly shallow, almost as close as it would warrant having a helmet actually, really close in there.
Both Overton twins have great hands, don't they, in the cordon. You don't expect it from blokes who are 6'6" or whatever it works out to be in old money, but seen Craig Overton take some stunning catches in the cordon for Somerset.
Yeah, good point.
Again, 4 forcing the point to finish. So just the boundary coming from it, 14 for none. Talking about sort of strategic structural shifts in the two Ashes sides before. With England, I wonder whether they take a beat and reevaluate the wicket-keeping situation. And I don't want to get stuck into Johnny Bairstow. We all love Johnny.
Here we go.
This isn't really a Johnny Bairstow conversation.
Yep.
It's more about sort of helping him, himself, help the team. Last year at 5, he was invincible. He started this series with a run of ball 77 before he wicket kept. I think that's quite an important reference point. And since he's taken the gloves, there have been dramatically diminishing returns and a couple of poor dismissals this week at Leeds. And he ended up getting shuffled back from 5 to 7 in the middle of the game because they decided to go back to Brook at 5 and Moeen Ali went up to 3 for the chase, leaving alone good length to leave there from Slade, 8 from 27. Yeah, the shift that, of course, England could make is to go to folks and to go back on the decision they made before the Ireland Test match at the beginning of the summer. But I suppose to do that would deny them the chance to play both Moeen at 7 and Wokes at 8. So it's a tough one. Do you at this point acknowledge that the best wicketkeeper is not playing, and that is costing them, which it is objectively with the number of opportunities that Bairstow's missed?
Someone sneezed so loud then in the ground.
Through the effects mic. But yeah, this might be the time, like 9 days off. It would have been hard to have made a call like that 3 days between Lords and Leeds, but now with this extra time to breathe and think, and we all need that, I reckon.
Yeah, we do.
Whether they go, right, last 2, we want to make sure that we give ourselves the best chance of taking every opportunity, go back to folks and let Bairstow go up the order without the gloves.
Well, I think we all feel like they're not going to do that. There hasn't been any signs that they will.
Short, out towards deep square where there is a couple of men back, but doesn't quite go the journey, the long side of the ground this week, out towards the Peter May stand.
This feels like the battle here. It really does. Like, it's just starting. They haven't really got away at all, have they? And you're just starting to sense that frustration here.
Do you reckon? Do you think that the fact that there is extra time might help the folks' case? And all I mean by that is just like take the sting out of this. Everyone's going away on a holiday for a couple of days. You know, the Australian team are all over Europe right now. Just getting time away from cricket. Whether McCullum and Key and Stokes might go, right, you know, we all want Bairstow in the team. We want him to be making the runs he was last year, or at least a higher percentage of them that he has in the series. And the best way to get that is to pull the folks lever, even if it means having to squeeze one of the top 6 out.
My only feeling, from a folks' perspective, is which the thing that hasn't been talked about much is it's a tough situation for folks to come into now. That's missing
trending down the leg side.
It's not a given that he's going to come straight into this test side, having been sort of semi-gaslit across the summer, and catch everything. You know?
No, but I mean that's a lot in life of a wicketkeeper, right? It's always a highly pressurised environment, and Folks is a pretty level-headed dude.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be necessarily the issue. It would be acknowledging that they might have got it wrong with Bairstow, and we know they don't like to make those types of concessions, and fair enough, they like to give players a lot of lead time. There's that old idea of leaving a player out after one too many tests, not one too few, which is fine. And whether it does just make that balance in the lower middle order different, because they would be, by definition, having to leave out one of their existing top 7.
It's a really interesting observation you make that Bairstow made his 70-odd before he wicket kept. That's fascinating, isn't it?
I mean, correlation, causation, you know, it's never that clear in cricket. It's Worrell finishes. It's a pretty good shot in the end. Whippy, all wrists from Hamid. In the early part of his career, he was known for that stroke. Moves to double figures. 9 overs gone, 19 for none knots.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Get a second look here, Fee.
Well, running in at that angle again, and he's just lent. Oh, it's a lovely shot.
Tasty.
Nice to see that back in his game, isn't it?
Just closed the face of the bat at the perfect time, right out the middle, and saw that gap at mid-wicket. Short side of the ground, didn't need to overhit it. Really good batting.
Oh,
through the cordon.
I was just going to say, Adam, doesn't that fourth slip, Jamie Overton there, feels so close.
Yes, it'll make for an interesting replay. We're behind the cordon from our end, so we'll get a second look here to see where it landed exactly. Just from the body language, it didn't look like it carried. Abbott starting his new over. Get any replay of that? Yeah, I think was it a drop catch? I'm not sure. It landed just before, but yeah, as you say, with the stagger. Are we able to get it back next ball, just to be sure? We can't get it. And interesting that they've now taken fourth slip out for Hamid, who in the previous over did edge one over the top of the cordon. Bit of extra airspeed from Abbott here. Well worked.
Where's fourth slip gone?
Out to cover.
Right, okay.
So good depth on that shot, or waiting. Enough time for 2 for Hamid. 22 for none.
Mate, what have you made of the county champ this year? I was just before we got incredibly distracted by how frantic the Ashes have been. I was really enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been of the view that county championship 4-day cricket getting a really nice window before the test summer is a good thing.
Yes.
I know that there's a different view there, and I accept that there are lots of different competing views when it comes to the structure of English cricket. I don't want to get too deep into that. Again, throwing his hands at it, Hamid, but straight to ground, one out to point. But yeah, the shot window that it gets and the amount of cricket that teams play back to back to back, especially for the England internationals or those trying to advance their case. Saw last year Matty Potts played 6 games on the trot. He was nowhere near the top of the pile and found himself in the test side by the time the first test arrived against New Zealand. I like that, and the streams have become an increasingly big part of that conversation as well, haven't they? That the streaming services that were just getting moving before the pandemic, then in 2020 we all went behind closed doors for the Bob Willis Trophy and able to watch streams like this, and the improvements have continued since. Out through square leg for 4. So Slater's third boundary, couple behind point, but this one just off his hip, well worked, up to 14. 27 for none.
Yeah, that's been really interesting with the streams, isn't it? But that sense of, which we wouldn't have a metric for before, but when games get close, everyone locks in on them.
Sure.
So you have that sense that the whole country is sort of living their lives alongside the county cricket, but when there's a little moment happening, we all lock in.
Yeah, and the fact that they're free to access,
yeah,
there might be 1 or 2 that have got some paywalls associated with it, but for the most part, you can just jump into YouTube, as everyone is today, or past the edge. Hasn't been many that have beaten Slater's edge so far, but just on that angle, hits the seam, wobble seam from Abbott as well, well bowled.
They've been a little bit scratchy at time, Knots, but I actually expected them to cause more balls to be going past the outside edge like that.
It's been a good start.
It has been.
Gritty start, had to get through it. Tough interrogation for 9.5 overs. But yeah, it feels like start of the season gets a lot of attention. Then the games in the middle of the season, which are very important, but played largely alongside the Blast.
Yeah.
So important because we're playing in June and July when we're into the middle of the summer, more or less. Edged and reaches second slip. Latham makes no mistake. So Slater hit a boundary earlier in the over, but again, Abbott just able to hit the seam and move away, gets his reward. Nottinghamshire, 27 for 1.
That's the ball. That's where we thought the areas would be all morning from Surrey, and he's just nicked off in quite habitual fashion for an Abbott wicket. That Latham, as he took that catch to his right, there was a sense of relief to that because did you see the catch he took against Lancashire, where it was like a bullet, where it was almost self-protection. He went so quickly at his head at second slip that he actually didn't surface from the catch for a while. So when he was taking that catch low to his right, it just felt like, oh, okay, this is obligatory slip catch. I know how to take these.
And not always easy for a second slip to know when to jump across in front of first slip, but yeah, time the dive well. A lot of experience, Latham, of course. He's been a wicket keeper for many years in international cricket at different times as well. And that gives Surrey an early incision.
Here's a little Knots are going to be, sorry Adam, Knots are going to be so mindful that their bowler's down, aren't they? So they're going to have to bat a long time here, and this is the moment here. Young, Clark, Hamid, they're going to have to do the bulk of the work, you'd imagine.
And for Abbott, that's his 28th wicket of the campaign to go with as you said before, 433 runs. Brilliant all-round performance here as the Australian pro, overseas pro.
What a season he's having. Incredible.
100 in the T20 Blast as well, of course.
Is this the season of his career, would you say?
I think it would be. I mean, he's been really close with New South Wales to break into the Test side on a couple of occasions, but they do value performances when playing in the championship, selectors that is, so his stocks continue to rise as Will Young walks out for the first time for Notts. Having toured England a couple of times as a Test player with New Zealand. 3 slips for him. First ball, Mead on strike, Young down the other end, so after the wicket's fallen. So 30 years of age, Young.
Feel honoured to have witnessed that. His first ball for Notts.
Not quite, I got it wrong. Young's down the other end.
I'm getting all smitten.
I've just momentarily lost my balance. Don't have all the same toys as we have when doing international cricket here. That's okay. It's my bad.
You should have left me in that safe bubble.
But yes, Will Young
told everyone when I got home.
6 half-centuries for New Zealand at Test level across 13 matches. One of those was against England at Edgbaston a couple of years ago. Down the leg side, I heard a little noise there, not to be. Folks does well away to his left. So you think that, just to go back and go full circle before we move on, that England will, in all probability, dance with the one that brung them and stick with Bairstow, even if it is with that elevated degree of risk of chances going down?
The thing that I imagine they're going to do is they're going to feel like it's going to have too many consequences in Johnny's head to take the gloves off him now.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot, isn't
Again,
it?
That timing from Hamid, we saw it in the previous over from this end where he was able to pick a ball up and take it through mid-wicket from the off-stump line or just outside the off-stump. That's where he's so strong. All wrists, he's 17.
The trademark of Royal season is that he's been able to swing the ball in a more exaggerated fashion than the rest of the Surrey pack this season. It hasn't really moved for him that much, has it, this morning? So that you could sense that there, but yeah, that's a lovely shot. That's classic Hamid, that, isn't it?
Yeah, might have been a bit more middle stump line than off stump in the previous over, but the result's the same through mid-wicket, up to 17. Yeah, interesting point you raise about the idea of what it would do to Bairstow by taking the gloves off him. I mean, have we reached the stage when, with Bairstow, knowing what his ceiling is, very, very high ceiling, that they can't afford to use the kid gloves with him?
Yeah.
Like, you know, we actually have seen this cycle before where he's been very productive.
We have.
The debate around the gloves, do you want to mess with Johnny?
Yeah.
You can't take the gloves away from him. Then his batting goes downhill.
Yeah.
Then he gets dropped anyway.
So it's almost patronising in some way to have that attitude towards him, you think?
I think it's made sense to be careful. Like, you don't want to eat into his confidence too much, but like this has been a long-running soap opera. We're into about year number 8 of it, about will he keep, won't he keep, etc., etc. There is a way.
They could have just freed us from that conversation by just not doing that.
They had. This is the point. They actually found a rhythm with Bairstow and folks working in concert. And the other thing to consider is the considerable injury that Bairstow had last year into this year with the broken leg, which a number of former players have noted about his movement behind the wicket. Again, through the onside, just behind square from Hamid. Won't get 4 for it, but will get 2. Has to run hard for the second, but 3 comfortably. Now, the busy over for not 6 runs coming from it, 33 for 1 after 11.
You mentioned that Jack Russell was in yesterday on the commentary, but last time I was on last week for Lancs game, Jack was in, and Alex Stewart came in, and we had a chat about wicket keeping in lunch break, which was brilliant. But that was exactly that conversation, and unsurprisingly, Jack Russell believes that Ben Foakes should have played this summer. But it was an interesting conversation, actually.
It's like we've gone full circle on that, haven't we? With the when Jack Russell, as he pointed out in that conversation, he played more Test matches than Bradman, I think he said there. So it's not as though he was denied opportunities necessarily. But when the debate with Alex Stewart, who of course was a prolific England player for such a long time, but his average did drop when keeping, as they all do. It's very rare that you see someone given the gloves and their average improve. Kumar Sangakkara is the best example of a player flourishing without that extra responsibility. Young's first ball.
Here's a question for you. Will Ben Foakes play more Tests than Don Bradman?
Probably find it hard to do so. If he played now, I'll have a quick look. Will there be a boy born who can?
Yas in the background saying yes. He's saying yes, Yas.
Will there be a boy born who can run faster than a shark? I don't know.
Sorry, I'll ask that question a bit later.
That's more third session energy, really.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, yes.
So Folks has played 20 times for England at test level. Bradman played, of course, 52 tests for Australia.
Oh.
So Folks is now, what is he? He's 30. So, yeah, he'll be within touching distance if the pendulum swings his way again, given how much test cricket England play each year.
So I'm just throwing to Ben Folks in 20 years' time, having been messed around exactly like Jack Russell has been, being able to say in interviews in 30 years' time, well, I played more tests than Bradman.
There's another thing about Folks that I think gets forgotten about last summer.
Go on.
Oh. Down the leg side, helps it down to fine leg for 4. Bat or Pat? Bat. Given his run, so Young off the mark with a boundary, 1 for 37.
If this
37 for 1, depending on where you went to school.
Sorry, I don't love it when you say that. Pleasure to be next to you when you say that. If this had been his first knock for knots, that would have been his first runs for knots.
They are his first runs.
Oh, they are his first runs for knots.
My point was he wasn't on strike in the previous over. Sorry, I misled you twice. The double malarkey.
So can I revert back to being honoured to seeing Will Young's first runs for knots?
You can. That works. It's good. It all lines up. Has played over in England before. He had a previous county stint somewhere else. Anyway. Yeah, so the bit of the Folks story that gets lost, I think it's the forgotten test match in the Bazball era, actually. It was Manchester last year.
Go on. When
England got in a bit of trouble early on. 4 slips. And a short leg, I should say, for Young early on. And they... I can't remember exactly what they were when Folks walked in, but it was no better than about 70 for 5 or thereabouts. And he and Stokes bat beautifully together for a partnership that's worth in excess of 150. And they weren't, air quotes, Bazballing in the slightest. They were batting relatively conservatively to put England into a strong position. Both made centuries. Folks was player of the match. So, you know, there's a win in that sequence that doesn't have the same flair to it with the bat. And it happens to be the one that Folks saluted and was vital, and we talked about it before. Runs down the list in this series so far have been like gold dust.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were saying earlier in the Australian situation is that maybe Australia would look to go with a sort of part-time spinner, and at the beginning of the Headingley test you felt like, oh, but that's quite a simple equation actually. If Mo doesn't play, Folks comes in at 7 and everyone lives happily ever after. But Mo, in his own way, has now sort of started to play a role in this series where he's taken those Smith and Labuschagne wickets, albeit of their doing a little bit, and now he's that counterpoint at 3. So can they drop him?
Also only conceded 2 runs and over in that spell. Down the leg side to finish, and Young will retain the strike down to long leg. He's 5 to Mead 19, 38 for 1 after 12, remembering that Surrey were all out for 355 in the 3rd over of play on this second morning at the Keir Oval. That what felt to be the logical way of making it work, because the conversation back in June or May before the Ireland test was, well, there's just not enough room for Folks. He's been squeezed. There's no spot in the top 7. It's a conundrum. We're not going to remove an opener. Then they got the chance to do it, but they wanted Moeen, and Moeen, to his enormous credit, held up an end. 34 runs from 17 overs in that spell, in addition to getting the 2 big Australian wickets. Batter error, but you've got to be building pressure to create those kind of errors. And Moeen, who in the first test at Edgbaston went at a pretty high run rate. He was at economy rate.
He did, didn't he?
5s, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So he's improving, as you'd expect for a guy who didn't bowl the red ball for 2 years. Still, what a staggering story that all is. You know, one text message, the knock-on of that into now having 200 test wickets, which seemed impossible when he said last year to the England management that he didn't want to go to Pakistan. That was the chance for him to return. He wasn't interested in touring or any of that, but playing a pretty important role against Australia at home.
That's just made me think. I wonder how many text messages like that have changed someone's life. Like when someone's like just been texted and said, do you want to come out for a drink, and then they've met their wife or future wife.
Late drink, question mark?
Exactly.
Never had a late drink before, never have one again.
Has there been a text that's had a bigger knock-on effect in someone's life than Stokes to Mo?
let us know. Surrey Cricket on social media. From memory, there's an email inbox which I've completely forgotten. But surreybroadcast@gmail.com. What was the text message that changed your life?
What's your Ashes question mark?
I'm going to take that on notice. We're jumping off at the end of the over, so we'll let Yas Rana and Daniel Norcross consider that before they take on commentary.
He's not, forgive me if I'm wrong, Adam, but it doesn't feel like Dan's moved it really. War hasn't moved the ball. It hasn't, and no exaggerated swing really, has it?
Yeah, not so much through the air, a little bit off the surface.
Yeah.
Can't imagine it'll be long before they make a change, a 7-over spell, and so many bowlers to turn to. The 5 seamers that you referred to before.
It's 5.
Tom Laws, who was the match winner against Kent.
Oh, yeah, I love
Jordan Clark, who took the new ball against Kent and bowled really well.
Yeah.
Of course, Overton back in the side, able to bowl. Not playing as a specialist bat as he did in the Blast. Leaving alone here is Young.
I'm looking forward to watching Tom Laws bowl. Always do. Very classical action, Wokes-ish.
He's got a bit about him, Laws.
Oh, yeah.
I've watched him bowl 3 or 4 times now, and each time I've came away thinking that, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but add 3 or 4 years to him, and you can see a world where he's in the conversation.
Yeah. And I know he nicked off early today, but he can definitely bat 7-8 in first-class cricket, no question about that.
Yep, mentioned earlier that he made 4 half-centuries in the Royal London last year, playing a slightly more aggressive role in the middle order. There's that movement off the seam again, back the other way. So Worrell, that's his change-up, the one that just slopes back in.
We're going to make way in a second, but do you know what? It's quite nice being here where it's been so frantic. Just to take a breath here and watch the substantial county cricket.
It's beautiful.
Isn't it? I feel centred.
Said to Norcross before, it's like when they, in the old days, you'd play a test match and the next day they'd have to go off and play a tour game.
Right.
Which is effectively what we're doing here as far as the rhythm of our summer with all of us covering the Ashes.
It's like meditation.
Yes, perfectly put. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else but the Kia Oval as Worrell completes another maiden. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 16. Notts 38 for 1. They trail by 317. Hamid's 19, Young's 5, and after a few further words from Felix White, it'll be Yas Rana jumping in for me, then Daniel Norcross, the double change.
So as we switch over, Dan and Yas, we've just set up a question for everyone listening at home, watching at home, is has there been a text of bigger consequence in someone's life than the one from Stokes sent to Mo? Ashes question mark, lol. So has someone maybe received a text saying to go for a drink and they've gone to the pub and their future wife's been in the pub? Has there been a text that has changed someone's life in a bigger way than the one this summer? I'll leave that with you.
I take it, Felix, we're not counting the cables that were sent between the Australian Cricket Board and the MCC in 1933 about Bodyline, when the whinging Aussies complained because Bradman's average dipped below 60 through the perfectly legitimate tactic of wanging it at his head. Hello, Yas.
Hello, Dan. How are you?
Never takes long to get onto Bodyline. Jordan Clark starts with a short delivery, which is whacked up to mid-on. Abbott doing the fielding. We've still got 3 slips in place. A point, an extra, a mid-off, a mid-on, but 2 men out deep on this big old boundary away towards the Peter May stand and the Galladari stand.
Following that hypothetical that Felix and Adam were talking about whether or not folks would play more test matches than Bradman.
Ooh. Bradman played 52, was it, in the end?
52, and I think focused on 20. And I think that what might prevent him getting there is actually this crop of new young wicketkeepers who are doing very well in the county championship at the moment.
James Rue,
who's just scored his 5th county championship 100 of the season.
5th of the season?
So only 2 batters have more than 2, and Rue's got 5. The other one's Sam Hayne, who obviously everyone knows and likes. He's got 3.
I mean, that's quite something for a side that's, well, I wouldn't say struggling, but they've not had the best season, have they? Just a quick word though on Jordan Clark. 100 with the bat. His first 100 of the season. 20 wickets in his last 4 matches for Surrey. He has taken the role of Ricky Clark, albeit without an E on the end. To heart, I'd say.
He batted brilliantly yesterday. I think he was the Surrey player more than anyone else who sensed the game situation, that Notts were 2 bowlers down, that actually quiet accumulation was the way to go. The runs to be had without taking too many risks.
Yes, I listened into you yesterday, watched you at work. It was a funny old day's cricket, wasn't it?
It's really strange because I think Notts actually did really well. They did really well, but the scorecard obviously has Surrey in front.
Just take a look at this replay. Just see the movement. Now that has jagged back quite sharply. And that's come off the pitch. We've talked a bit about the Kookaburra ball and its seam being not so proud. I don't know what the opposite of proud is. Humble.
Decent carry though.
Decent carry.
That's gone well over the stumps. Left on length as much as anything else.
It's a strange old day. I thought Calvin Harrison bowled really well to hold up an end. I thought Lyndon James and Dane Patterson was superb, given that they were two fast bowlers down on a pitch that wasn't taking much in the way of turn. Do you think, I heard you guys talking about it, do you think Surrey could have been a little more proactive against the spinners, or was it actually it was the right tactic just to stay on top and to not exactly grind out those runs? They didn't go particularly slowly, but they never really got above 3.5, 3.4 and over. They didn't go berserk.
I think it was the right way to go, especially given they lost those 4 early-ish wickets, and then there was that period when Folkes and Jacks were going along quite nicely actually, and Harrison came on to bowl his first over. Last ball of the over, Folkes cuts it for 4, they take 7 off it. Patterson comes back into the attack, and first ball Jacks comes down the ground and tries to flick him through mid-wicket, and he falls for 35. And at 130 for 5, I think at that point Surrey were in real danger of not making the most of the fact that Notts only had 2 fit seamers. And Notts were reasonably defensive with their field, especially for Harrison, so there were lots of singles available, so they could go at 3 and over reasonably risk-free.
Tom Laws into the attack, the golden arm of Tom Laws. His first ball just nudged away for a couple.
And Clark got the 100, but I thought Sean Abbott batted with real restraint, because we obviously know what he can do, 34 ball 100 in the blast early this season. Quite often when he was on strike, that's a very short boundary to the leg side from the Vauxhall end, and there wasn't a deep mid-wicket, so the shot was really on, and Harrison was very restrained and was very happy to just take the singles on offer.
Yes, I wasn't exactly torn. I was intrigued by their method, and I liked it. Having been spending the last month or so on a gorging on a high-calorie diet of baseball, it was quite nice to see a match situation played slightly more traditionally.
I think Surrey needed to get that Lancashire collapse out of their system as well. 84 out on the last day there, and then 66 for 1 yesterday morning. That quickly became 70 for 4. I think they needed a bit of stability for the first time in a couple of weeks in Rebel Cricket. Obviously going really well for them this season, but
well, yeah, they've had a few losses, losses in T20 cricket at home as well, so they're just a little bit of jitters. Actually, as a very seasoned Surrey watcher, the season has gone slightly differently from many, where traditionally Surrey would start quite slowly in the county championship before building. This year they've come out the blocks really fast, and they've won all those T20 games as well, and then just been pegged back a touch. So this is a hugely important game. I'll take a look round the other grounds and see how Surrey's rivals are getting on. I was going to say hour. I think, it's a no ball, I think, here. I think I can get away with it, can't I? On a Surrey live stream.
I think you can.
You're not allowed to say hour on BBC Test Match Special when referring to England, even though it becomes almost impossible for the likes. Well, for people who captained England, they're kind of bound to say,
do they get a slap on the wrist?
Yeah, you get a little slap on the wrist for that. Yeah. Quite right too, I suppose. Albeit, as I say, it must be quite difficult if you've captained England for 50-odd Test matches to sort of dissociate yourself.
Just on Calvin Harrison yesterday, actually. the spinner hasn't really done much at the Kia Oval this summer. So it was interesting seeing a spinner get such a long bowl. Surrey obviously don't pick a specialist spinner at the moment. And so often in the county championship, the game is played to one extreme side of the ground, really. So there's always one very short boundary. And I think that, more than the conditions, actually makes it quite hard to bowl spin.
Strong point. If we were right in the middle, if we were in the middle here, then you've got a lot more protection, haven't you? But you could find yourself bowling to the left-hander. They can be swung away, slog swept out towards the Harleyford Road if you're bowling from the pavilion end.
I remember early in the season, Liam Dawson was bowling from the Vauxhall end, and the pitch was on the other side of the ground towards the gasometer, and he was bowling in theory with the leg side boundary to the right-handers on the long side of the boundary, but both Pope and Sibley just looked to reverse sweep him straight away to that extremely short third-man boundary.
A little bit of advance there from Hamid, just using his feet. Really interested to see how Haseeb Hameed is shaping up. I've seen his scores, I've watched him a little bit through this season, and he's definitely trying to inject a bit more proactivity into his game.
He did it with success last season in Division 2, as you see there, a couple of strides down the ground. I think he averaged around 50, striking around 60, which is not really how he's gone about his business previously in his career.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Up towards the groundsman's hut. A bit wide, threw his hands at it. Picks up another boundary, and Notts have made a decent start here.
He's had a slightly weird season as we have a look at the cover drive before again. And he started quite well, didn't quite get a big statement score, and I always feel sorry for players in this midsummer period of the season where you've kind of got rounds of the championship randomly interjecting the blast.
More aggressive intent there from Hamid. Just a quick word on Surrey's rivals, Warwickshire. At Kent, they bundled Kent out for 171 despite some heroics from Grant Stewart down the order. Well, resumed today, just 2 down. They've lost 3 wickets out of Hayne, Bethel and Barnard. Bethel and Barnard in 2 balls. 3 balls, I beg your pardon, from Jack Leaning. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Just to peg Warwickshire back slightly. They're 230 for 5, but at the crease, and no doubt currently being watched on Kent's live stream, is Glenn Maxwell. Yep, you've heard Colo trying to get Glenn Maxwell into the Ashes team for Old Trafford, have you?
I'm not surprised. It's very on brand.
You know,
there's a world I see the logic there. They didn't bowl Todd Murphy many overs at Headingley, particularly in that 4th innings. You'd imagine if Nathan Lyon was fit and available, he'd have bowled more than 2 overs in the 4th innings of a Test match. I think if Glenn Maxwell was in the England setup and something like that happened, you never know.
Well, I mean, he's an automatic pick, isn't he, for Bazball, Glenn Maxwell? Oh, now struck on the pad. Umpire's not happy with that. Too high, perhaps, maybe just going down the leg side. End of the over. Another one gone. 16 overs complete, 48 for 1. Hamid going well. Will Young playing his first game this season for Nottinghamshire.
Very canny signing, I think.
Oh, it is a good one, isn't it?
Notts, their Achilles heel this season has been first innings runs. I think only stat I mentioned a couple of times yesterday, only Joe Clark averages more than 32 this season out of the guys playing today. Their bowling's been fine.
And that's off the back of an unbeaten double 100, so that does slightly skew his average as Law starts in with a new over. Went through quite low, that, to folks. Just taking you back round the grounds. James Rue, yes, 111 not out. He's rescuing Somerset from 41 for 4 and 80 for 5 against Hampshire. Hampshire probably rival Surrey for having the deepest all-round bowling attack. 4 wickets for Abbott, 4 for 25, but none for Barker, none for Mohammed Abbas. Just the 1 for Liam Dawson. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just to the left of mid-wicket. A little too full from Laws. Nicely picked off by Young.
We're in the territory now where James Drew is a possible England tourist in the winter. I mean, if you score 500 in Division 1 at any age, you're a player of interest, and obviously...
What's he like with the gloves? I've not really seen him keep.
I've not seen him keep that much, to be honest. I've seen him bat a fair bit. He played a brilliant innings in the Under-19 World Cup final against India a couple of years ago. And he's someone who English cricket has been interested in for quite a long time. He made his first-class debut for a county select 11 against India in 2021 as a warm-up game for that series, and I believe he got Pujara stumped on his first day as a first-class cricketer.
Oh, that's not bad.
Which isn't bad at all.
Just a little bit of shape again from Laws. Oh, and again. Be careful leaving Tom Laws. Going back round the grounds, we'll go to our more realistic rivals. Up in Blackpool, yesterday was massively truncated, 12 for 1 I think it was overnight, so much rain. But today, Alistair Cook's gone for 11, Dan Lawrence for 1, Matt Critchley for 13, 63 for 4. Essex against Lancashire, a couple of wickets apiece for Tom Bailey and Will Williams. Surrey would be very happy for more rain to appear there. Wouldn't mind if that was a draw at all. Then the basement clash between Middlesex and Northants. Yesterday, Northants made 219 all out. Nobody made 50, but Saeed made 49. And Rocky Stoneman, formerly of this parish, has just got out for 51 for Middlesex, so 110 for 3 in reply. So that game's very nicely balanced at Merchant Taylor School.
There's a name in that Northants lineup that some Surrey Stream viewers might be aware of. Justin Broad. He's played a lot of club cricket in Surrey, and he pretty much always tops the average. He's 23 years old, an international cricketer because he's played for Germany.
Huh? It's a very strong German name, isn't it? Justin Broad.
Very smart signing at Northants.
Jordan Clark's resuming here. How long before we see Jamie Overton in his first bowl of the season? Be fascinated to see how up to pace he is. It's a big ask in your first game. But he had a bit of fun with the bat this morning. Picking up a 6, a couple of boundaries.
So Will Jacks practices his golf swing at third slip.
That's how you get back in the England team.
Yes, there was something about his dismissal yesterday that you almost felt that more than the runs he could have scored would have piqued England's interest.
Yes, well done, son. Great way to get out. Oh, I'm sure he'll be back in an England team before too long. You'd expect him to go to India, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. I'd expect him to play those white ball games at the end of the summer.
Nice bouncer.
Be in the squad.
Just keeping Hamid honest there as he was looking to advance. I don't know if Hamid does that much more. I think we might see folks up to the stumps. See, there's that little suggestion he's going to advance, and Jordan Clark saw him coming and banged it in short.
What do you think the thinking is there in rather than just standing outside your crease, starting in your crease and advancing before the ball's bowled? Why don't you just stand outside your crease if you can do that anyway?
Bit of momentum, getting your weight forward.
Because interesting, he didn't do that on that ball that was just slightly shorter, but the ball that he did come down the crease, he did so before the ball was released.
Yep.
He sort of pressed forward there, doesn't he?
Well, it's become rather de rigueur this year to see batters have a little shimmy, a little dance.
I understand it. Watching Brett Hutton bowl so well with a new ball yesterday, Burns obviously out second ball of the match, but he sort of gets stuck on the crease against a bowler of that pace. You know how he's trying to get you out, and I think coming down the ground, pressing forward, maybe taking a couple of strides if necessary, does negate the threat of LBW.
Oh, a mighty shot. Great shot from Hasib Hamid. Straight back past the bowler. Another boundary. He's looking in fine. Fettel moves to 29, end of the over, 56 for 1. Surrey haven't made the breakthroughs they would have loved after losing those 2 early wickets. We take a look at that shot again. Really went for it. There's definitely more aggressive intent in Hasib Hamid's play. I think he has read the memo.
I'm always struck by how much time it looks like Hamid's got at the crease, especially in county cricket. It'll obviously not quite work for him at international level just yet, but it looked like he had so much time as he played that drive.
3 slips still in place. Latham starting his 3rd over. 4 bowlers used so far.
And almost ridiculously, Hamid is still only 26 years old.
It's insane, isn't it?
What, Andrew Strauss was 27 when he played the first of his 100 Test matches.
Oh.
So Hamid could conceivably end up on who knows what.
Although the opening debate for England has rather quietened down, hasn't it? We've been so used ever since Andrew Strauss retired. It's been the backdrop of every English summer is who should open the batting with Cook. And then when Cook retired, it was who should open the batting. And various combinations have been tried, including Surrey's 2 openers in this match, Rory Burns, Dominic Sibley.
Well, England have kind of had one of the openers get some kind of score in each inning. I know Crawley's got out once he's got in a couple of times, but...
Well, having watched pretty much every ball of this Ashes, I know it's easy to snark about Zach Crawley's average. When you watch him in the flesh and you see the way the ball pings off that bat, you can understand why they invest so much.
100%, and you see how quickly Australia are away from plan A with Crawley.
Struck on the pad, but going down the leg side. Just collect a leg bye for this.
No, one thing that you can really tell when you've got the privilege of watching the game from the position we're in right now is that the guys who are more attacking, it's striking how quickly the field changes and how quickly attacking, catching options are taken out and how quickly there are just easy ones to be had. So yesterday, I know Jack's got out for 35, but when he's on 20 odd, there were 2 slips rather than 3.
This has been nicely clipped away. Is it going to beat the field as it does? Down through deep, backward square, just a little too full from Tom Laws. Yes, I mean, it amidst all the bluster of Bazball and whatnot, Joe Root looking to reverse ramp the first ball of a day looks insane, but actually by the end of Boland's second over of that day, the field had totally changed and suddenly gaps had opened up. And it feels like a high-risk approach, but actually there is tactical nous in it.
And Root will argue that, and I think Root has argued that prodding around when the ball's doing a fair bit is also risky, right? Brooke, talking at the end of the Test match, was talking about how frustrated he was getting out, kind of playing a nothing shot.
That was Hasib Hamid just striking a 4 off the back end of Jordan Clark's last over. Yes, and look, if you actually look at the scores they've got and the number of balls they've taken to do it, some batters have improved slightly. Almost everybody has got to a similar sort of score, but just with fewer balls, which has opened up time for England's bowlers to bowl out their opposition, which has been quite key. I mean, there's looking at the surfaces we've had so far this year, in other years you could imagine both the first 2 tests being drawn, certainly Edgbaston.
100%.
And actually with the rain that came at Leeds, it's not inconceivable that might have been drawn if the 2 sides hadn't shown such ambition.
As entertaining as the series been, that short ball day and a half at Lords was difficult to watch.
That was tough.
I don't think I've ever watched England take 8 wickets for 126 runs and feel so meh, really.
Yes. I mean, I think the conditions defeated them, ultimately. The pitches for the first 2 games, everyone said the Edgbaston test was an absolute thriller, and it was in terms of the narrative of it. But actually, if you were there watching every ball, the pitch just so negated the bowlers that it wasn't a great spectacle. It was just it was more a great story. It was one of those games that would be better to watch on CFAX. For those of you old enough to remember CFAX. Jordan Clark still getting a little shape here, but the carry not so advanced. I wonder when we're going to see Overton. We've got 19 minutes to go until lunch.
It's quite interesting. It was around this point yesterday that Notts was still getting the ball to do quite a lot.
Well, that's when they picked up those 3 quick wickets, wasn't it?
And it was a spell after lunch as well. Lyndon James didn't get Ben Folkes, but he beat the bat several times. And batting was really quite difficult until Brett Hutton left the field, as well as Jake Ball. And then Notts were forced almost to turn to the spin of not only Calvin Harrison but Montgomery as well.
Well, I thought did a fine job for a definite part-timer,
Really
Montgomery.
did.
Surrey just been a little bit too short perhaps in this spell before lunch.
This is where Surrey are normally so good when the new ball bowlers come off. There's no drop off in threat from the guys who replace them at first change and second change actually. Clark and Laws so often so threatening with that slightly older ball. The lacquers just come off a little bit. The swing's probably a little bit more consistent. You're right about Clark, he's not quite finding his length, and just looking at him now, he's sort of gesturing that he's not quite getting his action 100% right at the moment.
I've just been reminded, page 340 on CFAX, to be precise. Thank you, Amma. Notts fan, by the sounds of it, Rich has been in touch, joined the live stream. I'll tell you more in a moment. Nice. Nicely taken single, that by Hamid, takes him into the 30s. So there's one thing to note on Notts batting is they're now coping without Duckett, who drove our batting brilliantly last few seasons, and early this on at a Bazball lick. I think I know what he means. Hamid's form's dipped a bit since Duckett went to England. Maybe there's a link there. What have we got? 17 minutes to go until lunch. This partnership just developing. 37 has been put on. Starting to look pretty fluent here, Notts. Clouds are building. We're not expecting rain in any large quantities today. There's been a hint there might be a shower around 3 or 4 o'clock. But speaking of lunch, Yas, how was it yesterday? Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham was quite impressed.
Sensational.
Was it sensational?
Sensational.
You go that far?
Yeah, I really would actually.
Yes.
I mean, again, one of the great perks of this job is the excellent food you're treated to at various grounds, and the lunch yesterday was excellent. You kind of had these fried chicken bites.
Now the leg side doesn't quite catch up with it. Fried chicken bites.
With an excellent sort of
spicy coating,
garlic, mayo, chili sauce.
Oh, hello.
But you also had
fish.
A hake burger.
A hake burger. I like the sound of that. With tartar sauce. or some kind of at least oozy wetness.
We also had 2 separate salads.
Ooh.
Potatoes.
Sounds pretty much like Surrey's lineup. It's got every base covered. I can actually hear the little tinkle on the effects microphone. I can hear lunches being prepared. I can hear cutlery. That's a lovely shot. That's a great on drive from Will Young. A shot of real class. He's a fine signing, or at least he could be, for Notts, who have struggled a bit with the bat this season. End of the over. 5 from it. 68 for 1. As we see this again. That's perfection, really.
Really smart signing. He's someone who's played Test cricket in England, looked pretty good when he came over a year or 2 ago. Sort of overseas player who you'd imagine will be reasonably available. He's not someone who plays much franchise cricket, if at all.
And a punster's dream. He's up there with Sam Cook.
There's something about Hamid. I always think every movement is so deliberate, even when he's indecisive. It looks like he's being decisive.
Well, even his approach to, and this hasn't changed really, but this sort of pre-ball routine he goes through has not changed. Maybe we'll take a look at it before the next delivery with a bit of luck. If he doesn't get a single here. It's a very deliberate way he places his back foot on the crease. And he sort of looks at his hands on the bat, then brings the front foot round, a discrete number of taps as he looks down at the ground, and then he's ready. Back raised, slightly crouched. Oh my word, that's close to off stump.
It's died as well.
It has. Bit of variable bounce creeping in.
Definitely. In the last 20 or so minutes, balls and Hamid just prods the area around which the ball pitched.
Oh my word, that is very close to off stump. It's gone through on the bounce to Folks. Did he leave that? Was a little play and miss. Now then, Felix earlier asked if there had been a more life-changing text than the one sent to Ben Stokes, to Moeen Ali by Ben Stokes. I think I'm going to give him the credit for leaving that. Looking at that replay. As a result, Moeen ends up taking 2 crucial wickets in a must-win match. At Headingley, the wickets of Labuschagne and Smith. Who saw that coming?
And ends up asking to bat 3 as well.
Yeah. What's the most life-changing text you've ever got? Mine was probably, if you don't leave the pub now, we're getting a divorce. Okay, all right, yeah. Oh, he's had a little go at that and he's angry with himself. He goes for a little run, Hamid.
It's a great way to show your frustration, isn't it? Just run it off.
Yes. Stephen Smith would throw his head to the sky and then jab a left hand at some imaginary point on the pitch. As we see that again, that was a wild shot. Was he aiming for the up and over? He goes walkabout.
It's a third man in place as well. That's more like it from Hamid. Dabs it into the leg side for a single.
I think I'd like to have seen another bouncer there just to test his resolve. Just the one off the over, 69 for 1. Hamid going nicely with Young. The partnership now 42. 11 minutes to go until lunch. Aha!
Here he is.
Now then, Jamie O for his first bowl of the season. He's a man definitely you would think would fit in with England's current approach. Hard-hitting lower order batter, They like a bit of pace, banging it in. Coming back from back injuries. We were all very scared yesterday when he fell over. Did we get to the bottom of what it was? A little turn of the ankle or some such? Or just a slip on the greasy surface?
I'm not sure, but I was concerned for a bit.
Well, given that fast bowlers seem to be going down left, right and centre like the end of a Sam Peckinpah movie, it was slightly concerning. Right, here we go. 2 slips and a gully in place, a deep backward point as well. Overton's first ball. Fairly rapid. Down the leg side. I love his follow through.
I was going to say, it's one of the great follow throughs, isn't it?
It really is. He's right in your face.
Up where the batter is.
Even when he speared one down the leg side completely harmlessly, he's still there.
And already notable, just his first ball back, just how much extra pace there is through the air for Jamie Overton.
Note he's wearing the number 88, so if he did get back in the England team, there'd be a bit of a kerfuffle between him and Brooke.
I'm terrible at remembering what number players wearing their shirts. Absolutely awful.
Curran's 58, 59.
Stokes 55, I think. Root 66.
Yeah. Crawley 6, because they stand next to each other, so you get the number of the beast at first and second slip. 666. Not quite found his radar yet, which is to be expected. Easing his way back in. I had a theory, which I'm going to bring up again, which is that what shirt numbers should be is the last 2 digits of your appearance number.
So in that way, it's almost impossible for you
almost
to be
impossible,
someone
unless
else.
you're playing with James Anderson, because we're getting very, very close to it going all the way, toggling through 100 players.
How many players has Anderson gone through there?
Well, I don't think he played with all of the people who've debuted since then. 'Cause the odd one cat wonder that didn't come back. I don't know if he played, for example, in the James Bracey game, but is he something like number 708? We're up to 803. It's something of that sort, if you want to get that up. And then the lovely thing is you'll be able to look at them and you'll actually be able to see sort of seniority through time. And it would take all the ambiguity out of it. That's flicked away fine, and the pace that Overton bowls, that's going to run away for 4. He's just been a little too leg-sidey so far in his first over back. You can see from the leg by 4, 2 balls sailing down the leg side. Just had the 1 pitched on and around off stump. Maybe just falling away slightly in his delivery stride.
To answer your question, Anderson's not quite at 100. He's number 613, and Josh Tongue is 711.
711, you see. Right, so this is my theory. See, what happens then is that if you end up playing in a game with somebody who's already nabbed that number, end of the over, 75 for 1, you get to wear your full number. So, if cap number 713 is playing with Anderson, who's 613, is that right? Then you will be forever 713, and that will denote that you began your career with somebody so old, so venerable, so experienced.
Maybe it should be the other way around. Anderson would wear the 613 rather than
the
new
13
player playing. Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but then you've got to change his number. Up on his toes and played very nicely, but there is a fielder out at deep backward point. Dan Worrell. And Surrey now with 6 minutes to go till lunch. Not desperate for a wicket. There's plenty of time left in this game. Compiled 355. They're in a strong position, but not to have got off to a better start than they would have liked.
this is exactly the time yesterday that not struck. Surrey looked quite comfortable at 66 for 1, and then 3 wickets in quick succession. comparing conditions to yesterday, it does feel as if the ball is just doing a little bit less through the air. I know we've seen a couple jag back.
It's a little greyer yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely in the
more
morning
muggy.
session. Definitely in the morning session. The sun came out in the afternoon, but in the morning session it was definitely muggy.
Yeah, there's a slightly cooler feel to today. It's not cold by any means, but just a little fresher. That's nicely played by Hamid. Won't pick up two for it. Didn't run the first quite as quickly as he might have done.
You know, if you're just looking for little wins for Notts, the slip cordon has reduced in size from 3 to 2. Closer to a conventional ring field at the moment. 3 men out on the boundary, 2 on the leg side. On a deep backward point.
Seen too much in the way of short pitch bowling either yet from Surrey. This is the conditioning. When you watch 3 Ashes tests, it's amazing to go this long without a tedious bouncer barrage. Overton will have one more over, I think, before the lunch break. We've got 4 minutes to go. A couple of balls left in this, the 24th over. That's really nicely played. Down to the boundary for 4. Young waiting for it. A shot played by his compatriot Kane Williamson to great effect. Just gliding the ball off the full face of the bat.
Really interesting shot. It's quite a lot fuller than balls that are normally dabbed towards deep third.
Comes with an element of risk, doesn't it? Get that slightly wrong, you can either chop on or you can offer an edge through to the slips or keeper.
He really bent down there as well. When you see Joe Root play that shot, he does it from the tip of his toes.
Yep.
He plays down.
End of the over. We're going to get one more in before lunch.
Look at the replay of that shot again. Really
that is nice.
Down low.
That is beautifully played, isn't it? And it does suggest he has a lot of time to play.
I wonder if that's a shot influenced by the field as well. So he got 2 men in front of square on the offside in the ring.
Yeah, there's a deep backward point as opposed to a third, really, isn't it? Here we go, last over before lunch. It's been Nottinghamshire's session so far. Overton's first over, a little wayward. That right on the money.
We were talking earlier about how Hamid has scored at a reasonably brisk rate, at least compared to how he used to go about his business. But Young, very quietly now, has moved on to 31 off 46. Runs coming reasonably freely for Notts. Again, not quite England levels, but 3.35 and over is more than respectable. Especially against this Surrey attack.
Just wonder if we're going to see the short one. We've got a fine leg, really quite fine, which is because of Overton's pace. There's a deep forward square leg. It's a deep backward point. We've seen Hamid already today's looked to play the uppercut, didn't connect with it, but was happy to give it a go. There we go. On cue. Well played by Hamid.
It's not a risk-free shot, the uppercut, but as you just said, that deep third fielder is more of a deep backward point.
Yeah, if you get anything on it, you're safe, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, apart from the very thin edge, as you get the Jemima Rodriguez in the World T20 semi-final against Australia. Oh, that saddened me, that shot. Just as I thought Australia were about to be knocked out. Hamid there, by the way, was right on the front foot, almost before the ball was delivered. Which is quite the stratagem after you've just been bounced.
But again, suggesting that he's got a lot of time. India women involved in one hell of a game today, by the way.
Against Bangladesh? 95
for 8 off their 20 overs.
Yes.
And they defended it. Bangladesh 87 all out.
How many overs were left in the end?
Final ball of the innings.
Ah. Overton in this over is just getting into his work here, isn't he? You've seen that rhythm come back. First over, as I say, a bit wayward down the leg side. This one, he's been right on it. When he's been full, he's been pretty straight. When he's been short, he's been at the body. Last ball of the first session of the day coming up. And safely negotiated by Hasib Hamid, stand-in skipper for Notts. That will be lunch. Yes, the clock's just ticked over to 1 o'clock. So a great session for Notts. Surrey resumed on 339 for 8, looking to power on to beyond 400 if they could. But they lost 2 wickets in 2 balls to the very impressive Lyndon James, who ended up with 6 for 74. Tom Laws going caught by Moores off James for 4 to give Moores his 6th catch as well. And Dan Worrell, first ball, spectacularly attempting to smash the ball somewhere close to Kennington Park, and got really well taken by Brett Hutton, who came out today. We wondered if we would see him on the field after his soreness of yesterday, his cramps of yesterday, but he took a good catch running backwards. That was Worrell gone for a first ball blob. Jamie Overton in between times had struck a 6, 2 fours and a couple of runs, only runs scored today, to end up 30 not out from 34 balls. The other wicket takers, Hutton himself from yesterday, 2 for 63, and Patson 2 for 95. Then Surrey came out to bowl with hopes of maybe getting through 3 or 4 wickets before the lunch break, but it didn't work out that way. The one man to go, Ben Slater, caught by Latham off the bowling of Abbott for 14. Hasib Hamid unbeaten on 32. Will Young unbeaten on 31. There you see the match summary. Notts just 274 runs behind after Surrey made 355. They did pick up that 3rd batting bonus point, but at 81 for 1 they've got a good platform here, and with the weather pretty much set fair for today, Surrey may have their work cut out. Yas.
Yeah, absolutely. You normally look at a team bowling first on the first morning, conceding 355 runs in their first innings, but given the injuries to not only Jake Ball but Brett Hutton, I think Notts actually did a very, very good job to restrict Surrey to just 355, and first innings runs have been Notts' problem this season. The standing skipper Hasib Hamid looked really good for his 32. New signing Will Young looked really good for his 31. Surrey probably haven't found as much movement as they hoped for in the first 25 overs of the Notts innings. We've seen a little bit of variable bounce. We've seen a couple of balls jag back in. Jamie Overton's look a little bit quicker than the other Surrey bowlers through the air. But yeah, a very, very good morning for Notts.
It's lunchtime, and after your big build-up of yesterday's lunch with the hake burgers and the chicken bites and the multiple salads, not quite as fussed by that, I think we should both skedaddle and do that.
Let's do it.
John Surtees is going to take you through the lunch break. We have a very special guest. He will take you through for the next 32, 33 minutes or so, and then we will resume after the lunch break with Surrey in the hunt for wickets. They stand at the top of the county championship table, but they've had a little wobble having lost that last game against Lancashire. They want to get things back on track, and after settling into a 40-minute break, we hope they'll come back firing. Surts, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Dan. Welcome everybody to the lunch break. We've made a little bit of a habit of this over the last few games. We've got some really interesting guests joining us up here in the commentary box here at the Kier Oval, and today delighted to say that I'm joined by Andy Sylvester, who's the editor of City AM newspaper, as well as being full-time Surrey fan, I think it's fair to say.
It's obviously the Oval from this angle.
Yeah, you're normally more seeing it from the pavilion end.
Pavilion end, or when in the mornings I tend to hang out in the Peter May when I can and just try and get that early morning, that 11 o'clock sun before it whistles round to the pavilion.
Are you one of those people that will just, on occasion, will just follow the sun around
pretty
the edge of the ground?
Pretty much. It was delightful when the Australia-India test was on here not too long ago. For some reason or whatever, the front row of seats in the Peter in the Galladarias, isn't it? were all not taken. So I just moved round gradually to various different excitable Indian fans and different excitable sets of sunshine, which is wonderful.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a special thing. You can see here for those of people watching on YouTube. This I think, Andy, is one of the great. If people don't come here, if people are only able to watch on TV or whatever, one of the great unheralded joys of a day at the Kia Oval, especially in the county championship, is just being able to go out and wander on the outfield at lunchtime, or some people even in a more organised fashion will be playing games of cricket or doing catching practice or whatever. It's an amazing thing. In what other sports could you just spend the day at the morning watching elite world-class professional athletes and then go and wander their turf in the afternoon?
Yeah, it's a revelation for people who come the first time as well. I think whenever I've brought people down here for lunchtime or tea, and they sort of look around at the stadium, that even when there's 2,000 people, and it sort of looks a bit empty, because of course it is, but that wandering around at lunch and at tea, and my particular favourite is always when someone rather unwisely brings a proper cricket ball and starts hoying that around, and then gets surprised when people get a tad peeved, perhaps, and it careens into their ankles.
It's possibly it's a little sense required on some occasions. What I love particularly, and you can see actually as we set out now, you can see Gus Atkinson down there is doing some warm-ups with Surrey coaches, Asma Mood and Daz Vaness down there, but sometimes. And it's I don't think it's happening this week because he's resting up, getting ready for finals day on Saturday. But you've got people strolling around there, having a look at the pitch, walking around on the outfield, playing a bit of cricket, whatever. And then you've got Sam Curran, the most expensive player in the recent IPL auction. It's just out in the middle, just going through his paces, bowling a few balls into the net. And it's an amazingly democratic thing in a world of modern sport where there's certainly in a lot of other sports a lot written about the growing gap between the experiences of being a professional sportsman, a professional athlete, and the experiences of being a professional sports fan. To be able to have that level of access both to players and the ground is amazing.
Yeah, I mean there is definitely a disconnect growing, isn't there? And there's lots of commentary about that. I think back to my own childhood, which was sort of the southwest London hinterland of sports teams. As a Quins fan, down at the old Stoop, used to be able to run on the pitch at the end, and it was all it was amazing as an 11-year-old to go and get an autograph from Jason Robinson when Sale were playing, or just be able to stand next to the tunnel as you're doing the kind of 3 cheers for the other side next to international rugby union players. And then in time it just sort of fell away. Just the groundsman got a bit grumpier, and maybe health and safety got involved, or just it was felt that it was maybe a bit amateur in a world that had become a bit more professional. And I think if I was going along as an 11-year-old today, it definitely wouldn't be the same environment. I probably wouldn't get the bug in the same way that I did without that ability to just walk out. And what you said about Sam Curran, just as you say, just doing some warm-up bowling and on the old pitches. That's something you get at county championship, county cricket level. It's that ability to see the very best of our sport. At very, very close proximity, and in ways that I think often they're more relaxed as well. And not that they're taking it not seriously, they all want to win, but just in a way that is quite. It reminds you that a great game of cricket really is about 22 people, 2 teams having bit of fun, because what else would you rather do on a Tuesday afternoon?
Right, absolutely, yeah. And I think it's also a particularly amazing kind of peculiarity of the Oval, in that there's many incredibly great world-class things about this ground, but one of the things that this ground doesn't have compared to virtually any other ground of its size and ilk in the UK is a nursery ground. There's no practice nets here that are off the outfield. There's nothing like that at all. So in a lot of other grounds that may be going on at lunchtime, but chances are you could maybe go and see it at Lords at a championship game, and you could see someone going through their paces on the nursery ground, but there'd be a level of removal from that because of the presence of the nursery ground. Whereas here at the Oval, because there's no other option, that they're out there on the old pitches in the middle, and it's a beautiful uniqueness, I think. It is,
and I think when people think about the atmosphere at different, particularly in Test matches, the atmosphere at different grounds, people say Lords doesn't get that raucous, but it's not really a surprise. There's usually 3,000 people at the back of the nursery ground at any given moment. And I think here at the Oval there's something about it that is a bit more of a sort of almost a coliseum, everything focused on the middle, and it doesn't have those distractions of some of those other grounds. Brilliant ground, you say it's world class, but it feels to me more of a cricket ground, more of a place to watch cricket maybe than some of the other grounds that I've been to in recent times.
It was John Major actually that said to me, great, the great Surrey, obviously former Prime Minister, great man of Surrey. Is how a lot of people would view him, and he said to me that he grew up down the road in Brixton, and would walk from Loughborough Junction, where he grew up, down the Brixton Road to the Oval to watch the Surrey teams in the 1950s, and he said he would carry with him a brown paper bag full of sandwiches and a can of Tizer, and he would go and sit in what's now the Bedser stand, which used to be the junior members stand, and he said that he felt, I'm not sure if he felt this at the time or whether this is a metaphor that he's worked on as he's increased his education and his awareness, but he said he felt like when if you could see dust coming off the pitch, he said the crowd would wait for Lock and Lake to come on like Romans waiting for the lions to be released. And I thought, that's sort of very.
Well, it sounds good.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, the way that he said it, there was a real. There was, once more with feeling, John. It was excellent. So Andy, let's sort of go back to the start. So you're the editor of City newspaper. You've led a sort of very interesting professional career. Prior to that as well. You've done a number of sort of different roles across different areas. But sort of take us through your career a little bit, and then tell us about what a day as a City editor looks like.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I've certainly ducked about a bit. It hasn't been a sort of formal career path up journalism as many people in the editor position might have done. I worked in Westminster for a little while on various campaigns, and as a public policy researcher, and also representing kind of business groups to policymakers. So I was always in that kind of business landscape and trying to think about what they needed on a day-to-day basis to make their lives a little bit easier, to go on employing people and so on and so forth. Worked for, again, then a national newspaper, and then eventually got to a point where I was having discussions with the then editor of City AM about the fact he wanted a deputy editor, he wanted someone to come in and bring a bit of tabloid fun to the place, and I guess I'd already developed a bit of a reputation for that. And then moved in. I had 6 months of great fun, so I joined in September 2019 as deputy editor, and then 6 months of normality, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah.
And I remember the evening of the December 2019 election, I sat in the office at about 3 a.m. with the then editor Christian May, and we had a glass of something French, expensive and unpronounceable. And after all the Brexit debate and all that stuff, we'd had this election, sort of definitive result, for better or for worse. And we turned to each other and we said, well, it's going to get boring now. What do we do? And obviously, about a month later, we ran our first story on this sort of mysterious Chinese cold that was going round.
Yeah.
And that changed City AM, and certainly my tenure there. We went digital only in March 2020 for what we thought was going to be 3 weeks. It turned out to be 18 months, and we had to pretty radically shift what we did as an organisation on a day-to-day basis, but also strategically who we were trying to talk to and what information we were trying to give our readers and where we fit in that media landscape. And I guess we developed a kind of digital first attitude, which we probably should have done beforehand, to be honest, but it forced our hand a bit. And then we bought the paper back in September 2021, and since then, touch wood, things have gone pretty well. In terms of the day-to-day,
that must have been an amazing moment. Just to pick up on that must have been an amazing moment in September 2021, when after everything that you'd been through, you had that conversation in December 2019, feeling like it was going to be boring, then anything but.
Yeah.
But to see, I don't know if you went to the presses or not to see it come off, or whether it was when you got out the tube for the first time the following morning. What was it like to physically see the return of the newspaper?
Yeah, it was fantastic, but I suppose it's probably not a dissimilar feeling, I imagine, to the one that you had when you first saw people back here watching cricket for those sort of T20 trial events and those county championship trial events. The feeling that it was worth it and normality was on the way, I suppose.
I think I may have got a little ahead of myself with that, because the first time we had people back here was, I think, July the 26th, 2020.
Yeah.
I think we were the first sports ground in the country. We had 1,000 people to watch the Surrey Middlesex pre-season event, socially distanced.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, this is amazing. Normality is returning. I think I was possibly somewhat naive and ahead of the curve in what I thought was a return.
Yeah, well, that's true. But even then, during that period, we went digital first, so a lot of my day was shifted much earlier. So it was sort of 6 a.m. starts as opposed to a sort of 9 a.m. start.
Yeah.
Whatever. And I remember even then that when there first started being test matches, behind closed doors against, I think it was the Windies.
Yeah.
That the bar above us was opened up as a sort of open air, bar to watch the Test cricket, and it was wonderful coming to the Oval and just seeing even just the grass, of just reminding you that these things were here, because it's always been a bit of a sanctuary for me from kind of the challenges of working life. You come here and it all sort of disappears. And even during that period, it was wonderful to be here. But you asked what the day's like.
Yeah, so take us through a day. Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of a 6:30 start, several coffees, and then you get ready for the stock exchange announcements at 7 a.m. Keep an eye on those. At about that sort of first hour is pretty fraught. You want to be quick. You want to get all the news you need to get up, because we want to give people at 8 o'clock, generally when people log on, that kind of ability to just know that they know everything they need to know that morning, the updates. And during that period, I'll go through all the other papers. I'll read the other papers. We'll have a news meeting at 10, news meeting at 12, and really it's just that filtering throughout the day from the digital side of things, which tends to be fast news. This has happened, you need to know about it. And then as we hit the afternoon, we're starting to think about, okay, well, if we've done this has happened, let's now move to the analysis side of things. What does it mean? What does it mean for other businesses in that sector? What does it mean for the City of London? What does it mean in politics? What does it mean for the CEO of this, under pressure firm, etc., etc. So it's constantly trying to think about how you're offering readers value if they online, come to you maybe once, twice, 3 or 4 times a day, and how you give them something new each time.
Sure.
As well as thinking about the newspaper in the morning and making sure that's fresh and interesting, and it isn't just yesterday's news today.
And take us through that day as how it allows you to follow domestic cricket.
Well, it's wonderful. The timings, and the joy of being editor is I was slightly shift our news meeting forward to just before 11. So I was watching the stream this morning as soon as the reporters left the room. But there is a wonderful period in the newspaper editor's day between about 1:30 and about 4. You've pretty much at 1:30 you've made the decisions broadly of what the paper will look like the day after. And you've said, let's make sure we get a bit more of that in that story, or a bit more of this in that story. Go talk to that person about that story. And obviously that takes time to do. It takes about 2.5 hours. It takes, in fact, about the length of an afternoon session. And I have been known on
that's magical.
I have been known on slow news days to the office is very close to Monument Station, and it is a 9-minute tube journey from the Bank branch of the Northern Line to the Oval. So I can, in theory, be sort of desk to seat in about 16 minutes, which is a delight. And it was a particular highlight last year on that day we won the county championship, being able to get down here and then get back to the office.
Yeah,
absolutely. A bit more of a tan and a trophy in the bag.
Well, it's interesting actually. We'll sort of slightly skip on something I wanted to ask you. So that when I remember having a drink with you after the day that we won the county championship last year, and you were with a chap we both know called Jim Watson, who works at the Guardian, and it's a really interesting thing that I don't think a lot of people necessarily realise, that the physical location of the Oval, some of the people that you see here, if you know who they are and how to recognise them, it's an amazing crowd that you get here sometimes, don't you?
It is. You bump into all sorts of people, and it's not. We shan't name drop, because some of them might not have quite as much freedom to get out the office officially as I do. Perhaps some of them have been working from home when they have in fact been working from SE11.
Common practice these days.
But yeah, I think so. But I also, what I love about it is that as a result of that, the proximity of the place, but where it is in South London, you meet fascinating, interesting people across the kind of Surrey family.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't hugely matter in the sense of you're just here to watch cricket, and it does create, I think, especially compared to our neighbour in northwest London, a much more democratic feel when you step through the doors, that you're just here to watch Surrey, and to have a chat and maybe have a beer. And if you meet people and you know people and you say hello, that's wonderful. But it's sort of, fundamentally, when former Prime Minister is in the committee room watching the wicket, he's watching the same cricket as everybody else in the room.
Absolutely.
And in a way, I think here that it's a bit more democratic than maybe at Lord's.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's you could fill the pavilion 4 times over with Surrey members that have witnessed Ken Clark asleep in the pavilion over the years. One of the great unsung oval sites.
But there's also a selection of city CEOs who have been known to be down here. I mean, Barclay's CEO is Surrey member.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's proved interesting. I do remember when I was coming down here as a 13, 14-year-old, playing fairly fast and loose with on Wednesdays or Thursdays you can leave work. You leave school early if you going to play sport or something. Well, so go to watch sport, similar.
Yeah. You could go play on the outfield at tea time.
Yeah, and even then, as a 13, 14-year-old, I remember getting advice from people who, keen to give me career advice for whatever reason, but they were high flyers in the city, and it was always interesting how you kind of bumped into those people, and just because you were here, in a way that they wouldn't necessarily have those conversations with you elsewhere, but something about the place just brings people together.
Yeah, amazing. So let's talk about your personal Surrey history then a little bit. Where when your obvious questions, but I suppose when did you first come down here? What's your first memories of Surrey fandom?
Well, I grew up in Epsom, so not too far away, and I sort of parents were interested in cricket, but not in a way that was full on at the Oval. But we came here really around sort of 2003 was when I started coming on a semi-regular basis, around the start of obviously T20. Changed the game a little bit.
Yeah, and that Hollyoak era, like how many characters to suddenly what a team that must have been to watch.
Exactly, and obviously coming here when the ground was in transition as well, with this extraordinary stand, sort of vision in the eye to a certain degree, and from there I really sort of was hooked, and I guess probably thinking about that period, the 2005 Ashes, etc., all kind of just got me into that cricket world. And then, signed up as a junior member, and you would used to, as I say, slink off from school and pop up of an afternoon and do my French homework in the pavilion.
Back in the days before we had powerful Wi-Fi.
Yeah, exactly. Would have made my French homework a lot easier if I could have put it in Google Translate. And then it just kind of carried on. I went to university here, and obviously I've worked here my whole life, and it's always been somewhere I've absolutely loved joining, and even I can just about, you can't from where it is, you can't necessarily see the pitch anymore, but I used to live in the flats just behind there when I was at university.
Yeah.
And if you angled your head at the right sort of fashion, you could just about see one end of the pitch for the test match.
Well, we talked about lockdown. That was one of the places to be in London during lockdown. I remember when we were, there were Surrey players out there scoring centuries and turning around and raising their bat to the people who lived in Oval Mansions. They were the only people who were physically able. Everyone else was sat at home watching on YouTube. Everyone else, they were the only people who were physically able to watch the games. Absolutely amazing. So let's talk a little about your other sporting passion as well. You're a huge AFC Wimbledon fan.
Yes.
And there's something. I know that you haven't had the greatest season last year, and as we all know, sports clubs come and go, and there've been some incredible moments. But there's something, I think we've talked about this in the past, something slightly deeper about being an AFC Wimbledon fan, particularly as you have been, a fan since day one, because of everything that's happened, and with the previous history of Wimbledon Football Club, and then the creation of AFC Wimbledon, and I suppose I'm interested a little bit in from where I sit. There are some very interesting kind of slightly ancient almost parallels between the structures and what FC Wimbledon are trying to achieve, and what actually comes very naturally to Surrey. So just let's talk a little bit about that from your perspective.
I think that's true. I mean, for those who don't know, I'll keep this very brief. The AFC Wimbledon is a fan-owned football club through the Dons Trust, set up in 2002 when Wimbledon FC was moved effectively to Milton Keynes by an owner who essentially felt there were better commercial prospects there. First time it ever happened in English football, really, that a team would just move, take the league place and so on.
Yeah.
And that obviously didn't sit right with people, and I think most people are now in agreement it shouldn't have happened, but it did, and AFC Wimbledon was formed off the back of that by volunteers, very much seen as a a fan-owned community club. There's an old quote that, I just want to watch some football, that was bandied around, that kind of became the genesis of it. And since then, I think as a fan-owned club, from where the ambition was way back in 2002, and of course I wasn't there and I wasn't in the pub, certainly.
Of course you weren't. Much as you weren't at the Oval on Wednesday afternoons.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's I don't think anyone necessarily really believed within 20 odd years that it would be a Football League club again. It only took 9 years in the end. But that fan ownership has remained. There are ongoing debates within the club about whether that's the right model if we really want to push on higher up the leagues, which are legitimate debates to have, I think, and about how that ownership structure looks, whether it's a sort of 50+1 model for the fans, so you've got that kind of golden share type thing, or not. But it does come naturally because a fan-owned club, that's effectively what most county cricket clubs are, certainly what Surrey is.
Certainly what Surrey have been for 178 years, yeah.
And I do think that, and we talked earlier about the democratic nature of this place and sort of the people's home of cricket, I suppose. It does lend itself, I think, when the ownership structure, when you don't have to close your eyes to the fact these are commercial enterprises, when you don't have to sort of pretend that it's not happening in order to do the community thing, when it actually is a community, and actually that additional member that joins has, just the same rights and can stand for election or whatever. It does lend itself then to that feeling that you're all in it together, and I think strengthens the collective whole. I think, AFC, there's no question it's been a pretty rough few years football-wise, for a number of reasons, which some argue is due to the fan ownership, some argue is just due to execution. But, we are now less than a month away from the new season, and as much as I almost am kicking myself for it, I am looking forward to the new season. I am looking forward to seeing those faces who've for absurd as it sounds, who've been a part of my life. It's people that I might never have spoken to,
right?
But have seen for 20 years.
I think it was Nick Hornby, wasn't it, in Fever Pitch, who talked about there's a passage in Fever Pitch where he's being accused by his partner of being childish with the way that he responds to what happens when Arsenal win or lose. And I think he responds by talking about the sense of renewal that a football club gives you, and if you get knocked out of the cup, then the cup starts again in January, and you lose, you have a disappointing season, you can put it behind you, and the season starts again in August, and there's a sense, with cricket, from September to April, and there's a sense of cyclical renewal with that, and he think he argues that in fact is anything but childish. It's anything. It's pretty. If anything, it's pretty reassuring.
Yeah, it is, and it keeps you going, right? Because there are miserable days, and my partner Roisin has unfortunately been sat there on a Saturday evening next to a very silent Andy Sylvester, not really wanting to discuss much, and has been extremely patient and very giving on that front. So I won't be writing any Nick Hornby books in the near future, but it certainly is, and that kind of, I think people, since the dawn of time, right, we've always been measuring the years and the seasons and whatever, and for some people that might be agriculture or whatever, but for some people that's sports teams, and that's kind of where I am. The cricket's the summer and football's the winter, and then there's some sort of irritating crossover where you have to choose between.
We're just getting to that point, aren't we? You said I think last season or the season before last there was quite a memorable game for people like you, where it was a 100 game. I think it was probably a Saturday double header where the women played in the afternoon, the men played in the evening, and half of Plough Lane basically just poured out the football and went and came straight up to the Oval afterwards.
Yeah, they did, and I vividly remember lots of Wimbledon shirts that day. Aren't too many vivid memories of much of the rest of that evening, but it was a very good game, 3-3 against Bolton, and then I have absolutely no idea what the 100 result was. My one dalliance with the 100, my one attendance at the 100, and I won't be necessarily coming back. I think it's
not for you.
We've talked about this privately, but I think it's bad news for the game, and I think it's you look around at the other forms of the game, you look around at what it's done necessarily T20, confusing the message around what short form cricket looks like, and I was sceptical at the start but willing to give it a try, but it's not for me, put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, cricket's a game for everyone, but not all formats are for all people. But I think one of the things to try and achieve a neat segue here and see if I can land it, one of the things that I think is so important to people who do believe in the 100, and I think to a point, certainly with the women's 100, has definitely been a huge success, is that ability to grow the game and to reach out and to try and, if the 100 isn't for someone like you who's potentially more of a traditional cricket fan, it's certainly, there are definitely people out there who I've met who said the 100 is something for them, and they found it as a way in, and then hopefully they can then use that and then get involved in more and more other cricket. One of the things in terms of growing the game, one of the other, I think, major successes that cricket has had in growing the game for the last few years is you and I are sat here now chatting on YouTube on the Surrey broadcast of the games, and indeed certainly internally here at Surrey I try and avoid using the word stream where I can, because I think what we do now, certainly for all forms of cricket, is more akin to a TV broadcast than it is to a sort of 2-camera stream where nothing moves around and whatever. But just what do you think from your perspective as someone who comes to the county championship as much as you can, but also has a busy, responsible job that keeps you occupied from 6 in the morning until 8 at night, but is also deeply passionate about the championship cricket and other forms of cricket. What do you think is the potential power of this as YouTube becomes more and more of a medium for people to watch on TV, and in your world of shared screens and offices and things like that?
I mean, the quality of the stream is leaps and bounds ahead of where it was a few years ago, and it certainly made it, I suppose, just easier, frankly, to have it on, and you're not frustrated by latency. It looks like a TV broadcast. It looks great, and I think there's a combination of factors, but I think that the issue with county championship cricket maybe was always that it can feel quite distant if you weren't there. And it just sort of happened in the background of the summer. But actually,
so I remember when I grew up, it was a land of scorecards in the newspapers the following morning, and.
But actually, the ability to stick with it, the ability to have an understanding that, Hampshire have had a good day, just because the information is so there readily available, and you then get into the storylines, you get into the narratives, and one of the reasons I don't like the 100 is, for me, there's no narrative. Nobody actually cares who wins. That's always the problem.
Yeah.
And actually, when you create those narratives within county championships through the streams, through the amount of information that's available, that a tight game in Scarborough or whatever it was last year when the stream almost crushed the Yorkshire, the Yorkshire server.
Yeah.
You have those moments where actually you can then. You just hit critical mass, I suppose, of enough people that care about county cricket to be in it, for it to take over Twitter for 20 minutes, and you have those casual fans who are sort of like, actually, I do find this interesting, and the fact that you can access it just by clicking a link for 20 minutes to have those, Surrey need 20 from the last 3 overs, and it creates these little moments throughout the season where you can dip in, and I guess remain engaged and just think, well, actually, next week they're doing a Thursday till Sunday, and actually I'm not doing anything on Saturday, maybe I'll nip down or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that's one element of growing the game, and I think the stream is wonderful for turning those kind of casual fans into members or regular goers. I think for the other fans, and this is the other way the stream can come in, fundamentally I think the 100 hit on the most obvious thing, which is make it accessible, free to air,
right,
and I know we're not living in that world anymore, but my goodness, wouldn't it be great to have these test matches at the moment this summer on free to air to bring those new fans in, but it's a story for another day.
Yeah, well, someone once made the case to me, which I think is a lovely idea, of the Lord's. Maybe the Lord's test was the example they gave. Other examples are available, but of something like that being given what they described as the full Wimbledon treatment, but just for the one, maybe for one, even if it's for one test a year, if the game's economic model relies on Sky, but to have that one test a year where it's the BBC, to be fair, do a wonderful job on major national occasions, and perhaps one test match a year could be allocated as a major national occasion, and ideally, I suppose earlier, I guess part of the reason why they picked the Lord's Test, as well as its sort of historical reputation, was that it's usually, the first test is usually pretty early in the summer, so it would potentially
bring people in,
drag people in.
Whereas it seems to make more sense to me that the people's home of cricket would be it, but I guess the end of August or the end of September or whenever it might be is
the final test of the summer, mate. You may not get the
same way, but I think in terms of growing the game, and there's obviously been a lot of chat recently about inclusivity, and rightly so, that every corner of the game is being looked at to work out whether it is as inclusive and open to new fans from whatever background as possible. There is something, as you say, about just looking at the pitch and just seeing people walk around and just having that almost open door policy that is quite appealing, and I think it will grow. And again, one of the reasons why I think maybe one of the things that cricket probably does need to do a little better of, and it's not really cricket's fault, it's just how it works out, is those kind of personal narratives. You talk about Sam Curran, sort of a rare example really of a player who you can still associate with their county, who is a global superstar, but still turns out on a regular basis. And Surrey seem to have hit that sweet spot really well. When I think back to last year when England won the Test match, and Folkes and Pope seemingly couldn't, would almost straighten the Uber before the celebration kicked off to come and play here, because we created that atmosphere where it was a real thing to play for Surrey, and clearly everybody wanted to win the championship. And I wonder whether if you were a young Yorkshireman who idolised Joe Root and you turned up at Headingley and Joe's not playing again because he doesn't, whether that would put you off, and whether there's a challenge there about making sure those star players are available more broadly for county level cricket. I think would be really important.
So the coverage. Can you see a world where on the floor in the city there's a TV of one of the many hundreds of TVs that will be there? There's 5 to 10 of them are on a county game next to Bloomberg and the Stocks.
I think absolutely they could. And I think that's one of the things that you changing the quality of it and the reliability of it as much as anything else will allow that to happen in time. It certainly occurs more often in probably my office than it does in other offices around the city. I can hear the bell in the background, but I think it can. And I think as you build that interest, you build the things alongside it. You have the WhatsApp groups which are a bit livelier about county cricket now than they used to be, and it's not just people. We're talking off air. It's not just people fishing around for someone to turn out on Sunday and bat at number 8. It's sorry, we've got 300 to chase today, but they're looking, that 501 chase. My phone was blowing up, and it was people that were casual fans, and that clearly the game is doing something right to get that word out there that's happening, and that's all to the good. And I guess it's just that lower level, getting it in schools, getting as many people picking up a bat and a ball, because that's why most people fall in love with the game, right?
As you say, we just heard the 5-minute bell. So final question. As someone who's worked the majority of certainly your journalistic career in mainstream media, big high number papers, what do you think is the one thing? When I say papers, I sort of mean it more as a metaphor these days. The physical. I still love a physical newspaper, but the mainstream media, if you like, what is the one thing the game needs to do to generate more column inches?
So I think those personal narratives, those sort of individual players, are really worth just getting into the teeth of. Could there be a world where we have a Netflix Surrey cricket documentary for the year? And I think the other thing is, particularly with the YouTube channel and that kind of thing, I think now that there's so much footage there, and there is high quality footage, and I'm talking more about broadcast, but the more broadcast interest there is, the more paper interest is. A little half an hour show at the end of the day with, just a quick whiz round hosted by the great John Surtees, maybe of what's happened sort of today at the Test, but 20 minutes whistling around the grounds just to keep that interest. And I think if you do that, fundamentally newspapers will follow. They'll be interested in the people that are involved. And you look at the personalities around county cricket now, they are there. The big names are there. And just doing a little bit more of that, I think, and building some of those people up will certainly increase the interest, because the great British public can sustain interest in more than just the 11 names in the Test team. There's a lot more narrative, a lot more storylines out there which people would engage in and find fascinating.
I think that's a great way to end it. The great British public can remain interested in more than just the 11 people that are in the Test team. Ali Sylvester, editor of City AM, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Very much look forward to getting your thoughts in the pavilion over the course of the season. We'd love to welcome you back at some stage. But it's been a really fascinating conversation. I think you've given hopes some what I think people some really interesting insights in the respect for someone who is extremely passionate about cricket and about the domestic and the international game, but also coming at it from a professional viewpoint. I think like that is a really interesting thing, and hopefully, like I say, giving some people listening this lunchtime some insights. Very very kind of you to say that I could present that TV show, but I hasten to say that actual TV presenters are available, not least people like Adam Collins, Daniel Norcross, Felix White, Yas Rana. We may even hopefully be getting a guest spot from the great Australian Jeff Lemon this afternoon as well, Adam's Final Word podcast host. So I'm going to put the microphone down. The cameras on YouTube are going to switch to showing you the umpires and the players walking out, and very shortly we will be joined back again by Daniel Norcross, I think, and Felix White. Andy Sylvester, thanks very much indeed.
Pleasure.
All right, welcome back to the Kia Oval. Nottinghamshire, good start after batting through the majority of the first session of this second day. Hasiba Mead, the standing captain, unbeaten on 32 there with Will Young on his Knots debut, 31, the New Zealand international. They lost one wicket out of Ben Slater, who was caught at second slip. Right. Tom Latham from the bowling of Sean Abbott for 14. They were 27 for 1, and this pair have put on 54 from there. The visitors trailing by 274. It's not Daniel Norcross, it's me, Adam Collins, to start commentary for the first stretch of this middle session on day 2. Felix White with me for company, and we've got Sean Abbott with the ball. First one goes past the edge, albeit having overstepped. Good afternoon, Felix.
Afternoon, Adam. I really enjoyed that first morning. I thought it was really tense, breaking point type county cricket. Lovely to see play some shots towards the ends, wristy strokes. Will Young looks every inch a Test cricketer. As I was watching it at the end of the first period of play there, I was thinking it's so strong this year, county cricket.
Yeah, there's that ongoing existential crisis about how strong does it need to be, how many clubs, what's the ideal number of players playing and all the rest of it. But I share that view. I think that the cricket that we get to watch, we were talking earlier about the streams, and I guess in a way the democratisation of county cricket, it's gone from being beyond something that you can either follow at the ground and in newspapers and in the last decade or so on radio, to actually seeing it and getting a feel for it. And I think that in turn has led to a greater respect for what we've got in front of us. Young on strike.
I might be spoilt as well because I mainly watch Surrey here, of course, but it feels like the games have been good. Not too many games are drifting, you know.
We've had some exciting chases through the season, not least at Lords, where Notts gave a most generous declaration to Middlesex on the final day with a couple of sessions to go. Middlesex chased it down, going at 6 and over. So, we've seen counties willing to be enterprising in the best traditions of 3 and 4 day cricket.
Surrey chasing 500.
Yes, breaking a bunch of records in the process. Outside part of the bat, he's played that shot well. They've got the deep third set back for it.
I'll tell you one interesting thing, a chat I was just having, is that I've been really impressed. I think everyone has with Surrey's attack this year. That they do feel like they offer variety, but when the ball isn't doing anything, like it wasn't for Rory there, and not really moving, apart from sometimes just a little bit off the seam, off the straight, maybe they miss a left arm seamer, just that other variety to come from the other side, and or that real frontline spin option. That's the only time sometimes they look slightly exposed, when they don't make early breakthroughs.
I suppose they've got that strength in that conventional right arm over. With spin, they've used, of course, Will Jacks as a very useful spin option.
Cameron Steele did the job earlier in the season.
Yeah, bowled well towards the end of last year as well. Got that excellent googly on him, doesn't he, Steele? But doesn't get much of a lick of the ice cream. He played that game against Kent here and barely got a chance to bowl.
That's it, yeah. So it feels like Jacks is maybe fits in just a bit neater for them.
Of course, he's got a Test 6 for, doesn't he, Jacks, on debut, going back to last year, where he got drafted into the England squad in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And was used in that sort of floating number 8 role to strengthen and lengthen the batting lineup and give England another spin alternative in Pakistan. remarkable how different that series played out with England there compared to the one I covered in Pakistan last March, where it was 15 days or 45 sessions of just nip and tuck and 2.5 and over, and both sides giving nothing away.
Yeah.
Compared to England winning all 3 test matches, and the last of those inside 10 sessions.
You're referring to Pakistan, Australia?
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, the over there for 2 slips here and the over. So 3 runs from the first over after lunch, 85 for 1. They trailed by 270 knots with Young 32, Hamid 33. Yeah, that was played kind of on Pakistan's terms, I would say. Like that's the way they play their Test cricket over there.
Yes.
I think it's a bit misunderstood with the pitches. People assume, not unreasonably, that it'll rag like it does in India or Sri Lanka and other parts of the subcontinent. But Pakistan, you're playing on concrete.
Yeah.
So it doesn't turn quite so much. You've got to have spinners who can just bore sides out and force mistakes of concentration.
When you say they're playing on concrete, do you know the pitches are really
they are
hard?
So hard. There's nothing on them. They are bare, and they are
right.
And they're rock hard, and that probably lends itself more to reverse swing than it does to the conventional spin.
Because the ball gets scuffed up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can. If you've got bowlers that can do it. We saw that with Robinson and Anderson, didn't we? Who bowled so well in tandem to bowl Pakistan out a couple of times deep into a Test match to win the series or to take the series 2-0 and finish the job in the 3rd Test at Karachi.
You also mentioned Jacks. It's an interesting squad system at the moment at Surrey because they've got Verdi and Moriarty basically playing seconds cricket at the moment, and but they're international prospects, those 2 bowlers.
Moriarty has been on the move as well. Part of that merry-go-round of spinners. Worrell starts a fresh over. We saw a number of spinners around the country on loans. Dom Bess, who's now re-signed with Somerset, having been at Warwickshire on loan, having been signed by Yorkshire on a long-term deal a couple of years ago. I guess the consensus has been that it's a difficult competition. If there's one downside of lots of cricket being played at the start of the year, and there are upsides of that we mentioned earlier the shop window that it can be, but the downside is that there's not a lot of room for spinners in April and May when much of the championship is played.
Adam, can I just break your train of thought for a second to tell everyone at home that I've just noticed that Adam Collins is commentating very eloquently on the game in front of us, but to the right he's set up a little screen which may or may not have, I don't want to discourage people from watching Surrey, his very own Glenn Maxwell is 35 not out.
There's another game going on. Sure. There's a game within a game at Warwickshire going on at the moment.
There's a game within a game going on here.
There is indeed. Worrell makes his way again. Yes, I have an active interest in how the game's going up at Warwickshire, where they've got a healthy first innings lead already against Kent. They bowled them out for 171 yesterday.
Yep.
And they're 276 for 5. But yes, Rob Yates has made his way to another first-class ton. Fabulous young left-hander who won't be far away from the conversation with England in mind at different parts of his career, I'm sure, and another bloke called Glenn Maxwell that's 35 from 40 and doing as he pleases. So I'll just keep an eye on that in the background. Those who know me will understand why.
Bowling, it plays very well for Adam this is happening, because if you've been watching since the start, Adam sets the day up by saying Glenn Maxwell might get in his theoretical Australian 11 perhaps, and on the final word he's been talking about Maxi maybe scoring runs here, being back in. So this is feeding very well into the Adam Collins narrative.
A lot would need to go right. But all you can do is make the runs in front of you. An unexpected first-class appearance for him. He's still in the country. Who knows? In front of us here, Worrell finding his line and length early. Bit fuller and driven down the ground by Hamid. That's a lovely shot. Struck 2 beautiful boundaries through the onside earlier in his innings. And that's a classical on drive. The shot of the day so far advances to 37.
What a shot. It's beautiful. You feel like Hamid somewhere, he's had images of being like close to his young self, that way that he sort of reads length really well. It's slightly overpitched, it felt like, and beautifully timed weight distribution. What a thing of beauty that was.
It's got to be the most attractive shot in the game. Played as correctly as that. Field remains the same. 2 men back for the short ball as and when. Clipping again to the right, just of Jordan Clark, who tidies up. So the over complete boundary from it, 89 for 1. The other thing that happened during lunch fee was there was a statement drop from the MCC, World Cricket Committee. I have a lot of admiration for the work the World Cricket Committee do. To set that up, it's effectively a group of former players who who provide strident advice to administrators around the game. A high-powered crew led by Mike Gadding, but the names on it: Susie Bates, Claire Connor, Kumar Dharmasena, Sarav Ganguly, Jalan Goswami, Heather Knight, Justin Langer, Owen Morgan, Ramiz Raja, Kumar Sangakkara, Ricky Skerritt and Graham Smith. So big, sort of serious names there that represent the MCC through this World Cricket Committee. More runs there. The pads for Young to get him going in this middle session. And they've been quite... I would say interventionalists in their approach to the direction of travel with Test cricket especially, but international cricket too. Scheduling concerns, the proliferation of T20 domestic competitions, and how that will affect the ability for international cricket to remain front and centre. And that conversation has been a fairly advanced one in the last 12 months or so. Back off the seam from Abbott, better delivery. Yeah, the idea being that as more leagues pop up, the ILT20, South Africa, America starting this week, many of those clubs owned by IPL franchises, that it's getting trickier and trickier to thread the needle for international cricket, even if the World Test Championship has been secured for the next 4 years.
Sure.
It's what happens after that.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of people have had their attention turned to since about this time last year, when a lot of these clubs were bought up. And they've put out a statement today calling for a strategic fund for Test cricket and the women's game. So effectively quarantining money that the ICC bring in through their broadcast rights arrangements and from
short form cricket.
Well, from the ICC TV deals.
Just general,
and ring fencing a portion of that to help nations who play Test cricket and women's cricket as well, remembering that that's still in development phase in a lot of parts of the world. There are some countries where there have been big strides, but other parts where there haven't been quite so much. Just playing the wrong line there. Not the shot to play. That's a get-out shot, truth be told. We'll get a second look here. But Abbott just giving him a little tempter outside the off stump. The previous delivery came back off the seam. We're behind Comede in our commentary position, but seeing it back on replay from side on, you can see those feet don't do an awful lot of moving, do they? Cut in half.
That's the way it looks. It's looked like you're getting Haas out at the moment. It's like when you've heard a bit too straight, he's beautifully flicked it through leg side. It's just when it's slightly short of a length outside off stump, he just gets his feet stuck in mud and tends to have a little bit of a waft there.
Watching under his eyes there. But yes, the idea is what they're saying, the World Cricket Committee, they want a financial audit of the ICC with a view to separating some money off for a test match fund that helps bolster the requirements, or helps bolster the pool of money that countries with less at their disposal can bolster their test ranks. So we see that, I suppose, with the West Indies and even South Africa, who have performed in spite of what they've got at their disposal in recent years. Wide of the crease from Abbott to finish, 1 run from the over, 90 for 1 after 28. They trailed by 265 knots after Surrey were all out for 355 in their first innings earlier today. So that's the first part of their statement, that they want to see more money steered from the ICC directly into the pockets of the boards of nations that are struggling to make ends meet and host Test cricket. It's an expensive business. Hosting Test cricket, you talk to Cricket Island, they've got a loan out to the ICC at the moment, totaling several $1 million. Now, to me, that just seems ridiculous.
So they have to pay back.
How can it be that they're in hock to the ICC when they're a full member nation? They absolutely can't afford to do what other nations do, and that shouldn't be the way when it's a full member. Shouldn't be for any of them, really, when there's that much money splashing around in the global game. Laurel continues. Got a third man back with Young on strike. He's playing the ball nicely behind point. Leaves alone here on length. Good probing delivery to start the new over. His 9th. And then a similar fund here to, as they say, protect, grow and strengthen women's cricket globally. A substantial and ring-fenced ICC strategic fund for women's cricket. So this isn't really about Australia and England and India and other nations with plenty of cash.
Of course,
it's about countries that don't have the same resources at their disposal, and advancing the view that we have to look after everybody as a global game.
Yeah.
Good delivery.
That's the ball coming back in. I mean, I hear that news and instinctively I think, well, that sounds like a really reassuring thing. I'm glad you contextualised it for me, because I've just seen on Twitter, is it Simon Harmer saying, oh, we don't want charity?
Yeah, and I get that as well, right? And we've seen South Africa find a new revenue stream from their own T20 comp, so it's not an easy conversation, it's a complicated one, because the very nature of that particular competition is that it will make scheduling harder in that part of the year. When the and you know, every nation wants to have a slice of the pie when it comes to T20 cricket and to diversify their revenue streams.
Yeah.
And the 100 over here is a great example of that, given that 70% of England's revenue comes from Test cricket at the moment, and the broadcast rights tied up with that.
Okay.
So I get it, but also there reaches a saturation point, doesn't there, with scheduling and how players can find a way to do everything and maximise their wealth in the process. Just back of a length, so we're all mixing up his lengths here.
So the bite back to this might be that because this money's been put aside, then these places feel owned in some form. Do you know what I mean? By the big three. Is that kind of what the risk would be here?
I guess you could see it that way. I haven't heard it put that expressly before. I mean, remember when the Windies came out in the pandemic, those behind closed doors test matches?
Yeah.
Which, you know, no vaccine.
Yeah.
This country was in
going to play
dire
it in
straits.
Yeah.
It was a really tough time, obviously, for everyone. Inside part of the bat spits out square leg for one for Young. At the end of all of that, the Windies were quite forceful in their commentary around more equitable distribution of broadcast rights for the away team. So at the moment, the home team puts on the tour and makes the money for the tour, which makes sense, right? But if you're the visiting team, well, you're playing your part in putting on the show.
Of course.
Is it not right that you also have access to some of those revenues?
Yeah. I would say it is absolutely right, especially if it's West Indies in a situation like that.
Bit of extra bounce to finish. Again, Hamid looking to cut, wants to force the agenda after lunch, but doesn't make contact. 91 for one, just one run coming from the over.
That feels like the area there, doesn't it? Just short of a length outside off stump.
Just got big on him. Cutting too close to his body. Bit of extra movement back towards the right-hander as well.
He's not finding a rhythm there. I'm surprised he hasn't decided I'm just going to put that shot away. He keeps going at it, doesn't he? Outside his off stump. For the benefit of Adam's eyes are just lit up and he's glanced to the other cricket he's watching to see that Glenn Maxwell is 47 not out.
If he's 147 in a couple of hours from now, then we can start talking about it in more depth.
Okay, yeah.
We'll see. He'll get out next ball now that we've talked it up.
I haven't even seen a shot yet. Have you seen a shot? Does he look in good touch?
I've not been watching, in fairness. I've been engrossed in our conversation.
You have.
But yeah, this is an ongoing conversation. I interviewed Richard Gould, the Chief Executive of the ECB, probably a month ago now, before the Ireland Test match it might have been. They all get this, right? They've got their meeting with the ICC this week, the ICC Chief Executives meeting, which takes place twice a year, I think, at that level.
Right.
And there's an awareness around that room that this is a really tricky time for the global game. It's new over. Good lead from Young to start. And that it's going to require the collective strength of the chief executives and chairs around the global game, just to make sure they don't make any major strategic blunders here. Because things are happening very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And there's obviously a desire for Test cricket to retain its primacy.
Of course.
But in a time where there's less money filtering down to some nations who play Test cricket, it does rather complicate the situation. Multi-speed economy. Just trying to pull off probably the right leg. Just didn't get up from Abbott. The first one we've seen that's, I wouldn't say kept low, that wouldn't be right, but just doesn't quite take off the seam from the Australian quick. We'll get a second look here, side on, and it goes through at about thigh pad height.
It's looked difficult to score, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Especially from short of a length, it looks hard to sort of read. I can tell for the benefit this is Dan Norcross now perched next to me. He hasn't bought me a tea, which is disappointing.
We're talking about
Is it still brewing?
Reciprocity before, about looking after each other. You got him one earlier. But yeah, I think that like the World Cricket Committee have seen fit in the last 12 months to... Jamie Cox is the new boss of the MCC. I say he's probably been there a year now, the former Somerset and Tasmanian champion.
Yeah.
And he feels very strongly about this. He's a really strong voice around how we need to protect Test cricket.
Redistribution of what's earned.
Well, in what we're seeing here today from the MCC, but more generally about making sure that we don't lose sight of, I guess, the wood from the trees a little bit here in as far as what we've already got.
Oh, cricket.
Here defending.
It's just good cricket.
And there's no easy answers here, but yeah, the next couple of years feels really important. Mentioned the World Test Championship. That's locked in for the next 4 years. But after that, who knows?
Yeah.
Because that's the end of the next Future Tours program, which
are in 5-year
increments.
That's the unknown from there.
Because doesn't it feel great right at the moment, Felix? You love Test cricket, I love Test cricket. We see it all the time. It's being played somewhere constantly because the World Test Championship demands that each competing nation plays, I think it's 6 series over 2 years. That completes the over.
Adam, you're going to have to carry on this conversation with
We're
Dan.
leaving you.
Yeah, but just let's just put a little pin in this.
Okay, that's fine with me.
And Dan, it's tense good county cricket here, you know. I'll leave you with Adam.
Thank you, Fee. I must admit, I thought we had you for 40 minutes there, so we'll pick up that conversation later on, unless Daniel wants to jump in as well. He probably will. He's the kind of guy that likes to jump in on conversations, believe you me. Good afternoon, Daniel.
Good afternoon. Test cricket, eh?
Future of it. Just saw that, I don't know if you caught the MCC statement, playing shots as they always do about these matters this afternoon. Took us on a nice diversion after lunch. Worrell's bowled throughout.
You'll have to fill me in.
Long story short, ring fence money from the ICC for Test cricket and ring fence more money for women's cricket. That's what they're saying today.
It's a pretty obvious thing to do. We've been saying it for quite a long time.
We have.
I think there are various inventive ways in which you can use ICC money. And
so not giving 38.5% of it to the biggest and most wealthy nation.
Well, that's one part of it. But yes, taking some out. And as you know, I believe that to develop cricket around the world, what you should be doing is providing a scholarship scheme in effect. So players from associate nations, you know how there was this sort of notion that the Women's Premier League, you could squeeze an extra overseas player in if they played for an associate nation, like Christina Goff or indeed Tara Norris, who's USA registered. Similarly, I'd be looking to do that in the first class game. So if Jamaica wanted you, for example.
Close to the body again from Hamid, but makes good contact down to deep third. Gets a single, gets a couple. Good running from the Notts captain. Takes him over to 39.
Indeed, if any first class entity, one of them, Tasmania, Queensland, Derbyshire, Surrey, you get yourself a free player that you can develop. And let's say they're on a contract, I don't know, 35, 40,000, something like that. Then it's a way of getting them into the system.
Oh, that gets big on him. Now, we've seen this from Hamid a number of times since lunch. Balls that are coming back towards him, which he really wants to get bat on ball from. And Worrell's equal to it. Bends his back, gets some more out of the surface, bowling from the Vauxhall end. We'll see it here side on, just how high that gets up. And that is, yes, too high to be cutting at.
Well, he has.
In the end, he's probably dropped the gloves in time.
He has, and he's done well there because he actually shaped to play the uppercut a couple of times before lunch, which is a perilous shot.
So a couple of slips. That forcing shot that he plays with harder hands, gets a single for it, into the 40s, Hamid.
And the other thing I'd like to see is an amount of money being given to West Indies, South Africa, New Zealand, Sri Lanka.
Where the threats are, in other words.
Yeah. To be used and only used for Test cricket contracts. I think this could help enormously. Now, I do like Dan Worrell's angled approach, and whenever I see somebody with a slightly idiosyncratic run-up, I wonder if he bowled in a back garden where there was a shrubbery or something that was in his way.
For him.
Was it a tree?
It's a tree right in the middle. Felix has been all over this earlier today, but you're right. There often is a reason for it, isn't there? It used to be the way you'd even see bowlers start almost running backwards to go forwards, didn't you?
Yeah, well, Morne Morkel used to do his circle because his garden wasn't long enough. So he used to start his run up where the crease was, where the stumps were, and run backwards and then round.
New over begins. That's a lovely clip. Goes straight to mid-wicket. Hamid's just working into something here. He's played a glorious on-drive to get himself going after lunch. A couple of clips that have gone to fielders, but most of the balls are finding the middle of his blade.
He's looking in good nick.
Can I just revisit one point you made before, because you've advanced this case to me in the pub before, and I want to broaden this out for wider distribution. Came up during the Ireland Test match a month ago. Good leave. That where we have a bit of an issue at the moment is we had full members entering Ireland and Afghanistan back in 2018 without any guardrails. Now, first of all, they can't afford to host Test cricket. That's a massive challenge. And they're not playing at home, air quotes, in the first place. They're barely getting a game. But they're also being denied access to the county championship and other first-class comps around the world. So before, Ireland's golden generation, which I suppose reached maturity at the 2007 World Cup when they famously beat Pakistan on St Patrick's Day and all the rest of it, which got them going in the right direction. Leave close on the basis of length there, which matured into a win against England in the 2011 World Cup and other scalps along the way. Played in multiple World Cups in a row in 50-over cricket. Granted full member status in 2018, which in effect means you can play Test cricket. But as soon as that kicked in, there was a 2-year grandfathering for domestic comps around the world, i.e. the county championship, where the Irish players could continue as locals here, and it just got cut off. And that's that. It was sink or swim stuff after just 2 years of integration. And as you said to me, that period of time just was not long enough.
Well, absolutely. You can't develop sides in that time. And it seems to have no skin off anybody's nose. You know, if Tim Murtagh and Paul Stirling continued to play for Middlesex, especially as, you know, Tim Murtagh was born in Lambeth. Paul Stirling is from Northern Ireland. It's slightly murky territory with the Ireland team because you'll have overseas nationals who are citizens of the EU.
A bit fuller. Again, it allows Hamid to clip, but stop there at mid-wicket.
Yeah. And it does get a little awkward when you're talking about, you know, overseas and working visas and whatnot, but the ECB can set their own rules.
Well, this is it. They came to that agreement about the 2-year grace period. Well, I mean, in hindsight, that should have been a decade, if not longer, given that Ireland's first-class system, as Abbott finishes and Maiden, has only just, well, it's actually not operating at the moment. The pandemic, 94 for 1, I should say, 261 the deficit. The first-class system in Ireland effectively stopped during COVID for the reasons that they couldn't justify the expense because, as we described before, they haven't got the money to run a first-class system. Now, wouldn't it be better for the global game, and indeed the English game, if there were opportunities for Irish guns, like their best handful of players, still playing in the championship as they did throughout the 2000s and the 2010s?
Yeah, the likes of Boyd Rankin, Paul Stirling, Niall O'Brien, Kevin O'Brien. These were all stalwarts of the county system. And I think when you come from a country with 18 counties, you've got a bit of leeway, haven't you?
That's just down the gap. There's no one at fine leg. It's going to be a boundary. Well played by Young, who's been flawless so far, up to 38. Important partnership, this.
71, I think, now put on.
Any sense of what you said? Well, not you, it was Mark Church, wasn't it? Who identified not just the risk of getting rock and rolled early on. And
I don't think so. It
doesn't feel that way at all, does it? The tracks settle down a bit, but more to the point, they've batted well.
Yep. Well, they've left really well as well, haven't they? I'd argue Surrey were a little bit guilty of going after tempters, especially from Lyndon James. He bowled really well, but he put the ball out there and Surrey went after it and lost a few wickets that way. I think Notts had the best of the conditions yesterday when the pitch was at its juiciest, a bit more grass on it. Surrey are going to be in for a little bit of toil, it looks to me. But we've seen with this Surrey attack, dare I say it, they can go bang bang.
There are a few bang bang opportunities at Leeds this week for me on
There were.
and I didn't miss, needless to say. Worrell again, nice and full. Yeah, the extension of that point is that Afghanistan, the Ranji Trophy is a big competition. Other tournaments that are played in the subcontinent, they would be blessed with a great opportunity to develop their players in first-class cricket. Of course, there's no way to have a first-class competition in Afghanistan.
No chance. Same with Zimbabwe, really. I mean, Zimbabwe has a first-class competition, but it's so limited. And Sri Lanka's is an absolute mess.
Well, yeah, they tried to sort that out when Tom Moody was over there, didn't they? Finds the gap through point. Across the practice pitches, they've got a couple. Young's played really well. He joins Hamid on 40. Young's got 7 boundaries. Hamid's got 6. So it's a well-paced partnership so far.
What the argument comes down to...
100's up as well. Sorry, Daniel. 100 for 1.
What the argument comes down to is that... Because some people are shouting at their TVs now going, why should England assist other countries in producing better players? And the reason is that sport needs competition. If you don't have competition, then the game fast becomes irrelevant. I mean, I'm sure as fun as it is for a Celtic supporter to win the Scottish Premier League every year for 7 years or whatever, it's probably not quite as much fun as it is for an Indian fan to beat England and an England fan to beat Australia and an Australian fan to beat India. Those 3 teams can all meet each other on a relatively equal basis, but not so much all of the others, perhaps. And if you say that you care about Test cricket and you want it to survive, well, mismatches of the sort that we saw between England and Ireland at Lord's, end of the over, 100 for 1 after 33, they're inevitable as teams first start their development, but by now they should be less inevitable. You know, England were playing against a side with a guy, Fionn Hand, who was playing his 3rd first-class match. Now, he should have had 25 first-class games under his belt playing for a county team.
Yeah, and look, the Interpro system in Ireland was meant to provide that to Ireland, but again, it comes back to funding, right? So it's a chicken and the egg thing for them. But, you know, we have seen sides move quickly as full members bounce at a start from Abbott here, where, you know, Sri Lanka went from being a newly minted test-playing nation in 1982 and won a World Cup 14 years later. But Bangladesh, on the other side of it, became a full member in 2000 and have never really threatened big nations. They've won test matches. They had a series draw with both England and Australia in 2016 and 2017.
Got a famous win against New Zealand recently.
It did indeed, away from home when New Zealand were World Test champions. But generally speaking, their progress has been stunted and not helped by scheduling whatsoever. We saw Tamim Iqbal during the week, the Bangladesh champion, retire, then unretire due to prime ministerial intervention, which is classic Bangladesh. I love them for it. But, I mean, Tamim made a Test 100 at Lord's in 2010. Bangladesh have not played in England since. They've not played a Test match in Australia since 2003. I mean, the scheduling...
That's stunning, isn't it?
It's stunning and it's horrible. And Zimbabwe find themselves in a similar situation. Full members who've been there for a long time and are treated very poorly.
Especially when you see how competitive Bangladesh are in white ball cricket.
Not wrong.
I mean, they've done a number on pretty much everybody at various points in their World Cup journeys. They very, very nearly knocked India out of the World T20 in Australia last year, were it not for some very keen desires to get back out onto the field of play just as the rain stopped immediately the next ball was bowled.
I think we were both on broadcast on different networks at the time when that infamous run out took place.
Oh dear.
At Adelaide Oval.
Well, I think I'll be scarred for life by that.
Meads faced 100 deliveries for his 40. You can work out the strike rate there. Yeah, I think there's an alternative view, which some people I really do respect in the game have as well, which is that, oh, well, it is what it is. Let's have 6 test playing nations and let the rest sort themselves out. They can play test cricket if they want, but they don't need to be part of the top table. Don't get to eat at the top table. They can have a World Test Championship of 6 and the rest, which would include West Indies, probably South Africa, Sri Lanka, other nations we've mentioned. Short and put away. No, it's not. My apologies. That's a great stop. There's work to do there at point. Lots of work to do. Getting up is Will Jacks. He's a fine fielder. He saved a certain boundary instead of single for Hamid, who got all of that.
Well, as I was growing up in the 70s, so we just take a look at this again. Hopefully we can get sight of that actual stop. Full length dive.
There's a cracking shot. Even better bit of fielding.
Yeah, in the 70s when I grew up, which a lot of people think is a halcyon time, free-to-air television and whatnot. Oh, that's ballooned.
It'll be signalled a no ball because it's done so much off the track, so it dug it in really short there, Abbott, to finish. They'll get 5 for that. No ball plus the 4.
They actually get 6 for that in the county championship, of course.
Because you get 2 for the no ball. Yeah.
So it's an unusual way to get 6, that.
Yes. It's kind of like when we saw the Mark Wood 4 byes and he went for 6 at Leeds the other day. Yeah, that's gone so far over the head of Young that he had no chance of playing at it.
Stephen Finn is furious, you know, that England's the only country which gives no balls for that rather than wide.
It is a fraction odd, isn't it?
Well, because his argument is that now if you play it, you get a little tickle in a T20, you're not out because it's a no ball.
Right, yes. That makes sense.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be, is his point. It should just be a wide.
Yeah, okay, I'm following. You saw that Wood delivery that went over the top of the wicketkeeper.
Yep.
Was paid as 4 byes. Should have been probably 5 wides, but it was 4 byes and landed about 5 metres inside the rope at the football stand end. Again, it's Will Jacks at point. Twice in the over. Stuck up the right mitt there and dragged it in. End of an expensive over. 7 runs coming from it. 107 for 1. They trail by 248.
It's a bit of a concern for Surrey when your point fielder is coming into the game quite as much because Abbott's just not quite got his length right there. Yes, back to that Wood delivery, yeah. It absolutely took off, didn't it?
Have you seen a 6 byes before?
No, I'm not sure you're allowed them though, are you?
Well, what would happen if the ball had cleared the rope?
I think it's just 4.
Oh.
Because it's already hit the ground once.
It has?
Well, you bowled it.
But then it's hit the...
I believe, I was because we discussed this on air the other day, I believe you can't get 6 byes.
That's a loophole, if you ask me.
What I would like to know is what happens if you bowl a beamer that goes all the way.
Now we're talking.
So would that be 6 no balls plus the no ball?
Plus the no ball. Reminds me of the way that the famous Neighbours cricket match between Carl Kennedy's side and Joe Mangle's side was resolved when 7 to win. They ran 3, then 4 overthrows.
Who won?
You had Joey Mangle in the TMS box.
We did. We had Joe Mangle. Always get these, you know, the new relevant people that speak to the kids.
I was doing a cross at Lords during the Ashes Test a couple of weeks ago, and you know, as you do, you're kind of on the line and talking to 5 Live, and they brought in Dr. Carl Kennedy as the other voice.
Oh, joy!
Alan Fletcher, what a man! Unexpected.
Well, you're a big fan, aren't you?
Close to the off stump, left alone by Hamid. Oh, I say big fan. I think you're conditioned to it in Australia at a certain age, but.
See, he was
a long time since I've lived there.
He came into my neighbours' reckoning ever so slightly after I'd peaked, because I was an early adopter. I mean, I remember the very first series of Neighbours when it's on a different channel, and Scott Robinson was played by a dark-haired youth who was quite taciturn before Jason Donovan took over. I remember a time before Madge and Harold.
Wow, old Jelly Belly.
Ian Smith, of course, another great Ian Smith.
Used to do nightclub visits when I was at uni, where he'd dress up in all sorts of outfits and go on stage and take questions and so on.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He was a writer and actor on Prisoner, my favourite programme.
All your trivia questions coming out here, Daniel.
Yeah, he played a really nasty member of the prison service. He was like a sort of commissioner, prison commissioner.
Right.
Yeah, it's very authoritarian. Not like Harold Bishop at all. He's a very versatile actor. Now then, the Maxwell for Australia bandwagon, which you have been single-handedly driving, is picking up steam. Is that fair to say?
Well, Felix was reflecting on this before. He's 73 from 60 at the moment, Glenn. If this is of interest to you, it may not be at all, but I think most people at the moment are into Ashes selection conversations, and this might just become one if it keeps tracking in this direction. Who's to know? Yes, Warwickshire building a very healthy lead down at Canterbury.
It's a bit of a concern for Surrey, that.
Yes. Yes, we might just go around the grounds, around the country. Dan, you're good at this. Get your app up. Into the onside. Hamid. 107 balls for his 41. So why don't we go the other way? Why don't we start in Division 2, please?
Division 2, well, let's go down to Sussex by the Sea, where Sussex batted first, you may recall, got off to a flyer. Clark and Haynes putting on 150. Were pegged back, all out for 402. Half century for Finn Hudson Prentice. And Derbyshire in reply, 85 for 2. Couple of wickets for Shipley.
That'll complete Laurel's maiden. 107 for 1 after 35 knots.
Now down to New Road, Worcester, the scene of reputedly ex-England opener's favourite building at Worcester. Are you thinking it's the neo-Gothic church that overlooks? Well, you'd be wrong.
It's not the Graham Hick Pavilion, is it?
No, it's the Premier Inn that's right on the ground. You can roll out of bed straight onto the ground. Yorkshire, who themselves got off to a flyer, but a little bit of rain got in the way. 177 for the first wicket before Lythe was out. Finley Bean, one of the great names. 118 not out.
Soft hands, starting the new over. So a long spell here from, well, I say a long spell. They bowled about 4 overs each after lunch together. Abbott and Worrell, 108 for 1.
Yorkshire going well. 248 for 3. Ryan Rickleton's playing there on his birthday. 248 for 3. That's against Worcestershire, of course, at New Road.
How do you know it's Ryan Rickleton's birthday?
I saw it on Twitter.
Well, it's not one of your
and
apps,
it stuck.
This cricket, what is it? The game you play with Hartley. The cricket.
Yes, yes. I've got it up on my phone. We could try and play it together if you like. Down to the Riverside Stadium, or even up Chester Street. Gloucestershire 316 all out. Chris Dent, the evergreen, top scoring with 85. A lot of contributions to their middle order, none of particular note. Durham high flying this season. Well, former England opener, former Bazballer, Alex Lees, unbeaten on 70 from 75 balls. We're going to get his way back into the side. Durham 125 for 4.
Keep on Bazballing, Alex. Up-ish, but through. Short boundary, 4 runs. Hamid rocking back and striking his 7th 4 out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School.
And at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, finally in Division 2. Only 5 balls of play have been possible so far.
Who are they playing?
Leicestershire.
At least they're not playing Gloucestershire, who've barely got a game this year.
Yes, Bristol's had a bad time of it. 0 for 0. That game really yet to get underway.
So this is day 1 there, is it?
Day 2. I think it was rained off yesterday. Most of the
who's
rain
batting?
was in Cardiff. Glamorgan.
I'll tell you why I'm unhappy about that. That's a better delivery from Abbott. Zips through to the gloves of
Big
folks.
Leicester fan.
Well, no, it does mean I'm invested in the Michael Nisa story as well. He's back to play. He's back to bowl.
Yes.
Back to force his case for selection, and may not get a trundle if they lose this whole day to rain as well.
Another place that's been bedevilled by rain has been Blackpool, where about 3 or 4 overs are possible yesterday. But today, they've got cracking. Tom Wesley's unbeaten on 73. Paul Walter unbeaten on 37. Essex 140 for 4 against Lancashire.
A great season, Wesley.
Pressing for a recall, perhaps. A bit far-fetched.
Might be at his age. Tom Wesley feels like he must be mid to late 30s, possibly.
Very possibly. Over the river and up north somewhere, it's a Merchant Taylor's School in Northwood. Far reaches of the Metropolitan line. Northants 219. Middlesex, our dear cousins from a non-existent county, our squatting cousins, are 161 for 5.
5
Max
from the Abbott over, 112 for 1.
Max Holden, unbeaten on 20s. Ryan Higgins there, last wicket to go. John Simpson, a couple of wickets for Ben Sanderson, whom we saw famously in that tour match in 2015. A couple of wickets for White, 1 for Taylor. So that game's very evenly poised, the basement battle. And lastly, Kent versus Warwickshire. Kent 171, Warwickshire 326 for 5. Glenn Maxwell unbeaten on 73. Rob Yates 120 from 288 balls. Maxwell 79 off 63. Can he overtake him while he's still out there?
He was 31 at lunch, so he scored 48 runs in 40 minutes since the resumption, or whatever it works out to be.
So I think those are all the scores from around the grounds.
Thank you. That feels quite comprehensive. You're very good at that.
I meant to do it in Kevin Howells' voice. But
Slip in a gully, the second catcher out as Worrell continues. So we've seen in terms of bowling for Surrey so far, Worrell into his 13th. Abbott's bowled 12, and then 6 for Clark, 4 for Laws, and a couple for Jamie Overton before lunch.
I'd be right in saying they bowled unchanged since lunch, haven't they?
They have.
These two, Worrell and Abbott.
The point Felix made before is that this isn't a criticism, it's just an observation. They have got 5 right arm over seamers, don't they?
Yep.
Surrey. It's been a feature, not a flaw, in the last 2 seasons. Let's remember how many Surrey bowlers took 20 wickets last year. Worrell, one of them. Driving straight to cover Young. The question Felix put to me was whether there's any pacey left-arm variety. Sorry, have it there.
Well, Reece Topley, of course, has been in and around, but not in the county championship side.
Played a couple of years ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
He took a 5-wicket back against Middlesex at Lords, playing in the 4-day team. But we interviewed him on the stream a couple of months ago, and he was fairly clear that his priority is with white ball cricket, understandably, at the moment. On the way back from injury and all the rest of it.
Other than that, I mean, there aren't a lot of left-arm pacey options in England, are there? Sam Curran would be an obvious one for Surrey, but
he's resting this week.
But yes, I believe officially he's recharging.
I saw that in the press release. Recharging.
Yeah, he's been plugged into a.
When do we get to recharge? When we get to recharge, August 1.
August 1
when the Ashes are over.
Yes.
We can daydream about where we're going to go then. On the drive once more, Young, but again to a fielder at mid-office, the captain Burns.
Well, I quite fancy going on holiday to Puglia, because I've just received a note from Ben Cullen, who's a Surrey fan and fine man, former colleague of mine on a different media outlet, who's on holiday in Puglia, and Mark Nicholas has popped up at his hotel.
Just getting away between test matches.
We really just saw him 2 days ago. Yep. That's sneaky, isn't it?
The incoming MCC president as well, to go back to our topic after lunch. He'll be taking over from Stephen Fry on the 1st of October.
It's a 1-year appointment, isn't it? It's a little bit like being a consul in ancient Rome. We just hope that it doesn't go that way and suddenly 3 different presidents of the MCC take over the entire organisation and turn it into an empire, not a republic.
Who might be those? Who were the 2 most recent past presidents? It was Claire Connor and it was Kumar Sangakkara, wasn't it?
They make for an interesting triumvirate.
Interesting dinner party. Keeps the strike there, Young, with a single to long leg. He's 42, 113 for 1. Claire Connor, Kumar Sangakkara, Stephen Fry and Mark Nicholas around the dinner table. Who drives if they're on a long journey somewhere? How do those fall?
Who drives? Well, good question. I put Claire in charge.
I would trust Claire on navigation.
I would trust Claire, yeah.
Driving on whatever the most.
Well, I think she could do them both simultaneously to leave everyone else in the car free, just a natter.
Well, she has got.
She can natter as well.
She has got the ability to keep multiple balls in the air at the same time, doesn't she, Claire?
Very much so. I mean, she is a multitasking genius.
She's been charged with the responsibility of responding to the ICEC report as well on behalf of the ECB, or at least gathering the submissions.
That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I think it seems like the right way forward.
If you want something done well, give it to a busy person.
Yep.
There is going to be a change at the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. It's going to be the man who made his third first-class 100 yesterday, Jordan Clark, who's been outstanding this season, 34 wickets at an average of 19 before today.
Well, Surrey desperately need a breakthrough. That ball's 37 overs old as well, don't forget, but it's just getting a little bit cloudier here.
First ball with a spell. It's short and over the top of mid-wicket it goes. For 4 towards the Peter May stand. Young getting inside the line. Just a bit of a loosener there from the change bowler Clark. He overtakes Hamid. Young to 46. Hamid 45. 117 for 1. Watching it back here. Just had all the time in the world to place it where he liked. May not have quite middled it, but didn't need to.
Bit of a loosener that from Jordan Clark. The deficit now just 238. 9 wickets in hand. Surrey on the search for this breakthrough. And that's just died again a little bit on folks, hasn't it? Do you sense the pitch has just eased up a bit today?
It does feel that way, doesn't it? It was tough conditions to bat in early on yesterday. It was a good toss to win for Notts. And they made the most of it before lunch, you know. When Latham fell, it was 70 for 4, then 130 for 5 with Jacks's dismissal. But those partnerships in the middle, the glue of the innings. Stands of 60 for the 5th wicket, 77 for the 6th wicket, 97 for the 7th wicket, and 32 for the 9th wicket. All played their role in getting Surrey to the last bonus point in the end that they were going to get. 350 racked up this morning and 355 their final tally in the first innings.
I may have mentioned this before on a Surrey live stream, but 5 or 6 years ago, there was a very intriguing stat. And actually it makes an awful lot of sense. It was this, that at that point, 10 of the previous 11 county championship winners had been the side that had the best average fall of wicket from their 5th wicket. So once their 5th wicket had gone down, wickets 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 put on more runs than any other side.
I see. Lower order runs.
Lower order runs are utterly crucial because often very good batters cancel each other out. And if you think back to Surrey's heyday in the late 20th century and early 21st century, a lot of runs from that lower order, the likes of Salisbury, Sacklane, Martin Bicknell, Ormond, all these guys could bat. And when you gave that great stat today about how many runs Surrey's batters had got.
Might repeat that on the way out here. Last ball of the over, driven straight to cover. Overton does the fielding, so not getting through that window. 46 for Young, 45 for Hamid, 117 for 1. Yas Rana's going to jump in for me. But yes, Jamie Smith 484, Dom Sibley 483, Ben Folkes 482. Isn't it sweet? Over to you, Daniel, then Yas.
Thank you very much, Adam. Take a well-deserved break. 117 for 1. Not going comfortably. Just getting a little bit darker here, not threatening. The weather forecast had a hint of rain, just a little passing shower later on in the day, and the skies are reflecting that forecast. Actually, the full-on sunshine that we had before has been replaced by a sort of patchwork quilt of ever-greying clouds. And Jamie Overton is back in the attack. He bowled very much a loosener his first over, didn't quite get the radar right, went down leg side 4 or 5 times in the over, but his second over was on the money, and Surrey need him to break this partnership. Going to bring some much needed fire and pace. Yas, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Pleased with lunch?
Yeah, another.
Oh, curried hake.
And the lamb kebabs as well.
The lamb kebabs and the spicy potato wedges.
Brilliant.
Well cooked chips, I thought.
Nothing to complain about from me.
Mozzarella, tomato and onion salad and rocket. Delicious little chocolatey slice at the end.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Well, I brought one up for you.
Look forward to it.
Now then, he's not quite got that time that well enough for 4. He'll pick up another couple. And he's zeroing in on another half century. He's had a bit of an in and out season, this Hasib Hamid. Top score of 97. But he's paced his innings very nicely here with Will Young at the other end.
Do you think we're seeing the effect of the Kookaburra ball over the Dukes at this stage? It's still only the 39th over. It seems to have gone very flat.
It's gone flat, yeah, but then the Duke's ball can go a little soft itself, can't it? A roundabout now. This is why Jamie Overton's pace is so important, and you saw there, that ball was clipped away all the way down to the boundary to fine leg. It isn't a long boundary, but it went off the bat so quickly that actually Will Jack speared the ball in, and Young had to scurry to make his ground, despite the ball having been hit all the way down to the groundsman's dugout.
I wonder, with conditions as they are, how soon it will be before we see Will Jacks introduced into the attack. He's not had to do much bowling so far this year in the county championship. But as much as anything, that's been because of how well the seamers have done.
Yep. Yep, I imagine if he does come on, he'd come on from the pavilion end. The end that Amaverdi always used to bowl from, but largely because the boundary to our right, the Arlingford Road side, is very short. I might be wrong, but if I were Will Jacks, I think I would prefer the protection offered.
Definitely. I think he was undergoing a bit of a stretch at fine leg.
That's a great shot. That'll be 50 for Young. It's been a feature of his play. He's driven down the ground very well indeed. 50 off 88 balls. His first game for Notts. Great signing for a side that was struggling for runs. And he's really looked pretty much untroubled throughout this innings. And he's causing Surrey to scratch their heads a bit here.
He's batted with real class ever since he came to the crease. Really composed. Scored reasonably briskly, 50 off 88 balls.
Oh, now it's been pulled out to square leg. There is protection out there, but again, fluent, good timer of the ball. End of the over, 8 from it. Jamie Overton there just threw the ball on the stumps and then made the politest of inquiries to the umpire. I don't think we're going to get a snafu or a pickle like the one we had at Lord's the other day, mercifully. But 125 for 1, Notts, dare one say it, they are cruising here, which would be slightly unfamiliar territory for them in what has been a difficult season for the newly promoted side.
Just on that final bouncer from Jamie Overton there, early in the day we were talking about how dull at times it was at Lord's, watching both teams resort to the short ball ploy. But to both teams' credit, particularly England actually, they were so accurate. Both teams really struggled to score at any rate. And actually it's not, I don't think as easy as both sides made it look. At Headingley, even when Wood was doing it, I think at one point he bowled a short ball spell and went at ones.
Yep.
It's not just the line you've got to get right, it's the length as well. You know, as soon as you get it slightly wrong, it's either a wide or it's a long hop.
Yep. Or you can easily get inside the line, as Duckett did actually. Duckett played the short ball at Lord's very well. It was a slow pitch, so it allowed him to get slightly inside the line. But he was hitting everything into the ground until he finally got out inside of 100. Oh, now that looks close. I'd like to see that one again. Slightly more tentative push forward that from Young. It might have been a little high, maybe going down the leg side. Here we go. Hard to see from that angle. Was there a bit of inside edge on there? He pulls out of the appeal quite quickly.
Looks pretty good to me.
Well, unless there's a bit of bat, because Clark appeals, but he sort of gives up quite quickly. Oh, I say, and that's close to off stump as well. I'd like to see that LBW again, because it didn't look like it was too high, did it? It looked knee roll or just below. He's not the tallest man, Will Young.
Does he pull out the appeal because the umpire shakes his head, or is it because he doesn't really have conviction in his own appeal?
He doesn't have conviction in the ball either at the moment. He's just showing it to Rory Burns. Doesn't like the look of it. Burns says, no, get on with it.
Just on Glenn Maxwell, watch, he's out for 81.
Oh, is he?
81 off 67.
Is
Ball
anyone
behind off Matt Quinn?
Is anyone looking after Colo? Because that will upset him. Oh, now then, hostile.
There's a good short ball. I think it was a little bit shorter than Will Young initially thought. Just as we saw Clark taking the ball to his captain, Rory Burns, obviously not happy with something. Do you think bowlers and captains are more ready to complain about the state of the ball? Obviously, in 2022, that was a year of the soft dukes, the dodgy batch or whatever it was. Because I was struck at Leeds by how much more the new, in inverted commas, ball swung after Australia changed it on the fourth morning.
End of the over, 125 for 1, 40 overs bowled. I think bowlers, especially bowlers like Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, have always been quite comfortable in expressing their dissatisfaction with a ball if it's not doing what they want it to do. So I don't know if there's that much more of it. I would suggest that last year was so bad that it became a matter of scrutiny. You were checking the ball at the end of every over to make sure it hadn't gone out of shape. I mean, I remember a ball lasting one ball. It was hit for 6 and had gone completely flat. When you spoke to the players, they would say that the characteristic of this ball, which I think might be about to be changed actually, yep, we have a new box of balls being brought out, was that it would flatten on one side after it had been hit. I think I saw 6-7 balls being changed in one innings last year.
Looks like Surrey's request for a new ball has been refused by the umpires.
Ah, and the box of balls been sent back.
Yeah. Nigel Long didn't look too impressed. He seemed happy enough with the state of the ball. So Overton bowling now with 4 men back. Deep third, deep point, deep final leg, and a man just in front of square on the leg side.
Are we going to see a few shorter deliveries from Overton? This ball not really moving much through the air or indeed much off the seam now. And he is the one bowler of, well, who can get extreme pace, by which I mean 88s to 90. It's a big ask in his first game back, of course.
I was struck watching Sean Abbott bowl earlier. He's a big, strong guy, a proper $100-run partnership for Mead and Will Young. I was struck, he's a proper splice hitter with the ball, and quite a few of his deliveries just weren't really getting through. Folks was taking them at around about knee height.
Yeah, we've seen it dying a bit on the keeper today. That's a half century for Hamid, brought up in lovely fashion. He's been terrific off the front foot. Occasional wobbles. Looking to uppercut every now and then, not quite pulling that off, but every time he's got forward, he's smothered the ball, he's found the gaps, he's hit it beautifully along the ground, and he's leading from the front here for Notts. Don't forget he's stand-in skipper in the absence of Stephen Mullaney. At 50 from 118 balls. Anchoring his side very nicely here.
That was the bat raise of a man indicative of knowing that there's a lot of work to do.
And that's classic Overton. Just been hit for 4 off a full ball. Well, next one up around his ears. Just by the way, James Rue is still in, 160 not out.
We're talking about this downstairs. You'd think that England going to India next winter, surely Ben Foakes will go on that tour.
Surely.
They picked him for that tour in 2021 when he wasn't playing any Test cricket at all around that time. That's flowing through to Foakes. Bit of extra pace there from Overton. But if you score 500s when you're 19 years old, you really can't be that far off. I mean, it's a similar.
You can't be that far off as just going in as a pure batter.
Exactly, yeah. And you know, Hamid at the crease now. He went on a tour of India at the same age, having struck 400s, I think, in that year. Rue's already scored 5. I know there's an asterisk against one of them because it came almost entirely against declaration bowling. But still, it's no mean feat.
That completes a fairly hostile over from Jamie Overton. But it also contained Hamid's 50. He has 53, Young 52. Knott's going steadily. This second wicket partnership now worth 104. And the deficit just 224.
Do you want a stat for you?
I'd love a stat.
So James Rue jointly holds the all-time record for the most county championship hundreds as a teenager, alongside who? Going back to the very, very start of the county championship.
Dennis Compton.
He's in second place.
Oh, wasn't far off.
Wasn't far off. It's a current player.
James Bracey.
No. He's currently in the England squad.
Squad? Dan Lawrence.
Correct. Lawrence is 6. Rue is 6. I think Compton had 5. Stokes had 5. Sam Hain had 5 as well.
There's a little bit of rain in the air. The ground staff are just gathering. There was the hint that we might get a little shower around now. Surrey won't be displeased by that. I think they'd quite like a bit of moisture on the pitch. Looking above me, I know it sounds mad when there's water coming out of the sky, but they don't look like rain-bearing clouds. So we might get away with this, and it might just juice up the surface.
Also, Surrey won't want a situation where it was reasonably pleasant conditions to bat earlier on in the day, and then as soon as the clouds come, they're off.
Too right. I think we might get away with this. There's a very, very brisk wind. You can see the flags above the pavilion are stiff as anything now. Standing proud.
Just looking around the ground, I can't see many, if any, umbrellas up.
Oh, well, it's a good reason for that. Unlike the... Well, I mean, I was generally shocked by some of the people at Lord's who were putting their umbrellas up at the first sight of the slightest bit of rain. You don't do that. The county championship crowd is far more knowledgeable than a test match crowd, and they know you keep that umbrella down. Even if you've got water dripping off your nose into your mouth, don't give the umpires a sniff. Oh, now that's popped a bit. I wonder already, are we just getting a little bit of juiciness in that surface? It's apparently getting heavier. I'm informed by our producer Jake, it is getting heavier. But as I look, it's very light. The umpires are not yet consulting. The ground staff are on standby. Oh, hello, and I can see some fans. They shouldn't be doing that in the Bedser stand. They're going for cover.
See a couple of umbrellas as well.
Well, they need to have, someone needs to have a word with them. If we can find those umbrellaed fans, we will. Seeing the odd jumper being put on. Here we go. See, that's a far more noble response. Just put a little hoodie on. There's definitely rain falling, but there is a brisk wind, so this might pass through nice and quickly. And that's a mighty shot out through mid-wicket for 4. A really terrific shot from Young. Swiveled, pulled, timed it perfectly. What would have been a maiden without that. 4 off the over, 135 for 1. Young in this race with Hamid just nips past him once more and goes to 56.
It's been a really classical innings from Young. He's been very confident in defence, but as soon as there's been anything short or full, he's really latched onto it. As we see, one of the guilty umbrella holders.
A parasol, really, more than anything. I mean, around her, as you can see. There's another one. Actually, that's a slightly more forlorn trio there. Looking a little bit more damp. Jamie Overton then will resume, ball in hand. Looking to take advantage of this surface as it just has a little bit of moisture and the ball can skid off.
Is Jamie Overton having a conversation with Rory Burns there?
What might he be asking here? There we go, just get that waterproof on, that's absolutely fine.
Overton using his top to dry the ball.
That is the danger for Surrey, but I don't think this ball was doing a great deal before. And they could well be on the verge of getting a changed ball anyway. So on balance, this might work out for Surrey. As a batter, it's horrible, this situation, because you're sort of half wondering, aren't you? Are we coming off?
It's one of those situations where you can't really win.
No. And indeed, England fell foul of it at Edgbaston, didn't they, when they had a very brief sort of 15-minute spell. It did for Duckett and Crawley in England's second innings.
The groundsman did incredibly well to get them back on the field. But I was thinking they've done too well here.
Yes.
With the home side.
Yes. Well, I don't know how much of it was refund related, because it was just the 22 balls needed to ensure that ticket holders got to see a bit more play. See, the lights are on here, floodlights are on. It has got a little bit gloomy. Nice shot from Hamid. Again, driving straight down the ground. Clark's given up the chase. 4 more to Hamid, and he now goes ahead of Young.
Overton took some time to get up there. He looks okay, but it's a glorious shot, isn't it? Sort of a late bottom hand flick to get that onside of the stumps.
That's the thing, to use the bottom hand to get placement straight back past the bowler that's a touch of class. Now then, Rory Burns is getting increasingly unhappy with this ball. Nigel Long will take out his calipers. What do we call them? Do we need a word for it? Yes.
There must be an official term. We need to speak to the umpire.
The rings.
Are there any umpires?
Right, now we might get change here, because Long's gone to umpire Bailey, who's an eminently reasonable man. And yes, that's it, they've decided this ball has gone out of shape. There's 2 other men in umbrellas. I can see an umbrella down, 2 umbrellas down below me to my right, the JM Finn stand. And it's what's about to happen is a very unscientific thing, it seems to me. Box of balls is brought out. Umpires have a look and go, yeah, that's roughly about right.
Where are those balls from?
I've often wondered, are they practice balls that have been used for an amount of time?
And is there a little label on top of them saying this is 10 to 15, this is 15 to 20?
I think so, but presumably they're done in nets, aren't they? They wouldn't be done out in match situation. So they'd be hit probably in possibly indoor nets, possibly outdoor nets. There's a posse there of umbrellas. Three.
The gentleman to the left of the trio of umbrellas seems undeterred by the weather. He's still reading his paper.
Well, if you can read your paper, then it can't be that wet. That'd be my suggestion. Yes. Think on, ladies. That said, it is really quite damp out there. I don't know what it says about everybody else. As more fans move for cover in the Bedser stand, and now the umpires are getting together, they're going to have a chat, and they're coming off. So, well, that may have worked out fine for Surrey, because now they don't have to use that ball in slightly damp conditions, and we're going to have a break in play. The covers are going to come on. I'm sincerely hopeful that this will be a pretty brief break in play, because clouds are high, the breeze is pretty stiff, should blow them away, and there is really not a lot of rain coming down, but enough for the umpires to deem it necessary to take the players off. Let's keep an eye on the time. 6 minutes to 3. It's been Nottinghamshire's day today. Surrey adding just another 16 runs to their overnight, 339 for 8. All of those runs scored by Jamie Overton, who's left 30 not out, 2 wickets to fall. Tom Laws and Dan Worrell out in successive deliveries to Lyndon James, who'll be on a hat-trick at the start of Surrey's innings. He finished with figures of 6 for 74. Patterson with 2 wickets and Brett Hutton with 2, the other wicket takers. Nottinghamshire went out to bat. We thought it might be quite testing conditions, and the ball did move around a little bit. The new ball certainly. Ben Slater was out, called at second slip by Latham off the bowling of Abbott. The score on 27, but since then it's been pretty plain sailing. I can't recall any chances being given by this pair of Hasib Hamid and Will Young, the New Zealander playing for Nottinghamshire. So 1 wicket to fall, just that one. Sean Abbott 1 for 35. Dan Worrell and Sean Abbott have bowled 25 of the 42.4 overs between them. We've seen 9 from Jordan Clark, 4 from Tom Laws, and 4.4 from Jamie Overton on his return to bowling. He's managed to get some pretty decent speed. He's starting to get his accuracy, but the players have been taken from the field by the umpires as we endure what I hope, Yas Rana, will be a brief squall, but it's been Nottinghamshire's day so far.
Definitely, you can tell from the speed in which the groundsman came onto the field that it's not particularly heavy. There wasn't a real rush to make sure that every possible inch of grass is covered. But I just took a look at the forecast, and the forecast is quite a lot worse than it was a few hours ago. Yeah.
What's happened?
Just saying it's going to rain quite a lot in the next 2 hours.
Oh. Well, that's a bit of a shame. That said, it might be exactly what Surrey need, a bit of a reset. They've managed to get the ball changed. They haven't bowled a single ball with it yet, so we don't quite know how that'll behave. But we are going to take a break while there is no cricket. Keep an eye on your apps, keep an eye on the Surrey Cricket Twitter feed, and the moment the players resume, we will be back with you. But for now, from Yas Rana and myself, Daniel Norcross, from Adam Collins and Felix White, it is, I hope, a temporary goodbye.
No, mate, can you do me a favour and wind this in? It's that big one next to you. It's that big one next to you. I'm just going to pull it tight so it doesn't kink. Yeah, that one, yeah.
It's for Harry.
Yeah. You stand still. You stand still. I'll keep it tight that way. It goes on, it doesn't go slack. So you just keep winding now. You wind it back.
Oh, I got one.
Otherwise it goes on slack.
Yep.
He probably wants running off and putting it back on again. Anyway, thanks, mate. Sweet, thanks, mate.
Alrighty.
Take the piss out of Greg on the.
Come.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, 139 for 1. The restart here is scheduled for about a minute from now. Adam Collins and Yas Rana picking up commentary. Hamid, 57, Young, 56. An outstanding partnership so far of 112. The visitors, Nottinghamshire, trailing by 216. It's raining again a little bit here. Adam Collins with you, Yas Rana with me. But it feels as though, oh dear, I was going to say it feels as though it's not going to keep them off the ground. But as I say that, it feels like the ground staff might be making their way back to the middle. Time will tell. It's touch and go.
Literally, just as you said those words, the umpires stopped in their tracks, and unfortunately, we can't see it on the screen right now. The umpires and the players are walking back to the pavilion in the dressing rooms, and the groundsmen are the people walking towards the middle, not the players.
It can't be heavy. There's not many people who are out in the terraces right now because it has been raining, but I can't see any umbrellas, which is usually a pretty good sign for the rain. In saying that, a couple have popped up, so it's light rain. It's probably more than drizzle. Difficult to tell out of our commentary box window, but it can't be much more than light rain, as they're only bringing out the Hessian mat at this stage. And as you can see at the top of the screen, there are a few of the Surrey players, the bowlers, Abbott, Worrell and Clark, just moseying off the field. They're in no hurry. They're hoping that this is a brief delay and they can get cracking, but there'll at least be a slight delay on the 4 o'clock expected start, which the clock's just ticked over now. And that partnership between this pair, Hamid, was so strong. Square of the wicket, clipping through the onside and cutting when he can get on top of the ball. And Young's just looked class and serene from the moment he walked out to the middle, when the score at that stage was 27 for 1.
It's been quite a frustrating afternoon for Surrey on a number of levels. We've been off for a while now, but it hasn't actually been heavy. Really, you can kind of tell by how quickly, or how slowly rather, the ground staff have come onto the field to get the covers on and to cover the pitch. And the conditions were pretty good for batting earlier in the day, and then as the clouds came, it rained quite quickly after the clouds came, so actually Surrey haven't really had the opportunity to bowl under the gloomy skies here for very long at all. Whereas it was overcast for periods yesterday, and they never went off the field, and they got the opportunity to bowl under overcast conditions. And I think with the Kookaburra ball as well, the overheads are potentially even more important than they are usually with the Dukes. I think it's been pretty flat out there for for Surrey. I think it's been notable that the ball hasn't really done a lot since the first 15 or so overs.
Yeah, it's a good point that we perhaps haven't remarked upon enough, that they're using a Kookaburra this week, not a Dukes, and the Dukes retains its ability to move around, especially off the seam, but in the air as well, for longer into its lifespan, whereas the Kookaburra, you tend to get, on a good day, 20 overs out of it before it stops swinging around, and you have to dig down into your bag of tricks. We're seeing one of Surrey's bowlers, Tom Latham, going through his paces on the gasometer side of the ground. So he's not been denied by the light rain that's falling, but the play has been delayed. So with that update, we'll just take a pause here at the Kia Oval with Nottinghamshire 139 for 1, Hamid 57, Young 56. They're ready to come back from tea, but the rain is stopping them. Hopefully, more news will be good news soon enough. All right, half an hour late, but for real this time. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. 139 for 1, Nottinghamshire after Surrey were all out for 355 in the early exchanges of this second day. We've had a lengthy rain delay. Tea's been taken. We've got, it says 35.2 overs remaining today. That's after the deduction. Adam Collins with you, Yas Rana with me. Hasiba Mead 57, Will Young from New Zealand on 56, an unbeaten standard 112. The one wicket to fall for the visitors so far was Ben Slater, caught by Tom Latham at second slip from the bowling of Abbott for 14. At that point, they were 27 for 1, but these two have batted splendidly. And now, Surrey have to find a way with their highly vaunted pace attack to get moving in the final session of play.
Jamie Overton will resume. 2 balls left in his 5th over. We've lost 12 overs of play, 35.2 overs remaining in the day. And for the first time all day, really, Surrey will be bowling in slightly overcast conditions.
Hamid on strike. Oh, and through first ball. Is there an edge on it? Big decision to make here. Knows the decision of umpire Long. We'll need a second look at that.
Hamid's wiggled his right leg. Maybe it's clipped the thigh pad on the way through.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's going to be hard to tell from that angle front on. But yeah, back thigh pad is what Hamid's pointing to. Clever work on his part to make that very clear straight away, and the replay's conclusive from behind. So nice delivery from Overton to get moving again, but not to be.
I mean, more action from Surrey in that one delivery than in the hour preceding the rain delay, really.
Yep, fair point. So Overton to finish. It's that cut shot he's played well today. Gets all the way down to deep third on the bounce. I say he's played it well. It hasn't been without risk, but it's been a heavy scoring area for him. So 140 for 1. We're away after the delay. 215 the deficit with Hamid 58 and Young 56. We'll take a look at the shout again. Yeah, clearly clipping the back thigh rather than the edge of his bat.
You're right, it is a shot that's not without risk, especially with the field that Surrey have set for Hamid off the bowling of Jamie Overton. You've got a man at deep third, you've also got a man at deep backward point, so, and it's a hard shot to control exactly where it goes as well.
He's been cutting close to his body from balls, jagging back off the seam. I say jagging back, gently moving back, more with the kookaburra than jag that you might get with the jigs, but it's going to be Clark to continue his interrupted spell from the pavilion end. Slip a gully, deep backward point, catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deepish square leg and a fine leg on the fat side of the ground. Bumps him straight away. So yeah, the Archbishop Tennyson School side of the ground is much shorter than the gasometer side this week, roped off by about 15 metres.
Only 3 balls back since the interval, and already 2 short deliveries from the Surrey seamers. I wonder if we see a change in game plan following the resumption.
It's been all the rage, hasn't it? The short pitch attack in the Ashes we've been watching. Perhaps not quite so much at Leeds, but at important times. We've seen both sides turn to all-out bumper warp. The conventional field there's been fly slip, deep backward point, fine leg, deep backward square, and square leg right just in front of square, I suppose, to avoid it having 3 behind the square leg umpire. But yeah, the amount of times I've described that field on radio during the Ashes, and the only variation on it really is when they bring the deep backward square up to leg gully.
I mean, there were times during the Lord's Test where I genuinely feared for the future of Test cricket if this was going to become the norm. It's probably the greatest advert for high quality spin bowling was when it's flat. That's a far better spectacle than what we saw at times at Lord's.
Well, the problem is, if you like, if you see it the way you do, and I share your view, is that it's very effective. You know, even at a lower pace, and Neil Wagner made this an art form during his international career, which continues. You don't need to bowl at 90 mile an hour. You don't need to be Michael Holding to make a sustained short pitch attack effective. Maybe pace off actually helps a little bit. Oh, that's shagged back from Clark. It's a good leave in the end by Hamid on length, but the amount of movement generated there, not far.
Hamid's been comfortable leaving on length on occasion, but that has jagged back. But the bounce and the carry has been a little bit up and down. It's not been wholly consistent on day 2. I think the other thing with what happened at Lord's is that both sides went all in.
Quite often you see teams go to the short ball and you only have 2 men back on the leg side. But this, all 9 fielders were set for the short ball.
Yeah, full commitment to the bit. With really starting at Edgbaston when England stuck with it all the way through, and you're more plugged into the analytical world than I am, Yas, but the suggestion from from those who pay attention to that closely is that if you bowl short at tailenders, it is more effective. That is to say, it takes fewer deliveries to get a tailender out on average when bowling at their head than their stumps. Whereas the convention was always, they miss, you hit as a fast bowler. That's been put to one side in favour of bounces at tailenders. Again, squeezing through off the back foot. Hamid enjoying that shot today. Should get a couple here and move into the 60s, and so he does.
I think
142 for 1.
Sorry, counterintuitively, the slower you are as a seamer, I think it's more effective to go to the bumper method. If you're as fast as Mark Wood, as we saw at Headingley, if you bowl fast and straight, you're in with a good chance pretty early on. But if you're operating around 80 miles per hour, I guess the thought is that a tail end batter doesn't really have the scoring options against a short ball. Whereas if you're Mark Wood, the tail ender just needs to get some bat on it and it flies.
We saw a bit of that last year with Jasprit Bumrah and Stuart Broad. Not to say Broad's express pace these days, but there was just enough in that surface. It was a quicker pitch at Edgbaston. Well, it was much faster than the turgid surface that we had a couple of weeks ago for the first Test match, which really didn't allow the fast bowlers to get into the Test in the way they thought they might at that particular ground, as Worrell comes on to replace Overton from our end, the Vauxhall end, JM Finn stand end. Yeah, the way in which it was used at Edgbaston late. Ooh, hand off the bat, first ball, bit of extra bounce to Young there from Worrell. I think it was a precursor to what happened at Lords, that they made their minds up, England, on that day, that there was nothing in the surface. We're going to go all out and see what happens. And look, it nearly worked. We saw Nathan Lyon dropped early in his innings, and we all know what happens after that. But at Lords, we spoke ill of that session on Saturday afternoon when there was really nothing happening. They still picked up 5 wickets and conceded only 56 runs through those 2 hours of play. So it was strangely effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what was really interesting from England's point of view was that England had a lot of success in New Zealand not that long ago against Neil Wagner, who went for a very similar game plan, just bowling short, all 9 fielders set for that. And England tried to hit Wagner out the attack. They basically hit him at 8, 9s and 10s on occasion. And they did so partly because of the dimensions of the ground. You had much smaller grounds in New Zealand. And they played a few shots I'd genuinely not seen Test cricketers play before. They were giving themselves room and just swatting Wagner down the ground.
Getting that extra bounce, hand off the bat from Young.
And also a very comfortable sort of getting offside of the ball and then hooking it over fine leg, sort of helping it over the fine leg boundary. And that's a much harder thing to do against A, slightly faster bowlers, B, slightly shorter bowlers, but also C, on bigger grounds. The grounds in New Zealand were really small and aided that strategy. And equally, when Brooke got out on the 3rd day, playing that shot, trying to hit it over the only fielder on the offside, that's a harder shot to play against a taller bowler.
So that delivery prompts a change in field, extra man into the offside, just behind point, Jamie Overton. So 3 on the leg side, 2 out for the short ball if it comes. Not here, it won't. And really, if it keeps working, we'll see more and more of it, which means that naturally there'll be a desire to see measures taken to curtail it. Now, I remember when 2 bounces came in the 1990s, that was a relatively big talking point. Then it was unlimited, then it was 1, then it was 2, and players found their rhythm, and so it's been for the last, I reckon, about the last 25, 26 years, maybe a bit more. Down again, well bowled, not far from sneaking through the defence of Young. But yeah, I mean, to me, the obvious thing is umpires being stricter on wides and making sure that if you are a quick who's going to bowl 4 or 5 short balls and over, acknowledging only 2 theoretically can go above the shoulders, that you need to be very, very, very good at it and accurate with it, or you'll get runs added to the batting team's tally via the extras column. There should be so many more of those called. Good maiden there from Morrell, 142 for 1.
I think the issue at Lords was that initially the umpires were quite casual in their patrolling really of the short pitch delivery, and I think that they then wanted to be consistent. I think that was the issue. I think by the time they twigged that they probably needed to be stricter, I think they were like, well, hang on here, we were lenient towards Australia, we've also got to be lenient towards England doing it. And I think the umpires were slightly better at Headingley, but again, I think there were times when I thought from both sides short pitch bowling was just not being called.
Well, you mentioned that test series between England and New Zealand. With the benefit of hindsight, the penultimate ball of that test at Wellington should have been called a wide. The bouncer that Anderson didn't quite get underneath but went down the leg side, but you see the still shot of that. By any definition, that's a wide, but the convention is to let those go. And even the way they assess what are the two in the over, I mean, you see a lot of overs where 4 or 5, what we would probably declare bouncers, have been bowled, but only 2 of them have been pulled up or called as bouncers because there's a degree of leniency there as well. So there are 2 areas where the match officials can play a role in making sure that if we're going to see this, it's within tighter parameters. A little bit like the way that the umpires, if they saw fit, could play a greater role in controlling over rates. There's a short ball, dealt with easily by Hamid. We saw it at Leeds on Saturday. 20.1 overs were bowled in 156 minutes by England.
There's a really interesting piece in the Times by Steve James about the Bairstow Carey stumping at Lords.
Inside edge, well bowled again.
And he talked about how Bairstow's general demeanour spoke to him about something that he'd thought for a long time, which is batters feeling overly comfortable in the middle. He was saying that in his own playing days, he always had the thought, I'm surrounded by 11 blokes who want to get me. This is a hostile environment.
A rare play and miss.
And he talked about how often batters feel comfortable just calling for a drink, calling for another pair of gloves, when it's not a drinks break. Kind of speaks to a level of comfort they shouldn't actually have. And he drew comparisons with that attitude to Bairstow's casualness in leaving his ground without looking over his shoulder and making sure that Carey thought the ball was dead.
End of the over, 1 run from it, 143 for 1, trailing by 2-1-2. I better be careful how deeply I get into this because, of course, despite having lived here forever, I still have an Australian accent and I'll still be judged accordingly. All I will add to that is that I fully agree with your contention or the contention of Steve James in the piece about the lackadaisical way in which the crease was patrolled, if you like, for want of a better term. And just that I learnt quite a bit last week about the cultural differences between the way my compatriots saw it and those who live over here saw it. There was a bit of a divergence, and I think it partially comes down to how cutthroat, sort of recreational, competitive, but recreational cricket can be in Australia. Laurel from Australia as well, pushed out to deep point to start his new over. Yeah, the idea of what you're describing about how hostile it is, that's my lived experience playing cricket in Australia. It's not quite my experience of playing cricket over here. And maybe that's because there's a lot more friendly cricket here, and there's a slightly, and I'm not saying all cricket's played on a friendly basis, and it changes in different parts of the country, in different leagues, and each, I don't want to sort of say it's monocultural, there's a very different type of cricket played in the, for example, say the northern leagues compared to, say a game of Sunday village cricket. It's not one size fits all. However, if you were to generalise, to no ball, so signalled by umpire Long. So 2 runs added to the Nottinghamshire total, 146 for 1. You could do so by saying that Australians are brought up having to be far more wary of dismissals like that, because I've seen them throughout my life. I've seen keepers throw the stumps down routinely. It's not an unusual thing, whereas it felt like this was seen as very, very unusual at Lords.
I actually got a wicket on Saturday in almost exactly the same fashion.
All right.
And I thought it was striking how no one complained. So the standing square leg who gave it out was a member of the batting side. He didn't hesitate to raise his finger. No complaints from the sidelines. No one mentioned it at tea. No one mentioned it after the game. I actually think if we are going back to the Bear to Carry thing, I think a massive thing in the reaction were the comments made by Stokes and McCullum after the game. They could very easily have said completely fair game, which they did say in fairness, but they could have said we'd done exactly the same as Australia.
That's taken off just a little bit. Didn't explode, but extra bounce off the seam, just trending away and above the blade and the gloves of Young. Really good bowling. We've seen Worrell start well in this fresh spell into his 15th over here, but we'll get the nice side-on shot. Just how far above the gloves did it go? Yeah, well bowled, handle height.
Does seem to be doing a little bit more post-rain delay than it was early in the afternoon.
Yeah, I agree. They could have hosed it down, but it was probably in their interest to fire it up. You know, you step back from it and think about the strategic interest at that point. They were aligned with fostering or fueling the belief that something wrong had played out in order to go to Leeds with that extra degree of motivation, having the crowd fully engaged, which they weren't, especially at Lords, until the moment in question. Boy, oh boy, what a blow-up it was. I mean, some of the questions that I fielded, and I'm sure you did as well, Yas, in your various different media commitments, it was a very unusual couple of days. I mean, it wasn't... The parallels drawn to sandpaper were quite funny, really, when you're trying to compare players taking sandpaper out into the field and scratching the ball to smithereens. At least that was the intention, I'm sure, in Cape Town, which I was there for, and dismissing a player within the laws of the game. That felt far-fetched, but it was similar kind of energy, Prime Ministers weighing in and so on, as they did that week in 2018. That's a really good over from Worrell. He's bowled 15 of them, none for 34, 146 for 1 knots. They trail by 209.
I thought Pat Cummins was the ideal front man to deal with that situation. He's clearly holds strong convictions. I think sometimes you get a sense that players don't really believe what they're saying, or they're not really sure about what the right thing is to say. And you really believed Cummins when he said he thought it was a totally fair and legitimate dismissal. And you can imagine him going back in the dressing room and saying the same thing and really reinforcing that message.
I suppose it in part comes back to where he grew up playing his cricket in Western Sydney, where it's no inch given and so on. I doubt that anyone in that Aussie dressing room would have felt any differently, but again, I respect that there are different opinions on this, and I've gone through something of an education with it as well, which is fine. It's all part of it. But yeah, the other thing with Cummins, he, whisper it, but he's in favour of running out the non-striker as well. Whenever he's been asked about it, he's very clear that it's in the laws of the game. It's there for a reason. If a non-striker is lazily walking out of their crease, so I would be fascinated to see whether he would implement that mode of dismissal himself as a bowler at some point in his professional career.
Could you imagine if it happened at the business end of a 5th Ashes Test match here?
Yeah.
Even.
Well, it should have happened in the '87 World Cup quarter-final with the Windies and Pakistan, where that was the reason why the Windies didn't go through, where there was a chance to run out the number 11, who was sprinting down the pitch, and Courtney Walsh held the ball above the stumps and didn't run out the number 11, and, well, had they have, it would have been the Windies through to the semis. But I mean, it's a long time ago, but it's an example of where at the business end of a tournament, or as you say, maybe an Ashes Test match, or we saw it at the one-dayer at Lords September last year with Deepti Sharma and Charlie Dean, which again was a diplomatic incident and all the rest of it. But maybe it's the case, yes, that the greater regularity of dismissals like this, acknowledging that the law around running out the non-striker was amended in 2017 to bring it in line with the professional ICC playing conditions. It's a long backstory, but the guts of it is we've probably seen more of it in the last 6 years. That every time there is one, there is a greater understanding of the law, and that's got to be a good thing.
We saw a couple of examples over the winter where the law was actually clarified. It was the example in the Big Bash, I think, when Adam Zampa tried to do it and the umpire said no, and it turns out that because it just doesn't happen very often, I don't think people are familiar with the laws around it, but the bowler needs to enact the run out before the arm reaches the vertical.
And I think that was really good that that Zampa got it wrong, because it did mean that that extra statement went out on the pull here. Out in front of square, well timed, one man to beat.
Ooh.
Through the hands of Smith and away for 4.
Yeah, that's sloppy from Smith in the deep. Surrey have done really well since the interval to really slow the flow of runs, and this time Hamid picks up 4 when he really ought to have only picked up 1.
Brings up the knots 150 as well. They're having a good day. Picked up 2 wickets in a hurry to start, now up to 150 for 1. This partnership now worth 123 for the second wicket. Takes Hamid up to 66. He's struck 10 boundaries, so's Young in his 56. They complemented each other nicely. Yeah, just to finish that thought, because that was botched, he didn't get it right. And of course the natural social media debate that ensued, the MCC coming out and adding some more words to their, I think it was an explanatory memorandum or something like that. They thought it's worth giving greater information to recreational cricketers and anyone else that plays under the MCC laws about what does expected point of release mean. And as you say, it's the top of the swing, really, isn't it? Once you go beyond that, it's free for the batter to do as they see fit and leave the crease, whether or not the ball's released or not. Shot. Again, Young's been able to just play so well to the short side of the ground through the leg side. His 11th 4 on debut for the club. 154 for 1.
I think we're quite lucky as a game to have the MCC as the custodians of the laws. They're very quick to respond and issue clarifications, and I think we saw that flexibility over the winter. As we have a look at that shot again from Young, he's been so quick to pounce on anything that's been over pitch today. He moves on to 60.
Gets big, keeps it down. Well played.
Am I making things up? I think we've seen a few more of those since the interval.
It was a little bit up and down from this end, wasn't it? Before the early tea break.
They're two players who play with quite low hands, so I think are more susceptible to that kind of thing happening, but it's definitely seemed to have happened more since the rain delay. Should we quickly touch upon the county story of the day?
Oh, please do. I've been meaning to ask you about Somerset especially, and James Rue, who you've been keeping a very close eye on, that got more runs than anyone in the country.
Yeah, that's right. Nearly 1,000 runs this season.
What do we know? Tell us the story.
Well, so only 3 guys in Division 1 this season have 3 or more county championship hundreds. Sam Hain, who everyone knows about, Tom West, who's played for England, and James Rue's the other, and he doesn't have 3, he has 5. He's got 6 county championship hundreds overall now. He's 19, he turned 19 early this year, and he's now got the all-time record for the most county championship hundreds for a teenager, jointly held with Dan Lawrence, one ahead of Dennis Compton, Sam Hain and Ben Stokes. And he's someone that I think there's been a lot of interest around for a long time. I think he scored a 100 in the Western Prem as a 14-year-old. He was called up to play for the county select 11 as a 17-year-old against India 2 years ago. His first class stumping was Cheteshwar Pujara. He keeps wicket. He was England's standout player in the Under-19 World Cup final in 2022. So there's a lot to like about him. And this innings in particular, he came in at 41 for 4.
Into the over, 155 for 1, not trailed by an even 200, yes.
So he came in at 41 for 4 against one of the standout bowling attacks in the country. Keith Barker, Mohammed Abbas, Carl Abbott, Liam Dawson and James Fuller at Hampshire. And 44 for 1 became 80 for 5, and he put on just under 200 with fellow Somerset youngster Casey Aldridge. Put on another 100 or so with Don Bess back at Somerset on loan from Yorkshire. And then he put on more than 100 for the last wicket with another Somerset youngster, Shoaib Bashir, the off-spinner. And Xavier Voigt-Hill from CricViz on Twitter informs me that is the 3rd highest county championship score ever by a teenager. Number 1 was from Dom Sibley against Yorkshire here 10 years ago. Number 2, Anya Donald, 234 against Derbyshire in 2016. And James Drew's number 3, moving ahead of Dick Young, 220 in 1905. So one hell of a day for James Drew, one hell of a season for James Drew. I mean, I was saying to Dan earlier, 5 county championship hundreds in Division 1 from 9 games. If you're anyone, that's interesting. If you're a keeper, that's particularly interesting. If you're a 19-year-old, that's even more interesting.
All the makings of a prodigy. Some pretty impressive names you've rattled off there. As far as guys that have made 5 or 6 first-class tons before the age of 20. Wonder the extent to which they've been keeping tabs on him in England HQ towers. I wonder whether they've got a thought or two about how he might be deployed. You'd expect the Lions tour would be in the offing for him. I think Tom Latham be getting a Lions tour on the back of what he did in the Bob Willis Trophy a couple of years ago. Another Somerset player who looked to have the goods straight away.
There are a few young keepers doing very well at the moment. Obviously Jamie Smith here at Surrey is not keeping wicket at the moment. He's kept a fair bit in the blast. Ollie Robinson at Durham. But I think what Rue has is he's got the combination of he's scoring runs in Division 1 and he's keeping wicket right now. I mean, Ollie Robinson's having an excellent season for Durham, but the one thing you'd probably say against him is that he's doing it in Division 2.
Right. Good contact, again one man to beat, and does so. Just Smith the sweeper. So Young joins Hamid, well rather he's one short of Hamid, he's 65 and 66 respectively, trailed by 196 and just had time to get inside the line there. Bounce was true. Timing sound. I feel almost reluctant to ask this question, but I will in the current context of the way England cricket's set up. Is he a Baz bowler? Does he have a strike rate that would be commensurate with the current philosophy, if you like? Ends the over here, just a boundary from it. 159 for 1, Hamid 66, Young 65.
So his strike rate this year is only 51, so
which should be no disqualifier, obviously.
Absolutely. What I would say though is that he clearly has the shots. He's not purely an accumulator. He's got, I mean, seek out the highlights of his innings in the World Cup, under-19 World Cup final. He basically rescued England from a hopeless situation, and he's clearly got different gears.
Worrell away from us on the angled run-up. Gives Hamid something to clip. Just for one, the short side of the boundary protected with 2 sweepers, one of them Tom Laws up to 67.
I guess the one thing from that list of names that I rattled off there is that success at this age doesn't necessarily guarantee a long England career. Sam Hain, he scored 5 first-class hundreds as a teenager. He's doing brilliantly now, basically averaged 75 over across the last 2 summers, but he can't find his way into the England side. Dan Lawrence, again, 6 first-class hundreds as a teenager. 6-7 years on, he's still on the periphery of England.
Just to explore the Sam Hain piece of this. Is there a reason? Like, 'cause I know he's got a one-day average, or a list day average rather, that's through the roof. He's probably got a 6 in front of it still. One of the best, if not the best ever, which has seen him sit well outside England calculations there. But the body of work he's putting together as a first-class player as well. Is there a particular reason why he's, to this point, not been more part of the selection conversation or in squads or given chances to tour and so on? 'Cause it doesn't seem to add up just looking at it on raw numbers and output. Slash and a miss. Haven't seen many strokes like that from Young.
Rash shot, I think, one of the few we've seen today. It's a good question. I think that under almost any other England leadership, Hayne would have been in a test squad by now. I think one of the weirdest selections from England this summer is Dan Lawrence being the spare batter in the test squad. He's obviously a player that Stokes really likes. He obviously fits the mould, but he hasn't scored a huge stack of runs in the last year or two. He actually had a pretty poor county championship in 22. He hasn't played a test for England for quite a long time.
It's a nice shot for one. Pace taken off it by Clark at mid-on.
And the other thing going against Hayne is that he bats predominantly at 3, and Pope's pretty much nailed that position for England. What I think is quite interesting is there are question marks at 3 right now for England. Harry Brook batted their first innings at Headingley. McCullum tells him on the Saturday morning, I think, that he'd go back to 5, and then Moeen suggests that he should go up to 3 to take on the Aussies later that day. So you kind of think that whoever does it for the rest of the series for England, there's a bit of a fudge. And I don't know, I was thinking of 2009, last test of an Ashes summer, another Warwickshire number 3, uncapped, former player in the country. He comes in and scores an Ashes winning 100 on debut. And I'm not saying that Hayne is of the calibre of Jonathan Trott, but it's a similar example. It's someone in his mid to late 20s who is... This is not just one good season. He's had several brilliant seasons.
Bit wider on the crease to finish, and it's taken at first slip. That's a nice little change up from Worrell, using the width of the crease. Enough movement away from Hasiba Mead's blade, and taken at first slip. So an important partnership is broken. They took Nottinghamshire from 27 to 161. Hamid gone for 67, and Worrell gets his name in the book.
Surrey have been really disciplined with the ball ever since they got back on the park. It's been pretty much exactly half an hour since play resumed, and Worrell and Clark have been outstanding. Just as Collar called it, Worrell slightly wide in the crease, and the ball just holds its line. Hamid tempted to defend a ball that was actually well wide of off stump. He was tempted because of the angle that Worrell deployed.
A good snaffle from Sibley at first slip as well. Low to his left. Hasiba Mead, the captain this week for Notts, departs up the steps of the Bedser stand.
And it's been a frustrating day for Surrey, not really getting to use the best of the conditions, but now we're still under cloudy skies, and Surrey have got an opportunity to get stuck into a Notts lineup that has been short on first innings runs all season. Joe Clark comes to the crease at number 4. He's recently got a double 100 against Warwickshire, but if you look down that order, you've got a lot of guys out of form. I think Montgomery in at 5's only got 1 50-plus score this season. Lyndon James, who bowled brilliantly, highly rated all-rounder. He's got England Lions recognition, but he's had a really, really slow year with the bat. I think he's averaging under 20. Tom Moore's, I think, around 30. So, real opportunity here for Surrey to get stuck into this Notts side who've, in truth, underperformed with the bat in 2023.
Yeah, it falls away, doesn't it? So Clark leads the averages, 581 runs at 45, including the aforementioned double century, 229 not out against Warwickshire a couple of games ago. Missed out last week at Taunton, 12 and 3. Also half centuries against Middlesex at Lords and against Northants at Wantage Road. Oh, past the edge first ball. Clark with the new over. If they could have gone bang bang there with Hasib and Young in consecutive deliveries, I tell you what, this is game on.
Absolutely. I think one characteristic of the first Kookaburra game here was just how wickets could still fall in clusters when conditions were in favour of the bowlers.
So Surrey were able to consolidate pretty well through the middle yesterday. They had partnerships of 60, 77 and 97 consecutively either side of tee. That's what Notts will be looking for here. Big partnership. Got them to a pretty good position, but yes, clever bowling from Worrell, just changing the release point with the final ball and tempting Hasib into a gentle drive and not to be.
I guess one of the advantages, in inverted commas, of a rain delay for the fielding side is that it keeps the bowlers fresh. So we're only 52 overs into this innings and Dan Worrell's already bowled 17 overs, which actually isn't that much less than what Lyndon James and Dane Patterson bowled yesterday.
3 slips in for the new man. Clark, first ball down the leg side, shout the caught behind from the cordon, no one else going up. The bowler not joining them in the appeal. Must have hit a pad on the way. We'll grab a second look. It did deviate. Clark not interested.
Yeah, it's not often we'll get to 52 overs into a Surrey bowling innings, and Tom Laws has only bowled 4 overs, Jamie Overton just 5.
Joe Clark off the mark. Out through point for a couple. It's a good point. They've got that freshness to the attack at all times, don't they? 5 bowlers to rotate through. No over-reliance on one particular quick. Even if in this innings Worrell and Abbott have done the bulk of the work so far. And to be fair, Clark's into his 14th now. Abbott might be due for another spell actually. He's bowled 12 overs. Worrell 17 of the 51 and a half. So Joe Clark, the big wicket here for Notts. Didn't quite carry through there to Folks.
Yes, another one that's really died en route to Folks, and there might be some people watching at home thinking, why isn't Folks and the cordon standing a couple of yards closer to the stumps? But it's because other balls have flown through. The bounce and carry's been reasonably inconsistent on this second afternoon.
Outside part of the bat for 4. Through about 5th slip. Kept it down enough. So Clark's first boundary, he's 6. Bit going on at the moment. 168 for 2. They trail by 187. Young, the set man, on 67 down the other end.
It was interesting watching at around about this time yesterday just how slowly the Notts bowlers were walking to the top of their mark to start another over, just because of how knackered they were. You saw Worrell just there charging to this spot. Can't wait to get his hands on the Kookaburra. It's obviously doing a little bit now, and I think Worrell senses an opportunity here. If Surrey can just prize out 2, 3, maybe even 4 wickets this evening, get stuck into this vulnerable Notts middle order, they can really make this match their own.
Plenty of time, extended session. Still 26 overs left. So Young feels so set before the rain delay. He barely mistimed the ball. Has that experience in England. Test half century at Edgbaston a couple of years ago. All the Black Caps.
Saying to Dan earlier today, just the perfect overseas signing if you've got a top order short and runs. Somebody who will be available, who's got international experience, not just overall but in England.
Slip in a gully. You briefly mentioned Don Bess in passing about the partnership that he put on with James Drew, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Earlier today for Somerset. interested in your perspective on the baseball trading we've seen with spinners around the country, temporary loans. I know that Surrey player Reece Topley's old man Don Topley's very angry about it. He's replied to, I think, every broadcaster in the country insisting that they talk about it. So we'll get your thoughts here.
Well, I think it comes from a good place, right? The counties want good players to play cricket, and there are sometimes understandable reasons why they can't get first team cricket at their home county. So, for example, Surrey, this is the second consecutive season where they just haven't, with the exception of maybe 2 games in 1.5 years now, where they just haven't played a frontline spinner. So if you're Dan Moriarty, if you're Surrey and you want Moriarty to get games, he needs to look elsewhere.
Back of a length. Got the short cover in though. So Moriarty, Bess were 2 of the spinners that went moving in the short-term loan market. Can you explain the framework, how it works at the moment in practice?
I'm not sure in terms of the exact logistics, exactly what counties need to do, but it seems to be pretty fluid, right? I mean, Matt Parkinson is another good example. He, at Lancashire, lost his place in his side, out of contract at the end of the year. He signed for Kent next year. He's currently at Durham for his second loan spell of the season at Durham.
Durham, of course, who started the season signing Todd Murphy, who didn't make the trip through injury, I'm pretty sure. Then Matt Kuhneman came over from Queensland and played for them. He did his back, so they've lost their overseas spinner, which is why they were in the market for a spinner, presumably.
And in between that, they also got Yas Patel from New Zealand,
Right,
and it's something that Scott Borthwick, their captain, and Ryan Campbell, their head coach, have talked about how they specifically want to use one of their overseas slots on a spinner.
Maiden complete, 168 for 2.
And I think what is potentially most concerning for the state of English spin is that actually Murphy, Kuhneman and Patel are 3 spinners from countries not necessarily known for producing loads of elite finger spinners. And obviously Murphy didn't come over, but Kuhneman and Patel both did really well in April. Both of them took 5-wicket hauls in April, when basically no one in the country was doing that. So I totally get all the arguments around the schedule, but I think those guys prove that it is possible for spinners to do well. Obviously conditions make a big difference. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, that actually potentially one thing that holds spinners back here is just how short the boundaries can be when the pitches are this far across one side of the ground.
It's a great point, and often at the start of the season, all the way across the square, because they're on test venues at least, preserving the middle pitches for TV games, and so it proves closer to the fatality blast as well. So Jamie Overton starts a new spell, follows through all the way down to the batter to start, just to get into his work. I mean, how many were you over from the test pitch here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it was 7 pitches over from the test strip this week here at the Oval. And the World Test Champion strip was 2 over from that again. So, long way across. It becomes even more extreme occasionally at Lords, when you feel like you're just a drop kick away from the rope square of the wicket.
I like that they've not really brought the boundary on the gasometer side of the ground in. That is a vast boundary on the leg side.
So Matt Parkinson and indeed Callum Parkinson being part of that spin carousel was of interest to me, in addition to the low knees you referred to before. Gets it very fine there. It'll be 4 runs. Bat or pad? Wait for the signal. It's off the blade. So Clark gets to 10 with his second boundary. 172 for 2 knots. Trailing by 183. So nearly halfway for Surrey's 355. In the case of Matt Parkinson, he was a test cricketer, albeit in quite unusual circumstances. A concussion sub for Jack Leach in the first test of the Bazball era, if you like. And his twin Callum, who's been an excellent servant to Leicestershire over the last few years, but both of them making the decision to go elsewhere. It doesn't feel long ago since Matt Parkinson was kind of next cab off the rank, does it? And then just simply not playing and not getting enough opportunities. I mean, I understand why at this stage of his career he's shown he's got what it takes to mix it at the top level and to play for England in white ball cricket more than red, but nevertheless for England you can't be playing twos and missing out. You've got to be on the park.
Absolutely. I think I understand more his predicament at Lancashire and red ball cricket. They initially went for Tom Hartley, who bats well. And actually, if you look around the country, there are very, very few specialist spinners who play at the start of the season. Most of the spin bowlers who get selected are guys who also get in the side partly because they're batting. Where I am less sure what's gone on there is the total rejection of Matt Parkinson on the white ball circuit. Lost his place in the Lancashire T20 side, didn't get picked up in the 100, and this is a guy who had a brilliant blast last season, did well in the 100 last year.
Bit of movement to finish from Overton off the seam. They'll get a couple though, so 6 runs from it, 174 for 2.
This time last year Matt Parkinson was involved with the England T20I squad against India. T20 blast finals day coming up this Saturday. Well, the last final he took 4 for 26 or 4 overs in the final, and I find it hard to believe that 1 year on he doesn't demand a place in Lancashire's first choice T20 side or for a 100 franchise. There are a couple of selections from the wildcards of the 100 that didn't make complete sense to me. I thought there were some excellent cricketers who were overlooked. Matt Parkinson being one of them. Ben Green at Somerset, another one. A guy who's had a phenomenal blast, bowling in a role, bowling the death quite a lot, and he can hit it late in the order as well. Not a role that lots of English cricketers really excel in.
Who'd want to be a wrist spinner in England? Age-old tale, really. With Parkinson, there's been a couple of criticisms levelled at him. One is that his batting hasn't been good enough, and Abbott starts a fresh spell here. His 13th over. Young watching him initially, so he's at our broadcast end for JM Vin stand end Abbott, where he's toiled away in both of his spells so far. But yeah, the idea that you need runs if you're to be a spinner. Fast bowlers don't seem to suffer that because I suppose there's enough for 3 of them in most teams, sometimes 4. But spinners get charged with that added responsibility.
I think Parkinson was also the victim of unrealistic expectations.
Chopping down well there, Young, for 1.
I think because there are balls that Parkinson bowls that go viral, I think that paints a picture of what Parkinson is like as a bowler that's not actually accurate. He's not a guy who really runs through a team. So when he was at his best for Lancashire, he regularly will bowl 30, 35 overs and pick up 4 for 100. He's somebody who actually, almost against what people view leg spinners as being, actually can bowl really long spells.
Remember that first season when he enjoyed a lot of notoriety? It was 2016, where he was having balls probably in the early days of the streams taking hold, at least in the margins, where deliveries of his were just going around the internet, around Twitter and so on. And then that happened again. Probably around 2020, 2021, a couple of balls that stand out. I think there was one to Northants, wasn't there? I can't remember who the poor batter was, but a ball that spun across him like it was, Warner Gadding kind of stuff, with the drift and the turning square and so on, as leggies can often do when they give it a real rip.
I think there was one ball as well, and he played in that ODI series when everyone had COVID.
Yes.
And I think he bowled a ball to Imam ul Haq that spun sharply from outside Imam's off stump, spun in and takes his middle stump. So he's capable of getting some of the best players. I was very frustrated he didn't get to play on that tour of the Caribbean when the pitches were really turgid. I thought he actually really would have suited those pitches.
And the second part of it is we're so conditioned to watching wrist spinners in T20 cricket around the world, IPL, etc. And it's a different kind of role there. Wrist spinners are often trying to keep the stumps in play, bowling a lot of top spinners, a lot of wrong-uns at a quicker pace. Whereas Parkinson with the red ball, whenever he was on telly and being clocked, Sky Game or whatever it was, the pace would be lower than what we're used to, and it fed criticism that he wasn't going to bowl quickly enough to make it at the top level, which I used to be slightly surprised by, because it doesn't feel to me like the determining factor of whether a spinner can make it or not. Often we criticise spinners for bowling too quickly, especially finger spinners at test level. Ooh, bounces up near the stumps, didn't know where it went. But for Young, lucky for him. Didn't realise you were heading off, Yas. Thanks for your contributions over the last 45 minutes since tea. 176 for 2, trailing by 179. We'll just see this again from side on. So deflecting down, playing right under his eyes, and just for a moment he was looking up a little bit like Harry Brook at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago. Had no idea where it was, and luckily for him didn't run into his off stump. He's still there on 68. Felix White jumping in for the next 45 minutes. G'day, Fee.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Couldn't be better.
Lovely to hear. I've enjoyed listening to you. Do you know what? Quietly, Adam, this is really well set up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really well set up.
Yeah, so 23 overs left. They've nearly made it halfway to Surrey's first innings tally. 3 runs away from, well, less than 3 because it'll tick over, but leading edge spits out to deep third.
I was talking about it with you last time we were on, but we were saying that given that Notts have maybe two bowlers down, they're going to have to do a lot of batting this time round, aren't they, for rest, because it's going to be sort of free frontline bowlers really trying to do the work next time round. So there's going to be a lot of responsibility falling on Young and Clark, and obviously Hamid's gone. But the first thing that struck me is that Joe Clark, where everyone was talking about him as an England prospect for a while, weren't they? Did that never really transpire? What happened there?
Probably just at the moment when he was being talked up for England squads, he experienced diminishing returns last year. Leg slip in here for Young.
Was that only last year?
Yeah, last year at the start of the Rob Key reign. He was asked a couple of questions at press conferences where he said that Clark was on the radar. I think I might be right in saying, if I've got this wrong, please let me know, that he was considered to go to the West Indies when Chris Silverwood was in charge. That was his last tour in charge, wasn't it?
Yeah, recently.
It was a close run thing about whether he was going to get a start as a tourist. Probably not in the 11, but in the side, in the squad rather. Quick spell this from Overton. He's really bending his back from the pavilion end. Clark moves to 15 from 14. Now they're more than halfway there. 179 for 2. Trailed by 176.
Good to see Overton back, isn't it?
Oh, my word. A big bloke who charges in, bends his back and gets a bit of movement. There's a reason why he was playing for England last year.
Exactly, and he bowled so quick last year, so it was a shame that injury scuppered it a little bit, but nice to see him back in the flow. He obviously scored very quickly this morning, showed that he can be a really muscular batter in himself, but this is where he really changes Surrey's attack, running and bowling just short of a length there, really fast. The other thing that's been interesting watching Surrey bowl today, Adam, and he said us, is without Kemar Roach, it's interesting to work out who is that frontline guy. And it feels like Dan Worrell's the man, really, that does the legwork, isn't it? You know, he's the guy that they always go to. And he's really impressed me today because he hasn't got the swing that he often gets, but he just plugs away, and eventually got Hamid slightly stuck on the crease with that one just back of a length, nicking off.
Takes on the short ball there, Young, on 69. Doesn't make contact. But that's the extra pace. That's the point of difference that Overton presents.
He'll rush you, would he?
Just to go back on your previous point with Joe Clark. So he didn't make a century at first class level last year for Notts. He made 550s and averaged 36. But it was probably more the white ball stuff. He had a big season for the Melbourne Stars. He was Player of the Year in the Big Bash for the Stars 2 summers ago.
Wow.
So 3 singles from the over, 179 for 2. Young 69, Clark on 15. But yes, the 229 not out a couple of weeks ago against Warwickshire is certainly given his season a bit of a turbocharge.
Yeah. Because to me, he looks like just a really organised classical cricketer, but actually he's in short form cricket. That's where he's made his name, you're saying?
I mean, if you want to go all the way back to 2016, he made 6 centuries in 2016. That was when he was still at Worcester, averaging 51. So, like, there was an earlier body of work there for him. Abbott to continue from our end. Nice shape to start to Clark.
I guess Brooks got that slot now, hasn't he? Really, that Joe Clark would have been after.
You would think that he's a fair way away
Yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding the double ton a couple of weeks ago, I don't think that he's. I mean, like hypothetically, if Joe Root stood on a cricket ball next week, like Glenn McGrath in 2005, and had to miss a Test match, I mean, they've made their intentions clear with Dan Lawrence being in the squad as the spare bat.
Oh yeah, right.
And then after that, they have Will Jacks playing in Pakistan, and Jacks has shown that he's a player with a very high ceiling. Liam Livingston also played.
Yeah, of course, Liam
in Pakistan. Whether he would play at home might be a slightly different question, but nevertheless, he's been in and around and kind of in keeping with that aggressive, assertive cricket that they play under McCullum and Stokes.
Yeah.
So that's all part of it now, you see. It's the right kind of player, isn't it? It's
Sure.
not just making runs, it's kind of how you make them and how you might fit. Although I'm sure they'd repudiate that comment and say there's nothing to do with that. But, you know, I think we can tell from the types of players who have been given opportunities that is part of it, playing within the spirit of that dressing room.
Absolutely, man. Just to zone back on this game, where's this heading, do you think? What are we looking at going in tomorrow? Not looking to set this up in any way, or just bat for as long as they can, basically?
Yeah, I think what you said before makes the most amount of sense. They're going to have to bat really big here, given that at least one bowler down.
Oh,
Shot for none. That's nimble work from Overton at cover, just out of shot on your screen here, but he had to dive away to his left and he saved what otherwise would have been a boundary. Big man moves well.
I know we're watching Abbott walk back to his spot here, but that you mentioned that earlier in the day about Overton and his brother, of course, Craig at Somerset, but they don't look like nimble, athletic guys, do they necessarily? But they're really incredible athletes, aren't they, both of them?
I mean, I suppose you see it in other sports occasionally where big guys are, known for being skillful too. But if you're a fast bowler and you bowl 90 clicks, no one's expecting you to be good around your ankles.
Sure. Should be stopping that with your feet, Jamie.
Did you see the diving stop that Mo and Ali put in on the rope the other day?
Right, yeah, feet first.
Feet first. Now that I haven't seen. The way that he almost played it back in off the touchline.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Have we spoken about? Have we heard from Mo about that? Has he? Everyone asked him?
Don't think so. He had a big smile on his face.
He did.
Maiden from
Cricket.
Abbott. 1 for 37 from 14 for him. 179 for 2. The score. They trail by 176. This pair came together when.
Not long ago.
Yes, when they put on. I just momentarily lost my scorecard here. They came together when the score was 161. So they put on 18 since Hasiba Mead was caught in the cordon for 67 by Sibley from the bowling of Worrell. Fine piece of bowling that. One ball left in the over, going all the way across to the wide on the crease, which he hasn't really been doing. Just a point of difference to finish, and enough to tempt the captain into the false stroke and movement away as well.
Absolutely right. That was really seam bowling as an art form, because he's sort of creating that angle to Hamid where Hamid feels he has to play it, even though he's playing at something sort of 5th, 6th stump line. So in hindsight, it looks like bad judgment, but actually that angle you're creating just makes you feel like everything's at your stumps, doesn't it?
It was the point you made earlier which set Yas and me off talking for about half an hour about spin.
Oh yeah, go on.
And given you are a spinner yourself.
No, mate, speak for yourself, man.
the pitfalls of being a spinner in England and the way that they're often assessed or graded, the curve they're graded on maybe, and our lament for Matt Parkinson, who just looked for all money like the kind of spinner who was going to be able to make it as a Test cricketer, and now kind of he's not clubless. He's moved clubs and he's on loan at the moment. But the very fact that he's found himself in this predicament, mid-career predicament, it's strange to me, and it feels like that's often been the challenge for wrist spinners in this country. Short here, straight out towards Smith, who's sweeping in that direction to the long boundary, about 20 metres inside the rope, going into the 70s.
Sorry, Adam, forgive my ignorance, but what has happened there? What is that club switch about?
Well, so Lanks were using Hartley at the start of the season, bigger spinner who could bat.
Yep.
As explained how batting can be often so much part of the broader offering for a spinner, which I don't think is necessarily fair, but that's the way it goes.
Which is why Jackson Steele have bowled spin for Surrey this year pretty much exclusively.
That's it. I mean, what a great option Jax is. Only a couple of wickets this year, but last year it was the bowling he did for Surrey which surely informed how he got picked for that winter tour of Pakistan and 6 for on debut and so on. But so Parkinson's on loan with Durham, and then will make his way to Kent next year, where he'll start again. He must be 26 or 27 now, so he's not a young spinner. He's into the prime of his career, acknowledging that spinners tend to mature later.
You guys and other successful podcasts like the Wisden Podcast were very pro Parkinson.
Quite. Short ball.
How do you feel in reflection about that? Because obviously there was a period of time where he would be taking ragging balls that would get clipped up, and they looked extraordinary, didn't they, the wickets he took?
Yeah.
And then it felt like when he just came in, he just couldn't bowl those 6-ball overs without just that one gimme. Would that be fair in saying that?
I think that where I landed on this at the time was that an aggressive leg spinner who can spin it big.
Yeah.
You can surrender a bit to that. You can lean into that a bit.
I agree.
And the example that I provided at the time. Slightly harder hands to finish Clark. He's 15, Young 70, 180 for 2, trailing by 175. Was an early Stuart MacGill. MacGill used to absolutely rip it and rag it and spin it more than Warne, but he would bowl a 4-ball and over.
Yeah.
So MacGill version 1, wicket-taking threat, always in the game, but would give away a lot of runs. And as Australians, we weren't really conditioned to that because we'd only ever seen Shane Warne, who was the unicorn. He was the genius who could do both things at once. Barely bowled a bad ball, seldom bowled a full toss or a half tracker, and did all the special things that we've seen for 30 years. But MacGill was a bit different. He was slightly more. He was a risk taker. He tried to rip every ball as hard as he could. Shot to start the over. Young, given a bit of space there by Abbott, and took full advantage of it. Up to 74 now. He's found the rope on 13 occasions, 184 for 2. That's a really nice shot from the balls of his feet.
He's a class cricketer, isn't he? He's played a few shots which have been images of his captain, Kane Williamson, just softening the ball with soft hands. But he really looks a Test cricketer. I can't remember, I'm going to jinx him now, him playing a shot in anger, really, or playing a missing or anything like that.
There was one swish straight after tea, but with the exception of that, I agree with you. He's been practically flawless for 74. Can he keep going? Big hour this, with 20 overs to go till the close, just under. So play will finish here at about 6:30, maybe 6:45 local time. If they can be 2 down, they'll be ahead in the game.
And Lancashire won here not long ago, so it's humanised this Surrey side, where they know they can get beat. Actually, up until that point, it was just that feeling of like, with this side, anyone can pull the trigger at any moment and take it away from you. But I don't know, there's going to be some fretting within the ranks.
Well, they hadn't lost a game here since 2021, had they? They were undefeated here last year in their title-winning effort. But the Parkinson thing, just where I got lost in it was that I was like, well, if you've got a guy who can do that special thing, just that is worth indulging. That is worth again, surrendering to and allowing it to flourish or not.
Yeah,
giving it a chance to flourish. And there was so much criticism of him for not bowling at the right pace, or not being consistent enough, not being a good enough batter, not being a good enough fielder. The negatives started piling up, and I think it created a perception around the game that he's good, but he's not good enough.
Yeah, that's sad. That
in the absence of getting a proper go at it, I felt.
There's still time.
Absolutely. Quickish shingle here from Young. He's now 25 away from 100. And there is. I remember talking to Phil Tufnell about this years ago, and he's like, spinners don't really know their game till they're 10:30.
Right.
I can kind of see that, right?
Yeah.
It's a tactile craft,
Yeah.
isn't it?
A lot like life. Don't know your own mind till you're 30, really, do you? I mean, some people do.
Who wants to meet a version of themselves at 22?
Exactly. Not me.
I'm sure you still would have been lovely, but you know.
Talking of Parkinson, Adam, when I do stints on the comms here, I've got into the habit of compiling 11s with people that are watching and listening.
Okay.
We've had a musicians as cricketers 11, which was inspired by a John Lennon cover drive on the set of a film that turned up. Last time we had would have thrived under Bazball, but didn't necessarily thrive in their career, which got very controversial. We had that 11.
I can think of a few names straight away that get a start there.
Well, go on then, because I had Simon Mann with me, who ended up being a sort of high court judge.
Right.
It was difficult to get names through him.
185 for 2, trail by 170 at the end of the 59th. I'm tipping Graham Hick might have featured.
Graham Hick was in that team.
It's the first person that jumped out at me.
I might have it in this book actually.
So what are we going for today?
So exactly, this is what I'm getting at. There's got to be an 11. I don't mind if it rolls over to tomorrow because we're both here tomorrow.
Yep, sure.
And Norcross, but let's try and. When you were talking about Parkinson, I was thinking, mate, and indulge me 11.
Give me a bit of time.
Yeah.
Allow me to be my best self.
Yeah, or someone, or a cricketer that's just capable of that moment. So compile 11 of cricketers that wouldn't consistently, but they'll say like a James Vince, for example.
I like this. Start of a new Overton over. Like that Instagram meme. If you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. 11.
Exactly. I mean, we could call it that. If you can't accept me at my worst, don't accept. Yeah.
If you
should we call it that?
If you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Okay,
11.
I'm writing this down.
Get
Okay.
What's the email again? surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Yeah. Or you can, of course, tweet Felix White or Adam Collins. What's your Twitter handle?
Collins Adam for me.
Collins Adam and Felix White.
And you can tag Surrey Cricket in the usual way.
And let's use the hashtag if you can't accept me at my worst.
Ooh, rash shot. Well, I say rash, to be fair, it just didn't get up from Overton. He might have expected it given the trajectory and the bounce he's enjoyed in earlier parts of his spell. But yeah, watching it back for a second time, it just didn't quite get up, and thus it went under his horizontal bat, stays on 75.
Do we want to get Parkinson in because he's inspired the 11?
Yes, straight in Parky.
What number's he going to bat? Is he just
unfortunately, he's going to bat 11.
That works for aesthetics.
Yeah. So we're looking for probably fast bowlers who went around.
Exactly.
But their best ball was just a work of art.
Exactly. We're looking for cricketers with flamboyant shots that you wouldn't want to watch anything other than that shot.
In fact, now that I've said it, I think I might have even started a piece with that hackneyed Instagram grab in relation to Mitchell Starc. I'm pretty sure I wrote an article about Starc being exactly this kind of guy, whereas the Australian public found it hard to come to terms with Starc going around a little bit.
Yep.
Even if he was capable of bowling some of the most vicious deliveries ever seen at 150 or so kilometres an hour. So I think Starc's a contender. Don't ink him in, but he's in my thinking.
All the names that we throw in, I'm just going to write them down just to sort of. Starc is a contender, definitely. I mean, an obvious one is Devon Malcolm, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good shout. Makes a lot of these 11s, Devon Malcolm.
Yeah, he makes all of them. It's the same 11, essentially, every time.
Yeah, what was the Bazball one? Would have done better in Bazball.
It's basically. Are we compiling?
Pulling.
Shot.
Smith's been busy there.
Are we compiling the same 11?
Yeah, it might well be. Was Mark Ramprakash in your team previously?
He was. He was in the mix. He wasn't in it. I don't think so, man.
For Ramprakash being such a heavy scorer and such a beautiful player, but not posting the international numbers that one might have expected.
What about, I mean, a good one, James Vince is an example, isn't it?
There we go. Vince is your quintessential modern day example.
If you can't accept me on my worst 11,
you can't accept me edging to third slip, you don't expect, you don't deserve me when I'm crunching it through cover or caressing it through cover with him more to the point.
Exactly right.
I suppose Crawley, in a way, in the modern, in the current team, has that
he
energy
definitely
around
falls
him.
on. Yeah, definitely that energy.
The other players would be sort of happy hookers from yesteryear. Oh, squares him up, reaches the gully. That's been on the cards with Overton. Into the hands of Latham. His second snaffle. The big wicket of Joe Clark. Out to Overton. He's in the book for the first time. That's been the conclusion of a really fine spell from the pavilion end. Notts lose their third wicket with the score on 186.
Yeah, we've talked about it, haven't we? But just back of her length, it's kicked on a couple of occasions, just a fraction, and Overton with his extra pace there has just extracted a little bit more. Joe Clark just felt like he was just taken a little bit aback by that, wasn't he? He just wasn't, I don't know if it wasn't reading the length, but it's just squared him up and kicked on him. And that's why Overton's in this side, and that's why he was so dangerous last year. That's a really lovely thing to see him bowling like that.
So they had the leg gully for the one that took off the seam the other way and caught him on the gloves, but to square him up, playing off balance, we're seeing the replay from both angles here. Yeah, really off balance when the ball reached him, and great pair of hands, Tom Latham, the New Zealand international. And just when they were building a bit of rhythm, that pair, the partnership ends on 25.
That's why you want the extra pace when nothing feels like it's happening, just making something kick out of that pitch, mate, but otherwise seems a little bit dead. In other news, though, and more importantly, we are getting correspondence in the if you can't accept me at my worst, you can't. What is it? What's the last bit?
I think if you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me.
You don't deserve me at my best 11. Thank you, Philip Sterling, who said O.A. Shah and Mark Butcher.
O.A. Shah's a good one.
Alexander said Zach Crawley. Thank you, Alex. That's a good one. Rich, I thought it was a slight on me for a second, but we were calling it the indulgent 11 for a second. For your indulgent 11, please consider Courtney Walsh to open the batting for extravagant leaves.
Might be indulgent in a slightly different way.
Exactly.
Given that he took over 500 Test wickets, he was, had his go proper like. Abbott here, new over. That's just caressed by Young.
Lovely shot.
Just in front of square, across the practice wickets. Races away as you'd expect. Young, 14th boundary into the 80s. He's batted splendidly. 190 for 3.
Credit where credit is due to Alexander, who has used the correct hashtag, if you can't accept me at my worst. Well, no, actually, it's incorrect. He said you can't accept me at my best. It's actually you don't deserve me at my best. So try and use the correct hashtag, otherwise we will not receive your information.
You do like an elaborate hashtag.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad we've got some early contributions. And surreybroadcast@gmail.com is the other way you can reach us. John Surtees will be manning that, I'm sure. Just thinking about other players who are known for having I think Mark Waugh. I know it's kind of a hard one to say, Mark Waugh, because he played 128 Test matches and played 10 years of Test cricket on the trot. So it's not as though he wasn't given. But there was always the lingering perception that he maybe didn't want enough. Only one score in Test cricket above 150, despite making 2100s. Right? So, yeah, I think that's a little bit unfair to categorise in this way. But he certainly was pretty to watch. Oh, that's a nice delivery. Just maybe pace off, I wonder. It didn't carry through to the gloves of folks. It has been a little bit up and down from the JM Fin stand throughout the afternoon.
Is it a little leg cutter? Felt like it did something, Oh, wow.
It's gone like a leg break.
Yeah.
Good ball.
It is breaking up there a little bit, back of a length. It's doing things that you necessarily, it's just behaving a little bit inconsistently. That's the area that Surrey are targeting at both ends.
Not far away again, just leading edge in the direction of Overton. Can't drag it in. Didn't carry anyway. Worrell does the fielding. Now going to look at Matthew Montgomery for the first time today, walking in at number 5.
Yeah.
Made a big ton against Essex in May in the last game of that stretch. 33 and 7 last week against Somerset. Missed out against Warwickshire the previous week. So just one score above 50 in the campaign, but a significant one. 177 at Trent Bridge against Essex.
We got another one in. Kevin Peterson. Erica suggested Eric Heath. Thank you, Eric, and thank you for using the correct hashtag. Bowling. He said as much for slogs as text messages to mates in other teams.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I did find
I did
find it funny the other week when on Sky he was off the long run on day one at Lords, and in passing mentioned being too chummy with the Australians. I'm like, hang on, didn't he? We forgot what happened in 2012.
Well, Ian Ward actually said it's dangerous to get too comfortable in opposition, isn't it, Kevin?
I didn't know there was that report.
He said
Very
it.
good. Montgomery averaging 30 this year, leaving Abbott alone. So 5 from it, 191 for 3, trailed by 164 knots.
Talking of the coverage, I know that you've been doing the radio, haven't you? This must have been a buzz to be doing radio every second of this Test series.
It's just brilliant.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't. Usually with radio, it's a little bit like county cricket in terms of you can drift away and have your fun and kind of return to the game when the game requires you to.
You can't do that.
There's no room for it.
Yeah.
Daniel and I did a Test match in indoor earlier this year, Australia-India, where the Test only went for 7 sessions. It was all over before lunch on day 3.
Yeah.
And we never even got a chance to talk about indoor, the city we were in. There was so much going on in the middle. There was no room to drift at all.
Shot.
Just sneaks it past mid-on, or mid-wicket I should say, Young, for 1, moves to 82. In fact, they'll get a second here, well weighted, up to 83.
Are you saying there was no time for if you can't accept me at my worst?
No,
best
we
11s?
haven't been able to do best 11s, no. But really, we've not been able to do anything. There's barely been a half an hour stint on commentary where you can do anything other than kind of match situation, issues of the day, what's going on, storylines, controversies, all that. There is so much grist to the mill. Whereas typically in a Test series, or a Test match day, if you're 5 or 6 spots on air, 2 of them might be like that, 3 of them might be, you talk about other stuff.
Yeah.
Leaving alone here is Young.
Which is it's almost a shame. It's not a shame because it's been so gripping.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not complaining.
It's a different discipline though, isn't it?
It is. You just have to stay transfixed by the action and reflect that back to Australia and New Zealand, where our broadcast is going to. With the radio station that I'm working for. But yeah, it's a
all-star cast.
It's a pretty good team. If I do say so myself. But yeah, the series and commentary and being part of it, I often sort of thought a lot about 2005. Oh, that's gone so far over the top of batter and keeper. So down for, it'll be no balls and byes. It'll be 6 runs from the delivery. That is most unusual. Jamie Overton, who's been bowling short balls since he was a pup, has just banged that in so short that it's trampolined over Young's head by a mile.
Well, I was just about to say that Surrey have put a leg slip in there, like almost adjacent to... Wow.
Ben Folkes looking down the pitch like, come on, man, that goes to my bias column. What are you doing to it?
I mean, that's definitely the plan of why that leg slips in there, isn't it? It's that sort of areas, but that's just, like you say, it's a sort of trampoline bounce.
Had no chance.
This is what Overton brings, though, and this is why the Test side will be interested in him, because he can bowl at 90 plus and he just gets extra life out of surfaces that other bowlers don't get.
There's more options than most. Off the hip. Well played by Young after the short ball. Moves to 84 with the single. Not far away now. 16 away from the first professional 100 in England on Knott's debut. And the 200's up as well. They've done a fine job today. 2 wickets to start. And they've reached 200 for the loss of just 3 wickets, 155 behind.
I've enjoyed watching them back. Really organised, really disciplined. It's an interesting period of play now because they will not want to lose more than... Well, they won't lose another wicket till the close. And this leg slip in here, you know what the plan is. They're going to try and bowl at ribs, basically, and just try and get that one, tighten you up.
Montgomery yet to score. Good leave here, close to the off stump. I remember well listening to the coverage back from England all the way through my life, really, all the way through from 1993. And that, thinking of that as a kid as well, how great would that be? Narrating the cricket back to Australia from England. Of course, it's been happening since 1948, live from the ground. Daniel and I made an audio documentary about the history of broadcasting during the pandemic.
I loved that documentary.
Calling the Shots, if you're interested, you can find it in all the podcast places. It's a 7-part series that dealt with all of this. And now to be doing it on a series that's as good as this is, total joy. Short again. That follows Montgomery's gloves, but he just whips them underneath the line of the ball.
That was actually quite magical, that documentary. I had a tear in my eye with the Richie Benaud bit.
Oh, yes. Yes, that was him calling the 2005 Harmison. What was it? Jones, Bowen, Kaspevich, the man to go.
Exactly. But he signed off, said goodbye, didn't he?
Yes, yes.
Very poignant silence after it.
You just sort of said that was the Peterson wicket, wasn't it? Here on the final day. That was the last ball he called, was the Peterson wicket. And that's the last ball I'm calling for the day, I believe, because I think Daniel Norcross is jumping in for me. I believe. I hope. So I'll catch you tomorrow, Fee.
Adam, it has been a absolute pleasure talking to you. Adam will be back throughout tomorrow. I'm glad to tell everyone. And as Dan Norcross joins us, it's a good time for you to join us, Dan, because Overton has found revs, he's found wheels, and he's bowling quick, and he's extracting extra life out of this surface.
With an old Kookaburra ball.
Yes, exactly.
Well, it's a point of difference, isn't it, Felix? It's a point of difference. Do you know what he is?
That's what they say.
Do you know what he is? He's somebody who makes things happen.
Oh, that's Sam Curran, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but Surrey are full of players who make things happen. Tom Laws makes things happen. There's not much of an opportunity today to make things happen. I'm not sure whether a 62-year-old Kookaburra ball is necessarily what Tom Laws wants to be bowling with, but look, he's faced every challenge in county cricket. He's a very young man and he's not failed any tests so far.
It is interesting though, isn't it, what that extra bit of speed does, because Overton is getting that kick out of the surface it doesn't seem like other bowlers are getting.
He is, he's getting that bounce. I mean, we saw it in the test match, didn't we, when Wood came on.
Exactly.
That was something else. And you know, a player like Usman Khawaja, who had played every ball so late, as John Arlott said, wasn't so much late as posthumous.
Yeah. What, played the shot so late?
Yeah.
Yeah, so his bat's still coming down.
But against Wood, where he looked so at ease against everyone else, suddenly he was pushing at a ball because he suddenly, you know, he's making decisions, he's hurried.
Yes.
And when somebody bowls at 95 miles an hour, I think the ball that got him out, am I right in saying it was like 93 or 94 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Well, suddenly a person who looks so calm and unruffled doesn't have that.
I know.
Doesn't have that time anymore.
Yeah, fascinating.
And that's what Overton's doing for Surrey here now. Not literally right now, because Sean Abbott's bowling. But,
and he's bowling quick as well, Sean Abbott, and he's having the season of his life.
It's a great tash he's got as well. I mean, I think
he's looking the best he's looked.
I think he absolutely, that thick mop of hair. You know, Travis Head tries to rock that look, but I'm sorry, this is what a proper Aussie tash looks like.
Let me ask you, do you think form in cricket correlates directly to how good you look? So,
well, yes, I peaked at about 10 or 11 when I was at my most cute. Yeah. I played a startling innings of 6 off 96 minutes to save a game against Dulwich College Prep School once.
Can you still remember the shots?
Yeah.
What happened? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of leaves.
Yeah.
A lot of forward defensives.
Yeah.
I was out with 6 minutes to go, but we held on to save the game.
And are you saying that you looked your best at 10-11 and hence that was your
Probably.
best cricket?
Well, I had hair then, you know. I mean, I hope not. I like to think.
No, I don't.
The end of the over, 200 for 3. Yeah, I mean, Ben Stokes objectively didn't necessarily look at his best at Headingley when he won in 2019. He looked exhausted, ravaged by the day itself.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't know if it's a theory with Ben, but is there any part of you, Dan, when you watch Ben Stokes bat, especially those heroic innings where he always seems to be doing it on one leg, etc., do you think he understands the cinematic value of what he's doing? Because I think when those innings are developing, he's almost like Bruce Willis, where he knows the camera will be tight on his face and he knows after he clears the rope if he grimaces and falls to his one knee, that will have value. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. But it's also slightly in the Michael Caine school of acting. So, you know when when the controversial stumping happened?
Yeah, God.
Oh, that's a little tickle. That's going to run away. Fine. It's being pursued. Might just be cut off. Actually, it will. That's a fantastic effort down here at fine leg. It saves the boundary.
It's Tom Laws, by the way.
It is finally
Overton.
At last. I just said this might be a tricky ball for him to bowl with, but I also said he's a man who makes things happen. Yes, when the stumping happened,
yes,
Stuart Broad came out and he was all performance, wasn't he? He was magnificent in actual fact.
He was magnificent.
He found his mojo. He got in behind the ball because he had a reason to. He was deliberately winding the Aussies up.
Love that.
Ben Stokes, he went a bit Michael Caine. Again on the pads, doesn't trickle out for another leg by which I mean his face just became steely concentration. Reminded me in that scene in Zulu,
right,
when he finds out from the Stanley Baker character,
yes,
about something that had happened in his past,
and
there's just this little flicker, and then the eyes narrow.
Can we get the camera on Dan so you can show everyone that face?
Steely
actually,
resolve.
Jake.
Yes, it's very.
Can we get? We'll concentrate on maybe on Tom Laws bowling his ball, but I feel like everyone at home should see the face that Dan is describing.
I saw a Michael Caine acting masterclass. It was one of the most fascinating things I've ever seen because it amounted to do almost nothing. He almost literally said that.
That's one.
We'll see. Let's see if we can get a camera on.
Jake, can we get the camera on Dan here?
Because essentially it's about flickering micro movements. That's all you really need. And Ben Stokes, when that stumping happened, his eyes narrowed a tiny amount and he went into a space from which everything followed.
Okay, coming in, Dan. This is your moment coming up soon.
I'm coming up.
I'm fairly sure of it.
I don't know. I think Jake's on the phone.
Jake, can we get Dan's just giving us an acting class a la Ben Stokes, and it'd be lovely if the people at home could see what he's describing to me.
Am I looking at the
Here's
camera?
your moment, man. I don't want to throw. Yeah. So was that Ben Stokes or was that Michael? Can we have it again?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, so this is Ben Stokes.
So the stumping's just happened.
Yeah. I'll do it as well.
That was it. But in that tiny narrowing, just tiny micro movement of the eye,
yes,
you knew that everything had changed.
Yes.
Everything.
Oh.
You know, in theatre, there'd have to be a sort of. It's gone now.
Yeah, that blew up the camera. So
yeah.
Oi, that's bold, and he's found his line length now.
Yeah, he's got there. Now, so in theatre,
yes,
if you were trying to express that, because the theatre's so big, you'd have to go. But on TV,
this is the point I'm making, and I think he's aware that the camera is tight on his face at all times.
Exactly.
So he has that sense of knowing, like a film star, like you're on. It's almost like someone's got an earpiece, and everything's changed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, you clearly do. So that leads on to my second question.
Yes.
Thank you for that impromptu acting lesson, as I'm sure we'll get back to Sean Abbott with running in with the ball any second now.
Starting a new over. Oh, short. Out towards the fielder at deep square.
He would never admit this ever. I don't think even post-career he would. But do you think there's ever an element of being over theatrical for the sake of the moment?
For Stokes, I don't know.
No.
I think he exists absolutely in his own bubble. And that was what was so marvellous about Lords. Because I think that there was a degree of infuriated rage there. It may have been misplaced, doesn't really matter. It's whatever gets you going, isn't it? I mean, we've all played games of club cricket.
Yep. That's good.
In those
cricket.
games of club cricket, when everything's all a bit jolly.
Mm-hmm.
and he can't really get up for
Yeah,
it. And then
yeah.
somebody just does something. Often it's like an LBW that's not given.
Yeah.
And instantly you decide that all of your opponents are dreadful scoundrels, mountebanks and cheats.
I thought you were going to say another word then. Yeah.
And then your whole demeanour changes.
Yeah.
And you get in the zone. Well, with Stokes had that in spades at Lords.
See, I've got a theory about this, which I'll get to in a second. As Rabbit runs in. Oh, shot. Montgomery still hasn't scored, by the way. 12 balls. They're hunting Surrey. I think that had been a very tense week, obviously that second test, because we had the report, but also the players' interviews were quite frosty, as you'll be more than aware with the broadcasters. So they felt like you had Stokes' team here, the institution over there, maybe the people following it, and we weren't unified. So there was a bit of like sort of dissonance in the air that whole week. And when that stumping happened, it was almost like a relief that we all agreed on something.
Ooh, short from Abbott. That's flown through, even with his nearly 65-over-old ball. I think you're right. It unified the English cricketing world.
It harnessed all that energy into a productive place,
and it was done using a crowd that I'm not sure Andrew Strauss was quite right about.
No, absolutely not.
I thought it was a crowd that actually cricket needs more of, a crowd that can afford to go to Lords as opposed to one that can't.
100% agree with that.
And they were unified in the common purpose. They may have been overreacting, perhaps. Just squirted away, won't get a boundary for it.
He's off the mark though.
He is off the mark. That will make him feel better. 206 for 3. I mean, I didn't agree with them insofar as I didn't think Australia had cheated.
No,
I thought that
clearly not.
Johnny Bairstow had he'd crossed the line, Johnny Bairstow, and the line was the crease.
Quite literally.
He quite literally crossed the line.
Yep.
It took 0.87 seconds for the ball to go from
Kerry's
gloves and out towards the stumps. So there's no reasonable reason that Bairstow could have had for thinking that the ball was definitely dead. But I don't think that actually mattered at all. Because what it did, as you perfectly articulate there, it suddenly united the team with the crowd, with the establishment. We were all unified behind the urgent need to beat Australia.
It focused the energy.
And I don't think it's a particularly controversial view. I've said it a few times on air. I think Cummins missed a trick there to put England to bed, because if he had rescinded the appeal, can you imagine? Well, the wind would have gone straight out of the sails.
Because
the spirit of cricket, it's alive. Isn't Cummins a lovely man? Look at him with his black eye and his lovely hair and all those great virtues that he possesses. And Alex Carey's a good fella too. And then we'd think, oh crikey, not only are we losing the actual Ashes, we're losing the moral Ashes now. And you could never lose the moral Ashes to Australia.
Exactly.
So
shot.
I thought it was actually from Cummins. I thought it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
And it also focused Stokes' mind. And
yep,
we all love Brody. We all love Brody. But you honestly think he would have been quite so assiduous in getting in behind the ball if he wasn't filled with performative rage?
Performative rage, great phrase. I think that's a very interesting point you raised, Dan, because likely what would have happened then is that Bairstow might have nicked off or played on or whatever he's doing, and we would have been like, oh, do you know what, we've had the better of conditions for 5 days, they've lost their frontline spinner, we've won the toss and they battered us, but we could leave Lords feeling like we've been robbed, and that was very powerful. Oh, that's one.
I think for English audiences there is no more potent, heady elixir
yeah, great phrase.
Than the thought that you've been robbed. We love that.
We love it.
You know, and we've loved it. I'm trying to think how far back in my life it goes. But I mean, Hand of God for sure.
Yeah.
86. I mean, there was a lot of being robbed there.
Yeah.
Losing on penalties is always being robbed.
Ronald Koeman free kick.
Oh,
that's been
thoroughly robbed.
because he should have been sent off.
Referee!
Exactly.
Yeah. Being robbed is an important part.
It's part of who we are.
It's part of who we are, yeah. I mean, it's quite ironic, really, isn't it, that a colonial nation...
Yeah, like, well, maybe there's a guilt in that. Maybe we like...
Yeah.
Anyway, Tom Laws.
Getting quite deep here. Oh, that's flashed away. And that will be 4. That wasn't a million miles away from Gully, actually.
He hasn't found his line of length yet, Tom Laws, which is unlike him.
Just take another look at this. There's still a little bit of bounce there with this softer, older ball. I've asked about the Kookaburra ball, and Colo assured me that the seam gets depressed quite quickly.
Yes, I've heard this.
But I think the ball itself may stay a little harder as a ball than the Dukes, which has been getting progressively softer. End of the over, just the 4 from it. 14 overs to go until Surrey can take a second new ball. They won't get one tonight. There are only 12 overs left to be bowled today.
Dan, have you seen a lot of Tom Laws this year?
I have seen a lot of Tom Laws this year, and I'm extremely impressed by him.
I think there's a bit of Wokes in that action.
Hello.
Do you not think?
I do. I really do.
He seems like a young Chris Wokes to me.
Well, England could do with a young Chris Wokes, because I love the old Chris Wokes, but with the best will in the world, probably only got a couple more years in him. It's been a feature of this year, hasn't it, that England, I think, are genuinely contemplating going into the next Test match with bowlers aged 41, 37, 36, 34 and 33.
Yeah.
And normally, you know, batting is an old player's game.
Yeah.
And bowling, you think of the, some of the most exciting fast bowlers, they tend
of course,
to peak in their mid to late 20s. Not so much anymore. And one of the most delightful aspects of this year has been Stuart Broad, I think.
Yeah, he's bowled so well, hasn't he? Yeah,
pick of the bowlers on either
side.
side.
Incredible. And it's not just been like, those magic Broad spells. He's bowled consistently, been a threat consistently, hasn't he?
To the left hander, that lovely shape he gets around the wicket, the late movement.
I tell you what, though, talking about the age of bowlers, it does give this series a sense of it's now or never.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't it? Which is nice.
Yes. That's tickled fine. That might be 4. It is.
Strayed a little bit. It's interesting watching this Surrey attack without Kemar Roach, because there's almost like a silent wrestling match of working out who is the strike bowler when Kemar's not around. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
And we're not sure whether it's Sean Abbott or Dan Worrell or Jamie Overton with his pace. I don't know if we need to know, but you know what I mean. Like
I do.
In moments like this, to be like, okay, let's give Kemar half an hour now.
Yeah. Especially as it gets that little bit darker. Oh, so close to the outside edge.
That's a beauty.
You know, he's in his 19th over here, and he's got that to snake past the outside edge to a guy who's faced 178 balls. Just take a look at this again, Fee. This is a beauty. Oh, he's turned him round. He's twisted blood.
Thank you.
As Alex Ferguson said about Ryan Giggs, wasn't it? It gives you twisted blood.
Good phrase.
That semi-final replay goal at Villa Park against Arsenal. Should be a couple here. They will be comfortably enough.
Dan, in a second's time, I'm going to leave you.
Oh, you're coming back
momentarily. I will be back. But
are you planning any more complicated scenarios for me to unpick?
I'm glad you've asked that, because I didn't want to throw too much information at you. But coming on, we have started another 11.
Ah, okay.
And it is titled the "If you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best 11."
Okay, you're going to have to define the parameters.
I will do that when I'm back.
Ooh. Well, no, actually, don't. Do it. Do the parameters now. Hector's going to come on.
Lovely shout.
And I'm going to ask Hector for some of his ideas.
So, Adam Collins, before he did his last stint, was talking about Matt Parkinson and how he would just bowl that one beautiful ball that you could clip up, but sometimes would bowl a 4 ball. So it got us thinking, who are the cricketers of that essence, that if you can't accept them at their worst, you don't deserve them at their best? So James Vince might be another example.
I see.
Moments of beauty, but not the consistency. We've had a lot of people get in touch. I've got a whole list of names.
Zach Crawley's opening the batting, surely.
A few people already mentioned Zach Crawley. I'll be interested to hear Hector's thoughts.
Thank you for that, Felix. We're going to bring Hector Vickers in now, who's a young man making his way in the commentary game. Hopefully not too quickly, because I'm trying to eke out another few years at this. They're all coming for my job, as that will speed along the practice pitches, but well, only gets one. Pigeons out there. 217 for 3. Montgomery on to 6. Hector, welcome aboard.
All right, thank you very much for having me.
No, pleasure. I'm going to let you lead. Do you fancy that?
I'd love to, yeah. Thank you very much.
Fire away. I shall take a back seat.
Thank you.
And just do Ben Stokes' Michael Caine acting masterclass in the interim.
Good day for Notts today. 217 for 3. Young 8 away from the 100. He's batted very well.
Pigeon alert. I mean, that very rarely am I sympathetic of batters as they move away because they've seen something, but here at the Oval you do get a pigeon right in front of you, just at your eye line as well. Can be quite distracting.
Nice flick through mid-wicket. Sean Abbott racing away to the boundary. He'll pick it up, looking for 3. Going to run hard for 3. Good running. Young moves to 95.
That really was good running, wasn't it? It's this time of day, you know, when the pigeons are at their most active. Do you know much about pigeons and or birds generally and their...
I'm not too sure about pigeons, actually. I don't know why, but they do seem to gather around the Oval. More than any other ground, I think.
But they're also quite placid during the day, you know, sort of the earlier part of the day, 11, 12, 1, but just in the evening they get a bit skittish, I find.
Ooh, it's a snorter from Laws. Don't see that too often. How many pigeons do you think have been hit at the Oval?
Oh, fair few. Just take a little look at this, because Montgomery has decided to do the charge, which has come into batsmanship quite a lot of late, and I think Laws saw him coming. Changed the delivery he might otherwise have bowled, which is good awareness from the young man.
Shorter, back to it, and that'll race away for 4. Montgomery gets into double digits. 23 balls, 10 runs.
A little bit of good fortune on this one. Reaching for it, it's quite high. He's got the under edge on that.
Bit flashy.
Yeah, he was able to get it fine enough, so it's to the left, the deep third, away to our right. But you're right when you say this has been Notts' day. Surrey only would have had 16 runs in the morning, and then we thought it would be testing batting conditions, but actually the pitch has eased a little. It's been hard work for Surrey.
Well defended. Hamid in particular I thought looked very solid early on, especially coming off the unfortunate pair against Somerset. Needed the runs and batted very well this morning.
Are you still excited about a Hamid comeback for England at some point?
I don't think he fits the mould for baseball at the moment. Might need to start playing a couple more expansive shots, and then he might make selection. Run through for the single.
You see, you mentioned that. Of course, baseball will not be around forever. Or do you think that once you've got the genie out of the bottle, that we are now on a path of relentless positivity?
I can't see any imminent return from baseball, especially with Brendan McCullum as coach. Depends how long he stays on for, really. But the next England coach is going to have a very tough job at sort of finding his own path, really, because they've set a pretty strong precedent. Laws.
You know, I think what might be into the over, I should point out. Sorry, 227 for 3. What's behind the potential longevity of Brendan McCullum in the job is that by splitting out the coaching for Tests and one-day internationals, the way the English summer has now been constructed, for the most part, all those games come close together, don't they? So he's got a discrete period of time, and he comes to England beginning of June, he's left by the end of July. Then there are no more Test matches for England until February of next year, he says. There's some one-day internationals in September, and then there's a World Cup starting in early October as Will Jacks is coming in. Interesting first sign of spin in this innings. So that World Cup takes them through till the end of November. And then England's Test tour, there's only one of them, 5-match series in India. So we think a lot about how much time people have to stay away from their families and whatnot. New Zealand's a long way away. But Brendan McCullum, in theory, could just sort of do, well, amount to sort of 4 months' worth of being on the road, which that might make it a more sustainable appointment, do you think?
Yeah, well, I can see, well, obviously you know him pretty well. I think I can see him sticking around for a long time, especially with the spaced out fixture list for now. So interesting to see Will Jacks coming in with just the 10 overs to go, really. I would have expected to see him a bit earlier this afternoon, maybe.
What do you think about him bowling from the Vauxhall end here? Because the shorter leg side boundary is away to our right, to the right-hander's leg side.
Well, it asked the question whether Montgomery and Young try and attack that boundary or whether they just play it safe and see themselves through to stumps today.
It's quite an attacking field, isn't it? I mean, mid on, mid off or up, saving one.
Back.
So that's rather encouraging the drive, I'd say.
Very, very much so, yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting. I think just the deep mid wicket out and deep cover, actually. Everyone else in and around. Can't see a short leg coming in anytime soon. Do you think maybe a couple overs later?
I suppose if he gets any signs of turn, it didn't turn a great deal yesterday for Harrison and Montgomery.
No. Ooh, that's a sign of intent there as he goes for a big slash. Hits it out to Sibley at cover.
I think what I want to see from Jacks here is he going to toss it up? Is he going to do a tempter?
Be brave. Ooh. That's the wicket. Will Jacks did indeed toss it up, and he's bowled Montgomery just for the 11 off 30. Montgomery has to go, and he did look to go aggressive there, and Will Jacks picks up the wicket after just flighting it up. As you say, brought the field in, tempted him for that long drive, and he went for it.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were asking for. Is he going to toss it up? Is he going to go for it? And he's turned that. That has
through
turned.
The gate. That's turned a fair bit.
Do you know?
It's a proper ball, proper delivery from Will Jacks.
Tasty. Graham Swan, Moeen Ali, they'd be delighted with that. Jim Laker from years back, that's an absolute beauty. Clip leg stump.
Clip the bells off leg stump. That's a very nice delivery. Very welcome for Surrey with just 10 overs to go.
Oh. I mean, one's bound to now say, because we're all glass half empty people here in the box, where has he been? But actually, you can understand, if you were here at the over, you can understand it felt like seam bowling conditions, but he's come in, first over, he gets a wicket straight away.
Even now, clouds very overcast, the lights are on, the lights are shining. It's interesting that he gets called in now as Tom Moores walks out to the crease. He'll join Young on 95.
I mean, another wicket or two this evening. Surrey have got a new ball tomorrow, and this game can turn very quickly.
Couple more.
Well, not a team that are filled with confidence in the batting department. They haven't had the best of it in the county championship this year, and with a left-hander coming in, Jacks is going to come round the wicket, isn't he? That's going to bring slip into play potentially. We'll see if they'll get it any turn from outside that off stump, perhaps, or on-off. You can get it to turn from the posh bit, as we say, maybe on middle and off, not in the footmarks, but just on the main part of the pitch.
Leg slip in as well.
Oh,
very interesting. Just a deep cover, deep mid wicket comes in.
Well done, Hector. You've got Surrey a wicket here.
Comes in. Trickle down, pick up, looking for a couple, but just the one as Abbott scares off the pigeons. Good call from Jacks, good first over. Just the one run and the very crucial wicket of Montgomery. Not 228 for 4.
Now, Hector, tell us a little bit about yourself. As Cilla Black used to say on Blind Date, what's your name and where did you come from?
Well, I'm 17 years old and I do a bit of commentary at Wisden Cricket Club, which I know a few Surrey players play for. Ryan Patel plays for them. I think Dan Moriarty as well. Comes in occasionally.
And how do you do that? So you've effectively got a live stream at Wimbledon as well, yeah?
Yeah, so they live stream all their games on YouTube, and myself and a friend of mine go down and call a few games. Quite long days because we don't have the privilege to do shifts, so it's quite a long time.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have it easy. I should say that. A full 125 over day, you told me the other day. That's arduous.
Yeah, long day. Had to have a lot of coffees to get through that one, that's for sure. Laws, beginners over.
What have we got left in the day? We got 8.5 overs, so 53 balls with an old ball. Any other wicket here for Surrey would be a bonus if they can pick up 2. And as I say, that tail will be exposed first thing tomorrow against a new ball, and then Nottinghamshire's bowling resources will be tested.
Do you know who the Notts night watchman is?
No.
Could he come into play?
It's a very good question.
Well defended.
Just having a look to see how many overs Jamie Overton's bowled. I just wonder, might you just ask him with a new batter coming in? He's
10.
10, hasn't he? And he's bowled quite recently, so they might want to be careful as they're managing him back from injury.
Not a bad idea to get him into bowl some short stuff to the new bat. Oh, that's a lovely drive. But down Worrell, sort of guided almost. Just the one. Young faces up on 95.
I mean, Will Jacks is definitely going to keep going, you'd think, from the Vauxhall end.
Should
after he found that turn.
Yeah. Unexpected turn, actually.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, it really was.
It doesn't look like there's a lot out there for the spinner.
I mean, it was the classic off-spinner's dismissal of the right-hander.
Yeah. Law's finding a bit of swing with the old ball.
We've got to ask you the question that Felix posed. Did you hear it? We're trying to find players for R11 who are, you've got to take me as you find me. And he gave great examples of James Vince, Matt Parkinson.
Oh, agree with James Vince. Well, left. I'd chuck Moeen Ali in, actually.
Moeen Ali, okay, yeah. Because he just plays the way he plays.
Yeah, can get quite a lot of stick for rash shots, but when he's on form, he's very much on form.
I suppose it's an 11 that's easier to conjure when you think about batting, isn't it? Because essentially it's Joss Butler would be my keeper.
Okay. Leave.
Because people were forever being disappointed with Butler. What they were disappointed about was what was going on in their imagination, what they thought Butler might achieve. Do you know what I mean?
I wouldn't say Joss Butler gets too much stick, but do you think?
Well, in red ball cricket, not in white ball cricket, in red ball cricket.
Yeah.
Because I think we always used to say to ourselves, can you imagine if Joss Butler could bat for a day? How brilliant would that be? And you never get the chance to see that in white ball cricket, of course, because it's limited overs scenario.
True.
And so our disappointment at having our dreams thwarted then translated into unfair criticism, I always thought.
That's a good point. Jack's in. Less flighty, shorter into the pitch. Leg slip in, deep cover. Everyone else in and around. So Josh Butler's I'd say he's a fair shout to go in as keeper. Who's captain of your team?
Good question. Yeah, it's going to be a tricksy captain, isn't it? Who's a captain that makes decisions that make us tear our hair out? But ultimately we love him. Or her.
Flighty there from Jax.
I wonder. Well, Hollyoak's been suggested, but he did win 3 championships.
Great stop down at wide-ish, mid-off. Jordan Clark, I believe. Lovely drive from Moores. Seemed as if it was going off the boundary, but well down from Clark.
That is a wonderful piece of fielding, this stage of the day as well.
Yeah, very tired legs that were. That seemed to spin in as well a bit. So run through for the single. Just the one from the over so far, one delivery to come.
Hollyoak's not a bad shout.
You could argue James Vince just.
James Vince again. James,
yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, if he's in the 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's done very well for Hampshire though in recent seasons. Yeah, T20 blast.
That's a good shout.
Well defended, end of the over. Knocks 230 for 4. Just the 7 overs remaining, trail by 125.
Hector, you've made your debut. You've won your first Surrey live stream cap. Congratulations. Hope you'll come back.
Thank you very much. I'd love to.
Make sure you turn off your button before you go. That's the single most important discipline. 230 for 4. Young seems to have been in the 90s for quite some time now. On 95. I've got a left field suggestion for Felix.
Coming in, Dan.
Dominic Sibley.
Hey! From the left field. Explain yourself.
Well, people give him such stick. They give him such stick.
Go on.
But it's what he does.
It's what he does.
That's his role. Oh, has he played just inside that? I'd like to see that again. Laws still getting the ball occasionally to pass the outside edge.
He's got a fantastic action, by the way. Sorry, Tom Laws, hasn't he?
Oh, now you're thinking Wokes. That is nice. To get a ball that old to do that.
Yeah, it's got a zip. Good, solid, repeatable action.
Yeah, Moore's trying to make out that he didn't
quite
play that little Trescothic. Yeah. Well, he's a man.
What are you trying to leave inside? Right, come on, Dom Sibley.
So, you said that there are people that you've got to take as you find them. Yeah.
Exactly. I've slightly lost the plot on
and the implication was really. I know the implication was flashy players who get out stupidly.
Yep.
But people berate poor old Dom Sibley for doing what Dom Sibley is designed to do. That's what he does.
I love this.
And so it doesn't just have to be, people who get out rashly. I remember when Dom Sibley was in the England team, and I'd sat in the commentary box with Geoffrey Boycott for Yonks, him saying, "Yeah, you're not in the pavilion, flashy shots, all these nonsense," and then poor old Dom Sibley would come out to bat. He'd been largely shotless for a little while.
Sure, that little one through mid-wicket.
Suddenly the whole crowd's getting restive. Oh, thick edge, and it squirts. I don't think at catchable height. And there is Sibley chasing after the ball. He'll haul it in.
Surrey would love this one, wouldn't they?
Oh, another wicket tonight with a second new ball available almost first thing tomorrow. They'll have bowled 78 overs with this ball, so they'll just have 2 overs to bowl tomorrow morning before they get their hands on a bright new Kookaburra.
John, this game is in the balance, actually, isn't it? It's really well poised.
The game's afoot, Felix. The game's afoot. I feel like getting a deer stalker and a pipe.
I love the idea of Dom Sibley. I think it does feed into, if you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, because his best, obviously, was the other week when they chased down 500 odd.
Without him? Surrey making 500? No.
Exactly.
And it was a championship record, slowest 100 of all time. That is something that we should be, what a time to be alive. I watched all of that on one single camera. Yes, I was watching it with Jeremy Coney
And
it was a couple of days before a test match, wasn't it? We were doing our prep.
Yep.
And we were both entranced, couldn't move
Yeah.
for it. The feat of concentration, the dedication to the task in hand.
Yep.
When he's at his best, he's mesmerising player.
And the most impressive thing about it was so counter-culture. It's so belligerent and stubborn to be like, it doesn't matter what popular opinion is and how you should play or how people perceive that I will get back into being an 11. This is how I play, and I'm sticking. If anything, I'm going more that way.
Couldn't agree more.
I'm putting him in, Dan.
Oh, thank you. Jack's continuing. The right-handed Young. He's got one wicket already, turning one sharply through the gate to get rid of Montgomery for 11. And now he's got the left-hander, who in theory he would prefer to bowl at, but so far we haven't seen him turn it for the left hand. He's probably bowled just a little too straight at the moment.
It's a beauty, that one, wasn't it? Sorry to Montgomery.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Lovely flight and drift. How about Devon Malcolm?
We've had Devon Malcolm.
Yeah.
He is in contention. I've written him down. I've got another list of names. These have been sent through to Adam Collins, who in turn has sent them on to me. Nancy Hayward.
Oh yeah, great shout.
Shahid Afridi.
Brilliant.
Jason Frazier, is that how you pronounce it?
Yep.
Jason Frazier.
Yes, he had a debut where he took bucket loads of wickets at 4.9 and over. He didn't quite make it into the 5 and over category for Zoltz's most expensive fifers. A bit flatter this time from Jax. I like those. Those are great suggestions. Shahid Afridi, obviously a really good one.
I like Nancy Hayward. I meant because Nancy Hayward used to bowl extremely quick, didn't he? Shot blonde hair, like white hair.
Oh, I've just had one.
Oh, really?
Oh, I say, that's an imploring appeal. What Jax is saying here is that hit pad first? We need to have another look at this. And mercifully, it's the end of the over, so we can. So Jax's point here is that that's come off boot and then bat. Let's have a little look at this.
It sounded a lot like bat, didn't it?
Well, there was definitely bat at some point.
Yeah. It sounded like they kind of...
Felix, what do you make of it? Oh, well,
that's a replay.
We'll get to it. We'll get to this replay in good time. When we do, we will opine.
It was a kind of sound that suggested it was direct contact.
Yep.
But Will Jax didn't respond like that, so...
This is on the last over. That's from Tom Laws.
Which is still nice to watch.
It's lovely to watch. So that, I could watch that back on replay all day. Can I squeeze Chris Tavare into this team?
Well, you're trying to fit him into...
Trying to fit all these blockers in. I've got one.
Go on.
Carl Hooper.
Oh.
Because Carl Hooper never got appreciated.
Yeah.
For how good a player he was.
Yeah.
Because whenever he got out, he was the sort of player who, when he got out, he's so casual.
Yeah.
Like he was trying to get out. He was never trying to get out.
Yeah.
He was a prototype player. He was ahead of his time.
This is the curse of beauty sometimes.
It is. I know that only so well.
If anyone understands Dan.
Yeah. Oh, little tickle fine. It's going to be 4 more.
He's not hit it.
That's his 100.
Oh, has he hit it?
Has it? No, it's not his 100. It's a leg bias. I thought he might have got a little bit of wood on that. But no. Some bonus runs there for Notts. We've seen a few down the leg side today. Surrey's bowlers not always got their radar spot on. Far from bad.
Quite batty there, didn't it?
Yeah.
He certainly didn't respond like he hit it, though.
Umpire Bailey was very adamant. Leg bias. Oh, that's not a million miles away from off stump either. Young has been in the 90s for quite some time. He's not had a huge amount of the strikes since he got into the 90s.
Well, we are in a slight tipping point moment here where you feel like Young is he's slightly tentative to get 100 here. Surrey want to be going in with them 5 down. It might make a big difference the next 5 minutes how this game pans out.
Well, last night didn't it? A couple of wickets late on last night. Ah, it's a mighty shot, and that is his 100. What a great way to bring it up as well. It's been a really superb knock. What a signing by Notts. Their batting has faltered this season, but Will Young got 100 in his first knock, and it's utterly untroubled.
It has been. It has been. I felt honoured to watch that, actually. He looks every inch a test match quality batter. An image of Kane Williamson at times, cushioning the ball backwards a point. He looks so organised, so compact. It was a really beautiful knock.
Speaking with my Surrey hat on, though, I feel like saying, I think you better leave right now, though. You've got your 100.
Yeah. Do you think everyone will get that reference home?
I've no idea. To the over. 4 more today. 241 for 4. Young with that round 100 from 192 balls. It's been a shot of real, an innings of real class. We see some wonderful drives down the ground. He got to his 100 with an impeccable back foot drive that Mike Atherton would have been happy with.
Yeah.
Punched through the offside. And in partnership earlier in the day, a big partnership for the second wicket with Hasib Hamid. He knocks it to a position of some dominance. So clawing their way back. But well, with 4 overs to go tonight, there'll be 2 overs from Will Jacks, 2 overs from the pavilion end. Dare you ask Jamie Overton if he could just slip the handbrake for the last 2?
Interesting. I mean, I actually think Jacks is causing as many problems as anyone, actually, you know, from this end. I'll tell you something about this Will Young knock. He's really calming to watch, actually, because he seems so in control. He's very archetype of a sort of modern New Zealand top order batter, isn't he?
Yeah, your Blundells, your Mitchells,
Lathams, Williamsons, very sort of within himself, very measured.
Nothing flash, all class.
All class, Conway.
Conway.
There's a lot of them, aren't there, at the moment?
Yeah. Well, they were World Test champions, I suppose. Oh, great use of the feet. 1 bounce, and then it's going to skip on for 4 more. So he's not going to let Jacks settle here. He hasn't faced too many balls from Jacks. Mostly, initially, it was to Montgomery, and then to the left-handed Moores.
That's classy, isn't it? Exactly as you're saying. Class.
Class. Not flash. I want to get back to your 11.
Okay.
So I think...
don't forget that both us two and Adam Collins are on all day tomorrow, so we do have time.
Good point.
The same way Surrey and Notts have both got time. We have time to finish this 11. Thank you very much for getting in touch with us if you have. We've got quite a lot of suggestions to get through. Don't forget the hashtag is, if you can't accept me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best 11.
That's quite a long hashtag.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So if you...
Easily misspelt, I would think.
You can you can send us a version of that. Tweet me, Dan Norcross, Adam Collins, or Surrey, of course. And we'll keep compiling this. There's a lot of names that are under consideration, Dan.
What was your inspiration for this 11? What suddenly made you think, do you know what? You feel a grave injustice has been done to someone, and that's what got you going, isn't it?
Well, firstly, thank you for asking. And to answer the question, Adam was talking passionately about Matt Parkinson and the fact that Matt Parkinson has moved counties and how difficult it is for someone who can rag the ball. Having said all of this, I feel like we should zone in on this moment now.
Yep, Jamie Overton is coming into the attack for what I imagine will be the last 2 overs on the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips in place. And I think what Rory Burns trying to do here is just, with a bit of shock and awe.
Yep.
Tom Moore's been at the crease for a little while now, but pace. No one likes extreme pace, and Overton's been getting into his work nicely today. Started, the radar wasn't quite on, and then the second over, he started to look altogether more lubricated. Oh, precisely for that reason.
There it is. He bowled extremely quick last year, Jamie Overton, didn't he? Like, really changed some games for Surrey.
Well, he got the England team off the back of it.
Exactly. Exactly right. Oh, it's not taking him long here to instill a bit of fear.
Well played by Moores.
Yeah.
There's just 2 overs to go after this. Surrey would love a wicket here. Just a little too wide to tempt Moores on that occasion.
I'll tell you what you're looking for. The pitch doesn't seem like it's had too many demons in it,
No.
but just short of a length, occasionally it just jumps a bit. And he took the wicket of Clark like that, so that's probably the areas he'll be looking to bowl with his last 9 deliveries.
Who was it who got very excited? Because Jay Clark was bowling to Jay Clark at one point.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Edged, gone! That is the breakthrough. Overton into the attack to get that wicket, and he has. He's made the breakthrough. Moores has gone. Notts have lost their 5th wicket. And whoever comes out to bat now has got a rather horrible 14 balls to negotiate. Well, what a great bowling change from Rory Burns. And a second wicket for Jamie Overton. That's pace, Felix White.
He's been so impressive. He's just got that extra bit of kick out of the pitch that the other bowlers haven't quite managed to. We were talking about like just short of a length, just getting some kick out of it, and that's exactly the delivery we were discussing beforehand. He's looked really lively, Jamie Overton, you know.
Nice sharp catch from Latham as well. And you know what? You'll be watching that and saying to yourself, did Moores really need to play at it? But what happens? You see the little jerky reaction. That's what pace does.
Yeah.
Because your brain reacts ahead of your thought process.
Interesting.
Hands push at the ball and you think, why did I do that? But you did it because you have just that little bit less time.
Like with Khawaja, you're saying to Wood.
Like with Khawaja. You see, a side-on view would be quite good at it actually. Ooh. Now,
yeah.
A bowler who's just that yard slower, I reckon he drops a hand.
Yeah.
But there, you're just reacting at the last minute. Now, this is interesting. Brett Hutton is going to come out.
Right.
And it is interesting for a couple of reasons. He's coming in as a sort of night watcher to protect number 7. But also yesterday, he went off and we wondered if it was a hamstring strain. We were assured that it was cramp. He didn't bowl this morning. They started with Patterson and Lyndon James, who picked up the last 2 wickets in Surrey innings. So this will be an interesting gauge of his fitness. Obviously they think he's fine, or else he wouldn't be out there. But this is following a little bit of the pattern of yesterday, where Surrey were cruising 6 down.
Yeah.
Lost a couple of wickets late when the new ball was taken, albeit it was a new ball, but it was later in the day. And that probably brought Surrey's total down from 400 to 355. Oh, now then. Poor old Brett Hutton here. This is one of the things that I do find risible about the night watcher.
Yeah.
Is that you're sending out a guy to face serious heat.
Yeah.
Because somebody who's theoretically a better batter
doesn't want
to do it. And short leg is in. He flinched a bit there, did Hutton. Quite like to see that one again.
It's definitely, if he stays at this end, which you imagine he will, he's going to have another 6 of these shortly too. And it won't bode well for him that we've got Sean Abbott here in a leg slip, and it just gives you that chilling sense that this ball is going to be at the rib cage.
Yes.
Or higher.
And I'm loving this field. Look, we've got a leg slip. We've got 3 slips and a gully, forward short leg. Rory Burns is on the attack. Back pad, well, why not? "85 years ago on this ground, his surname'sake hit 364. Judging from those first 2 balls, I'm thinking that's unlikely to be repeated.
That was a solid defensive shot.
It wasn't. It was quite hoppy.
Stuck on the crease,
Little
yeah.
hoppy.
Yeah.
2:46 for 5. 2 overs to go. And Rory Burns' introduction and Jamie Overton has got the breakthrough Surrey so desperately wanted. There's still 109 runs in arrears here, Notts. And with a second new ball available very early tomorrow.
Yeah.
This game could change quite quickly.
Surrey will fancy it, but Surrey have also, I will say, Dan, they've been humanised by that defeat of Lancashire, where you always felt like if they're within range, they've got so many players that can pull the trigger at some stage, but they'll always get ahead of you, but not necessarily the case. So not if they can just stay in contention.
Wow. He's done well there, as Young. He's got off strike so that Hutton can do his job.
But now Hutton's going to be... So what happens with Overton? Because you would imagine... I was expecting Young to face 6 balls there and then Young to, do you know what I mean?
I
Then
do, I
Hutton
know,
to
yeah.
take Overton. So now Hutton's going to have to try and find a single at the end of this over in order to protect Young from Overton.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Well, I guess that is the sort of internal logic of the night watcher.
Yeah.
Which makes it very complicated and strange for us.
It's weird though, isn't it? Because Young's just batted flawlessly all day.
For 199 balls.
So you feel like he probably should have jacks for 5.
Yep. Now what's going on here? I think a whole series of helmets are being called for. Because is Rory Burns now going to... Well, he's bound to, isn't he? He's going to attack Brett Hutton. What I heard somebody say at Worcestershire a few years back, when they got promoted to the First Division, I think it was their commentator who said to me, Bradders, he said, we found that we were able to go toe-to-toe with the best teams in the top division.
Yep.
For 2.5 days.
Yep.
But eventually, the quality would do for you.
Yeah.
Now, what Nottinghamshire have got to do is they've got to hold on here because they're in a not bad position, but it's also one that has a certain amount of peril attached to it. As you can see, a perfectly possible scenario in which they concede a lead of 50 or 60.
Yeah.
And then Surrey get to bat against an attack that's missing Jake Ball.
Exactly. Perhaps no Hutton as well. We don't know how fit he's, how able he's to bowl.
And then they face a torrid chase on the last day. So firstly this 11 balls, and then first thing tomorrow are going to be key passages of play in this match. Oh my word.
Oh my.
Is that what you want your night watcher doing?
Is that your shot?
I'm not sure it is. This field is terrific, by the way. We've got a silly point, forward short leg, leg slip, stroke leg gully, slip in place, deep mid wickets coming up inside the circle to encourage him to have a go. Will Jacks here, what's he got to do? He's just got to float it up a little bit, toss it up like he did to get rid of Montgomery.
Exactly that. If he can get it between bat and pad, just rip one. That's the ball, isn't it? If you can get that to rag sharply.
Well, you are a denizen of spin, Felix. I've read your book. A beautiful book it was too.
Thank you, Dan.
Pretty solid shot that.
Yeah.
From Hutton. Maybe just going to toss it up even higher. Last ball of the over, and in theory, Hutton should be looking for a single here. I don't know how much he's keen on that.
Locked into that, yeah. And does... Okay. Very interesting.
So 1 over to go. And Will Young's going to be on strike to face it initially. In theory, again, Young's job here is to get a single, get off strike, and expose poor old Hutton to 5 balls of Jamie Overton steaming in failing light.
I was just going to say, though, Overton to Young, I mean, there's a lot of a game in this over, isn't it? If Overton can get a breakthrough here...
Well, that would be a huge wicket. If it falls, incidentally, that will be close of play for today.
Yeah. I really love county cricket when it all comes sharply into focus suddenly at the end of a day like this. Brilliant, isn't it? It's drifts, and then you've got suddenly the whole game inside a game now.
Yep. The crowd have tended to drift off by now as well, so.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember many times I had to do this, leave a game because you've got to get back for dinner or something. Oh, another wicket fell after I left. Now then, Young's looking for the single, isn't he? I'm going to keep an eye on Hutton at the non-strikers. Let's see how far he's backing up.
He looked less keen on that than a night watcher maybe should be.
Well,
is that unfair?
Yes, I think. Well, no, it is and it isn't. I mean, I'm empathising with Brett Hutton here, and I'm thinking, really?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it.
I certainly wouldn't want to be doing it. Let's see how far he backs up. Well,
left.
He did he gave a little trot.
Yeah,
but I wonder if that was because he knew that the ball was going through to the keeper. He's practicing a forward defence. Not sure he'll get to play that. I think the backward defence is the shot he's more likely to be playing.
Yeah.
I think the flinching parry into the onside is the one that's the one that I would be practicing.
The shadow flinch. Good little battle here.
He's batted so well today, hasn't he, Will Young? He's frustrated Surrey. The conditions haven't panned out quite the way I think a lot of people thought they would. The pitch has got a bit more docile. Hasib Hamid and Will Young have batted really well.
Yep.
But this is what I mean, the point about Worcestershire, newly promoted sides. It's not just doing it for a couple of days.
Got to stay with it.
Oh, down the leg side.
Just trying a bit too hard there, wasn't he? Just pushed that one across him.
2 balls remain in the day's play. We've lost 12 overs today, which we will be making up. Most of them tomorrow.
This is one for tomorrow that I'd like to get into, but just watching Jamie bowl here, it's just fascinating to me, where does pace come from? Because you couldn't get a more different build to someone like Mark Wood, and yet he generates.
Now like this, they've given him the single because they fancy a ball at Hutton, and Hutton's been cursing at the other end. I think this is a nice move.
Technically though, if Hutton was to get out now, he can go back saying he's done his job.
That's correct. But for Surrey, that would still be a bonus wicket. And you've still got to take those 10 wickets.
Yep.
By the way, do you see James Rue ended up with 221?
Has he? That's great news for me because he's in my cricket draft
team. Is it your fantasy team, is he?
Yeah,
well done.
Has been all year. Thank you very much.
That's good street smarts from you.
He's scored a lot of runs this year.
That's his 5th 100.
Is he batting 6? Is he batting higher than 6? He's wicket keeping.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one because he's a teenager as well.
Yeah, 19. He's scored more centuries as a teenager than anyone except, and we had this earlier today and I've annoyingly forgotten.
He's a prospect, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is.
Last
ball. Hutton defends it really well, really solidly out into the offside. And that completes a day that, well, if it doesn't belong to Nottinghamshire, I'd say they had a large slice of it. They managed to dismiss Surrey for the addition of just 16 runs first thing. All 16 scored by Jamie Overton, who ended unbeaten on 30. Lyndon James picked up 6 wickets. He bowled really manfully in what was, for much of the time, just a 2-man pace attack supplemented by Calvin Harrison and the part-time spin of Matt Montgomery. And then Nottinghamshire went out to bat. It wasn't a beautiful, bright, sunny day, but despite losing Ben Saylor quite early on to Abbott for 14, then came a partnership 134 between Hamid and Will Young, which was the main bones of today, really. Hamid making 67 of 149. Surrey chipped away thereafter. Joe Clark going for 15, caught in the slips by Latham off Montgomery. Montgomery himself bowled by Will Jacks, a beauty that turned between bat and pad, and then just near the end there, keeper Tom Moores going, caught at second slip by Latham off Overton for 6. All the while, Will Young steadfast, a fabulous knock on his debut for Notts. 106 not out from 204 balls, defying Surrey's 5-man pace attack. The bowling figures: Worrell 1 for 41 off 18, Abbott 1 for 55 from 19, Jordan Clark none for 43, wicketless so far, which is unusual. He's taken 20 wickets in his last 4 games. Tom Laws none for 42 off 10, Overton 2 for 41 from 12, and Will Jacks 1 for none from 5. So 78 overs gone, 2 overs before the second new ball. Surrey will take it almost immediately. Felix, this game is very much in the balance.
It really is, and as you were saying, we'll find out tomorrow if Notts can stay with Surrey. It's been really brilliant cricket. I've enjoyed it a lot. Watching Will Young, that was an innings of wisdom, of class, of experience, of nous. And watching a sea bat as well is always a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Absolutely lovely. You're in tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm in tomorrow.
I'm in tomorrow. Adam Collins is in tomorrow. There's a whole smorgasbord of stars. It won't just be them. There'll be Jake's in tomorrow, which is the most important thing, because without him, we'll just be talking to each other and no one would hear
Which
us.
I'll be happy to do.
Oh, very happy to do. Very happy to do. And maybe our watchers will be happy to do that too. But unluckily, they're stuck with us. So as the covers come on, the lights will shortly be going out. We're going to head home. But tomorrow, the game beautifully set up. Be sure to be with us. We get on air at about 10 to 11. Don't miss that first session. It's going to be pulsating. But from all of us here, for now, goodbye.